The village, now a mere shadow of its former self, lay sprawled before me like a puzzle missing half its pieces. I had always been drawn to the unexplained, the stories that seemed too bizarre to be true. Whispering Wren was one such enigma. A tale that seemed to blend the lines between reality and myth. The war-torn village, with its abandoned homes and overgrown streets, was said to be the birthplace of this spectral entity. I arrived in the late afternoon, the sun casting long shadows across the broken buildings. The village was eerily silent, the kind of silence that presses down on your ears, making you all too aware of your own heartbeat. I felt a chill, not from the cool air, but from the sense of being watched. I shrugged off the feeling, attributing it to the natural anxiety of being in a place so steeped in sorrow. My first task was to get a lay of the land. The village, though small, was a labyrinth of crumbling structures and winding streets. I walked through what must have been the main square, now overrun with weeds, the fountain in the center dry and cracked. The houses that lined the streets were empty shells, their windows like dark unblinking eyes. I could see why the legend of Whispering Wren had taken root here. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of lingering dread, a remnant of the horrors this village had witnessed. It was as if the very air was saturated with the memories of conflict and loss. I found a relatively intact building to set up my temporary base. As I unpacked my equipment, a part of me couldn't help but feel excited. Whispering Wren was more than just a ghost story, it was a mystery waiting to be unraveled. Little did I know, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, that I was about to come face to face with the very subject of my investigation. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting. As I wandered through the deserted streets, my recorder in hand, I couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched. It was then I heard it for the first time, a whisper. Not just any whisper, but one that seemed to slither into my ears, cold and sinister. I spun around, my heart racing, but there was no one there. I tried to rationalize it as the wind playing tricks, but deep down, I knew it was something else. That's when I saw them two glowing, ember-like eyes peering at me from the shadows of a broken doorway. My breath caught in my throat. The figure was shrouded in tattered Ashen robes, its face obscured. The only thing visible were those haunting eyes and elongated talon-like fingers that seemed to beckon me closer. I stood frozen, my rational mind struggling to make sense of what I was seeing. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the figure vanished into the shadows. I was left standing there, my heart pounding in my chest, my mind reeling. Had I just seen Whispering Wren? I hurried back to my makeshift base, my mind a whirlwind of thoughts. I needed to know more about this entity. The villagers' accounts, the whispers in the night, the glowing eyes, they were no longer just elements of a story. They were real, and I had just come face to face with them. That night, I barely slept. Every creak and rustle jolted me awake, my eyes searching the darkness for those glowing embers. But they didn't appear again. As dawn approached, I made a decision. I would delve deeper into the village's past, into the legend of Whispering Wren. I needed to understand what this entity was, why it haunted these ruins, and what it wanted. Little did I know, my search for answers would lead me down a path far darker than I could have imagined. The next day, I started my investigation in earnest. The village, bathed in morning light, seemed less menacing, but the memory of the previous night lingered. I began by visiting the nearby towns, speaking to those who had once called the village home. Their stories painted a picture of a community shattered by conflict, a place where fear and sorrow had taken root. Each person I spoke to had their own tale about Whispering Wren. Some remembered it as a shadow flitting in the periphery of their vision, others recalled the paralyzing whispers that echoed in the night. But there was a common thread: each story was incomplete, fragmented. It was as if their encounters with the entity had left gaps in their memories. I returned to the village as the sun began its descent, armed with a tape recorder and a camera. I was determined to document any encounter with Whispering Wren. As I explored the derelict buildings, the whispers returned. They were clearer now, a cacophony of voices that seemed to be speaking directly into my mind. My hands trembled as I tried to record them, but when I played back the tape, there was only silence. That night, as I settled in the building I'd chosen as my base, the encounters grew more intense. Shadows seemed to move of their own accord, and the temperature would drop suddenly, leaving me shivering. Each time I tried to capture these phenomena on camera, they would cease, as if the entity was aware of my attempts to document it. The most harrowing encounter came that night. I awoke to find the figure of Whispering Wren at the foot of my bed, its ember-like eyes boring into mine. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. The room filled with whispers, each one echoing the sorrows and fears of the villagers. It felt as if Whispering Wren was trying to communicate, to share the collective trauma it was born from. The experience left me shaken. I began to feel a strange connection to the village, as if its history was seeping into my bones. As the days passed, my sense of reality began to warp. Time seemed fluid in the village, with night and day merging into one continuous loop of exploration and encounters. I was determined to uncover the truth about Whispering Wren, but the more I delved into the mystery, the more I felt myself losing grip on what was real. My obsession with Whispering Wren had reached its zenith. The entity's presence was almost constant now, its whispers a never-ending soundtrack in my mind. I knew I was close to unraveling the truth, but the cost was my own sanity. It was on the seventh night, under a moonless sky, that I decided to confront the entity. I ventured to the heart of the village, where the ruins were densest, a place that felt like the epicenter of the haunting. There, in the shadow of a crumbling church, Whispering Wren appeared. His form was more defined than ever, the tattered robes flowing like mist, the elongated fingers twitching with anticipation. The glowing eyes fixed on me, and for a moment, I felt a connection, an understanding. I demanded answers, shouting into the night, asking what it wanted, why it haunted this place, why it tormented me. The entity responded not in words but in a flood of memories. I was inundated with visions of the village's past, the conflict, the pain, the fear. I saw the birth of Whispering Wren from the collective dread of the villagers, a spectral manifestation of their trauma. But then, the visions turned personal. I was no longer an observer but a participant. I felt the fear of the villagers as if it were my own, their despair suffocating me. It was as if Whispering Wren was forcing me to experience the agony that had given it life. The climax of this nightmarish revelation came when I saw myself through the eyes of the villagers, a harbinger of the past, stirring up long-buried fears. I realized then that Whispering Wren was not just haunting the village, it was the village, an amalgamation of all the sorrow and horror it had witnessed. I staggered under the weight of this revelation, my mind teetering on the brink of madness. The entity advanced, its whispers growing louder, more insistent. I was on the verge of succumbing to the terror when the first light of dawn broke the horizon. The sunlight weakened Whispering Wren, causing its form to flicker and wane. I seized the moment, breaking free from the paralysis and fleeing from the church. As I ran, the whispers faded, but their echoes remained. I had come face to face with the heart of the village's darkness and survived. But the experience had changed me, leaving scars that I knew would never fully heal. As I stumbled away from the church, I made my way back to my base, the village now basking in the gentle morning light, a stark contrast to the horrors of the night. As I packed my belongings, I couldn't shake off the feeling of unease. Whispering Wren had shown me the depths of human fear and despair, and I felt a weight of responsibility to share this truth with the world. The journey back to civilization was a blur. I was physically moving away from the village, but a part of me remained there, caught in the web of Whispering Wren's whispers. The sunlit streets of the nearby town felt alien, too normal after what I had experienced. Back in the safety of my own home, I tried to make sense of my experiences. The recordings I had made were mostly static, but here and there, I could hear faint traces of the whispers. The photos showed only the decaying village, with no sign of the entity. I struggled with the decision of what to do with my findings. How could I explain the unexplainable? Would anyone believe my account of Whispering Wren, or would it be dismissed as the ramblings of a mind pushed to the brink? As days turned into weeks, I found it increasingly difficult to separate myself from the experience. My sleep was plagued with nightmares of the village, and the haunting figure of Whispering Wren. I started to doubt what was real and what was a product. I realized that Whispering Wren had left its mark on me. I was no longer just a journalist, I was a survivor of something beyond the realm of normal understanding. The story I had set out to tell had become my own, a testament to the thin veil between reality and the supernatural. In the weeks that followed, I found myself in a state of perpetual restlessness. The experience with Whispering Wren had fundamentally altered my perception of reality. The boundaries between the village's tragic past and my present were blurred, leaving me in a limbo of confusion and paranoia. I spent long hours documenting my experiences, meticulously detailing every encounter with the entity. But as I wrote, I grappled with the fear that these words might not convey the true horror of what I had faced. How could mere words capture the essence of an entity born from collective trauma, a specter that blurred the lines between memory and reality? Despite my reservations, I knew I had to share my story. The world needed to know about Whispering Wren, not just as a cautionary tale, but as a reminder of the deep scars left by conflict and sorrow. I published my account, laying bare the haunting experiences and the unsettling revelations uncovered in the abandoned village. The reaction was mixed. Some readers were captivated, finding in my account a chilling testament to the power of collective memory and the supernatural. Others dismissed it as an elaborate fiction, a tale spun by an overactive imagination. But among the feedback, there were a few who shared similar experiences, whispers of entities and hauntings that resonated with the legend of Whispering Wren. As time passed, the intensity of my experiences began to fade, but they never completely left me. I would often catch myself listening for whispers in the quiet, or seeing flickers of movement in the shadows. The village and its spectral inhabitant had become a part of me, a chapter in my life that would never be fully closed. The story of Whispering Wren remained alive, its whispers echoing in the minds of those who had heard its tale. It became a symbol of the unseen scars left by trauma, a haunting reminder of the past's persistent grip on the present. In the end, I was left with a profound sense of ambiguity. Had my encounter with Whispering Wren been real, or had it been a manifestation of my own subconscious fears? The truth, much like the entity itself, remained shrouded in mystery, a puzzle that continued to whisper its secrets, just beyond the reach of understanding. The forest always held a certain allure for me, a mystery that whispered through its ancient trees and lingered in the damp earth beneath. As a park ranger, I'd spent years wandering through woods, but none quite like this. I was stationed at a fire tower, nestled deep within a sprawling, dense forest. The closest town was miles away, and civilization seemed like a distant concept here. My first day at the tower was marked by a serene quietness, the kind that envelops you like a blanket. The tower itself was a sturdy old structure, standing tall against a backdrop of endless greenery. I spent the day acquainting myself with my new home, running my fingers along the weathered wooden rails of the lookout and peering out across the canopy. It felt peaceful, yet as I gazed into the dense woods, I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest was hiding secrets, ancient and untold. As night fell, the forest transformed. The chirping of crickets filled the air, and the hoots of distant owls echoed softly. I made myself a small dinner, read a bit by the dim light of my lantern, and then settled into my bunk. The isolation was comforting in a way, a solitude I had longed for. It was on my second night that everything began to change. I was awakened by a soft whining sound coming from the base of the tower. Grabbing my flashlight, I descended the creaky wooden stairs, the sound growing louder with each step. At the bottom, in the faint circle of light, lay a wolf. It was injured, its flank bleeding from what looked like a deep cut. I had always felt a kinship with the creatures of the wild, and seeing this majestic animal in pain stirred something within me. I approached slowly, speaking in hushed, soothing tones. The wolf, surprisingly, didn't flinch as I neared. I managed to clean and bandage the wound, all the while marveling at the creature's calm demeanor. The next morning, the wolf was gone. In its place, right where I had found it, was a small, intricately carved figurine of a wolf, standing proudly, its eyes almost lifelike. Beside it lay a piece of paper, old and yellowed. Unfolding it, I read a few lines written in a curling script. To the kind-hearted guardian of the forest. The game begins with a noble test. Seek the truth where the silent hawk nests. There, your character we shall assess. A chill ran down my spine. It was as if the forest itself was speaking to me, drawing me into something far beyond my understanding. Over the next few days, the pattern continued. Each night, a different injured animal appeared at the base of the tower. A rabbit with a snared foot, a fox caught in brambles, a bird with a broken wing. Each morning, they were gone, replaced by a wooden figurine and another piece of the puzzle in the form of a riddle. I began to piece together the clues, each leading me to various hidden corners of the forest. A clearing where hawks circled silently overhead, a hidden cave behind a waterfall, an ancient tree marked by time and weather. Each location revealed a new piece of the puzzle, a new riddle to solve. As I ventured deeper into the forest, I noticed strange occurrences. Shadows seemed to move of their own accord, and the trees appeared to whisper secrets when the wind blew. Several times, I caught sight of a figure watching me from afar, its form shifting and changing, now a man, now a beast, always elusive. The riddles were growing more complex, the journey more treacherous. I was no longer just a ranger, I had become a seeker of hidden truths, a player in a game that was as old as the forest itself. The final clue led me to the heart of the forest, a place so ancient and untouched that it felt like stepping into another world. The air was thick with a palpable energy, and the ground seemed to hum beneath my feet. There, in a clearing bathed in the ethereal glow of the moon, stood the shapeshifter in its true form. It was a creature of breathtaking beauty and terror, a fusion of man and beast, with eyes that held the wisdom of the ages. "You have done well, Zack," it spoke, its voice echoing around us. "You have shown kindness, bravery, and wisdom. You are worthy to know the secret of the forest." The shapeshifter motioned towards a mound in the center of the clearing. With a wave of its hand, the earth shifted, revealing an ancient glowing artifact. It was unlike anything I had ever seen, a stone that pulsed with a light that seemed to contain the very essence of the forest. "This," the shapeshifter began, its voice solemn, "is the heart of the forest. It binds the life within these woods, holding ancient magic. It must be guarded, for if it falls into wrong hands, the balance of nature here will be destroyed." The gravity of the revelation weighed heavily on me. I was standing before a secret that had been shielded from the world for centuries, maybe longer. "You have two choices," the shapeshifter continued. "Become the guardian of the heart, a role that will bind you to this forest, severing ties with your past life. Or, return to your world, with no memory of what you have discovered, ensuring the secret remains safe." The decision toward me. The thought of abandoning my former life was daunting, yet the allure of guarding such a profound secret, being part of something ancient and mystical, was equally compelling. I pondered, looking at the radiant stone, feeling its call. But in the end, my heart yearned for the life I knew, the simple existence of a park ranger. I choose to return, I finally said, my voice barely above a whisper. The shapeshifter nodded, a look of understanding in its ageless eyes. Very well. When you awake tomorrow, this will all seem like a distant dream. As it spoke those final words, the forest around me began to blur, the edges of reality softening. I woke up in my bed at the tower, the first light of dawn peeking through the windows. For a moment, I lay there, trying to grasp at the threads of a dream that was already fading. There were echoes of a forest, a game, a creature, but they slipped away like mist in the morning sun. Life returned to normal, or as normal as it could be in the heart of a vast forest. I continued my duties, but something had changed. There was a sense of wonder that hadn't been there before, a feeling of being part of something larger, even if I couldn't remember what it was. Days turned into weeks, and the experience became nothing more than a half-remembered dream. But occasionally, I would find small, intricately carved wooden figurines on my doorstep, a wolf, a rabbit, a fox. Each time, I would pick them up, feeling an inexplicable connection to them, a sense of gratitude and peace. And so, my story remains hidden within the depths of my unconscious mind, a secret guarded not just by the shapeshifter, but by the very forest itself. The heart of the forest continues to pulse with ancient magic, safe and undisturbed, as I watch over the woods, unknowingly fulfilling my role as its guardian in my own way. Perched high above the dense canopy of the forest, the Fire Watch Tower stood as a solitary sentinel in the vast expanse of the national park. Adi, the park warden assigned to this remote outpost, surveyed the wilderness from his lofty vantage point. He was a man of few words, with a rugged appearance shaped by years of solitude, and a deep respect for the untamed nature that surrounded him. The tower, an aging structure of wood and steel, creaked softly in the wind, a sound that had become a comforting constant in Adi's life. He had always felt a profound connection to this place, a bond that transcended mere duty. He took pride in his role as the guardian of these woods, vigilant against the threat of wildfires that could ravage this unspoiled sanctuary. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the forest, Adi's thoughts often drifted to the park's history. He was particularly intrigued by an old catastrophic fire that had occurred decades ago, long before his time. It was a tragedy shrouded in mystery, a story pieced together through fragmented records and hushed conversations among the older rangers. Tonight, as the twilight deepened, Adi felt an unusual chill in the air, a whisper of something ancient and forgotten. Little did he know, he was about to uncover a secret that would forever change his understanding of the tower and the woods it watched over. One evening, as a storm brewed in the distance, Adi decided to explore an uncharted corner of the tower. In the flickering light of his lantern, he noticed an irregularity in the wooden floorboards. Curiosity piqued, he pried open a hidden compartment, revealing a cache of personal belongings covered in layers of dust and time. Among the items was a diary, its leather-covered chart around the edges, and a collection of old photographs. Adi recognized the tower and some landmarks of the park in these faded images, but the faces were strangers, frozen in time. He opened the diary, and the brittle pages whispered under his touch. The entries were written by a warden who served decades ago, the same time as the Great Fire. As Adi read, a sense of foreboding grew within him. The diary detailed the mundane life of a park warden, until a fateful entry revealed a haunting truth. The previous warden, overcome with guilt, confessed to accidentally starting the catastrophic fire by carelessly throwing a cigarette butt into the dry underbrush. The fire had claimed vast swathes of the forest and with it, the lives of countless animals and several hikers who had been in the park. That night, as Adi lay in his bunk, the wind howled outside, and he heard faint whispers weaving through the gusts. Dismissing them as tricks of the wind, he drifted into a restless sleep. However, the following night, the whispers returned, clearer this time, accompanied by fleeting images outside his window. Shadows of people and animals, their forms flickering like flame, a creeping dread took hold of Adi. The isolation of the tower, once a source of peace, now felt oppressive, as if the very air was thick with the echoes of the past. In the days that followed, the apparitions became a nightly occurrence, each time more vivid and unsettling. Adi would see the faces of people, their expressions etched with fear and pain, and animals caught in a desperate flight, their forms ghostly but palpable. The whispering voices grew louder, a chorus of despair that filled the tower. Driven by a need to understand, Adi delved deeper into the diary. He learned of the previous warden's spiraling descent into guilt and madness. Tormented by the deaths he had caused, the warden wrote of being haunted by the victims of the fire, their spirits demanding retribution. His final entries were frenzied and disjointed, filled with a profound sense of impending doom. As Adi absorbed the tragic tale, the haunting intensified. The spirits seemed to recognize his awareness of their plight, and their presence became more pronounced. Objects in the tower moved inexplicably, and the temperature would drop sharply, leaving Adi's breath visible in the icy air. Sleep became elusive. Adi spent his nights peering into the darkness, searching for answers in the ghostly faces that surrounded the tower. He felt a deepening connection with the previous warden, a shared burden that transcended time. One night, amidst a chorus of whispers, a clear voice emerged, a voice that resonated with an ancient sorrow. It implored Adi to make amends for the past, to undo the wrong that had been committed. The spirits desired one thing: for the Fire Watch Tower, the silent witness to their demise, to be burned to the ground. Adi grappled with the request. His entire being was dedicated to the protection of the park and the prevention of fires. The idea of deliberately setting the tower ablaze was antithetical to everything he stood for. Yet, the suffering of the spirits, trapped in an endless cycle of reliving their tragic end, weighed heavily on his conscience. As the days passed, Adi's internal struggle grew. He was torn between his duty as a warden and his empathy for the lost souls that haunted him. The tower, once a place of solitude and serenity, had become a prison of torment and moral conflict. The climax of Adi's ordeal arrived on a night when the moon was shrouded by thick ominous clouds, casting the forest into impenetrable darkness. The air was heavy with an electric tension, as if the very atmosphere anticipated what was to come. Adi sat at the desk in the tower, the diary open before him, its pages fluttering in the intermittent breeze. The voices of the spirits were more insistent than ever, their whispers now clear demands. They urged him to set the tower alight, to release them from their eternal suffering. He stood up, his resolve wavering. In his hand, he held a lighter, the flame flickering in the gloom. His heart pounded in his chest, a drumbeat of conflicting emotions. Could he really destroy the tower? Could he become the very thing he had always fought against, a harbinger of destruction? As he grappled with his decision, the spirits manifested around him. They were no longer just whispers and shadows, they took on a more distinct form, their faces reflecting an array of human emotions. Anger, sorrow, pleading. They encircled the tower, a spectral audience to the impending act. Adi stepped towards the wooden wall, the lighter's flame casting an eerie glow on his face. He hesitated, the gravity of the act paralyzing him. In that moment of stillness, he thought of the forest, of the countless creatures that called it home, of the beauty and tranquility that the tower had allowed him to witness. A realization dawned on him, clear and bright against the backdrop of his tumultuous thoughts. Destroying the tower would not bring peace to these lost souls. It would only repeat a cycle of pain and destruction, a cycle that he had dedicated his life to breaking. With a decisive motion, he closed the lighter, extinguishing the flame. He turned to face the gathered spirits, his voice steady but empathetic. "I cannot right a past wrong with another wrong," he said. "But I can remember you. I can honor your memories and ensure that this tragedy is never forgotten." The air seemed to hold its breath, the world waiting in silence for the reaction of the spirits. In the moments following Adi's decision, a profound change occurred. The oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped the tower lifted slightly, as if the spirits were considering his words. The ghostly figures, their forms flickering like candle flames in a draught, appeared less agitated, their expressions softening. Adi began to act on his promise. He gathered materials from the forest and the tower, crafting a simple but dignified memorial at the base of the tower. He carved the names of the known victims from the diary into a wooden plaque, a tangible testament to their existence and their loss. As he worked, the spirits watched, their presence less haunting and more contemplative. The whispers that had once filled the air with dread, now took on a tone of quiet reflection. Adi could feel their gaze upon him, not as a tormentor, but as a fellow mourner paying respects. With the memorial completed, Adi stood before it, his head bowed in a moment of silent tribute. He spoke a few heartfelt words, an acknowledgement of the pain caused by the fire, and a vow to protect the park and its inhabitants with even greater fervor. That night, the spirits appeared for the last time. They gathered around the memorial, their forms clearer and more peaceful than they had ever been. One by one, they began to fade, like mist at the break of dawn, until only the forest's natural sounds remained. Adi watched them go, a sense of closure filling his heart. He realized that in giving these lost souls a memory, he had also freed himself from the burden of the past. The tower, once a symbol of his torment, now stood as a beacon of remembrance and a promise for the future. In the days that followed, a profound sense of peace settled over the Fire Watch Tower and the surrounding forest. Adi continued his duties as a park warden with a renewed sense of purpose. The memorial at the base of the tower became a sacred spot, a place where the tragic history of the park was acknowledged and remembered. Word of Adi's tribute spread, and occasionally, hikers would visit the tower, paying their respects at the memorial. Adi would share the story of the fire, ensuring that the lessons learned from that tragedy would not be lost. The tower became more than just a lookout point, it was a symbol of respect for nature, and a reminder of the delicate balance between humanity and the wild. Adi's encounters with the spirits became a thing of the past, but their impact lingered. He found himself more attuned to the subtleties of the forest, more aware of his responsibility as its guardian. The tower no longer felt like a place of isolation, but rather a connection point between the past, present, and future. As years passed, the story of the Fire Watch Tower and its ghostly inhabitants faded into park lore, but for Adi, it was a lived experience that continued to shape his life. He remained at the tower, a vigilant protector, honoring the memories of those lost, and ensuring such a tragedy would never happen again under his watch. The Fire Watchtower stood tall and proud, its history woven into the fabric of the park, a testament to the power of remembrance and redemption. And Adi, once a solitary figure in the wilderness, became a keeper of stories, a bridge between the human and natural worlds. I remember the first time I heard it. A whisper. Soft and elusive. Like a shadow flickering at the edge of my perception. It was a Tuesday. A day like any other in my monotonous college routine. My name is Brett. A sophomore, majoring in history. A subject I chose more out of a lack of direction than passion. I live alone in a small apartment just off campus, my days spent between lectures, the library, and the quiet of my room. That evening, as I sat studying, the whispering began. At first, I thought it was just the wind, or perhaps my neighbors, but it persisted. The quiet murmur, unintelligible yet insistent. I tried to focus on my textbook, but the whispering, like an itch I couldn't scratch, demanded my attention. I searched my apartment, checking the windows, the walls, even the old radiator. But found nothing. It was in this fruitless search that I realized the sound wasn't external. It was coming from inside me. A voice without a source. A ghostly echo resonating from within my own body. The rational part of my mind fought for a logical explanation. Stress, perhaps, or the beginnings of a mental breakdown. I had heard of students cracking under pressure. But this felt different. More real and distinct than a mere figment of imagination. That night, I lay in bed. The whispering a constant companion. I tried to decipher it, to understand its language, but it was like listening to a conversation through a thick wall. Present, yet inaccessible. The following days were blur. I attended lectures, but the whispering made concentration impossible. I stopped talking to my friends. Their concern only adding to the cacophony in my head. I was drowning in a sea of whispers, and I considered seeking help, but what would I say? That I was hearing voices, but not from the outside, from within. I could imagine the skepticism, the raised eyebrows. So, I kept it to myself, a secret burden that grew heavier with each passing day. As the days turned into weeks, the whispers grew louder, clearer. They formed words, sentences, a language I didn't understand, yet one that filled me with an inexplicable dread. The voice, no longer just a whisper, was now a constant presence, a specter that haunted my every waking moment. I began to document the voice's words, filling a journal with a strange foreign script. I pored over it, trying to find patterns, meanings, anything that could provide insight into this nightmare. But it remained a mystery, an enigma wrapped in the shadows of my own mind. It was during one of my increasingly rare visits to the library that I met Mrs. Eldridge. She was an elderly librarian, her eyes sharp and inquisitive behind thick glasses. I had been muttering to myself, repeating the voice's latest utterance, when she approached me. "You seem troubled, young man," she said, her voice a mix of concern and curiosity. I hesitated, then, driven by a desperate need for understanding, I told her about the voice. To my surprise, she didn't dismiss my story. Instead, she listened intently, her brow furrowed in thought. "I may know of something that could help," she said, her voice low. "Meet me here tomorrow evening. There are things we need to discuss." That night, I felt a glimmer of hope for the first time since the whispering began. Little did I know, my journey into the depths of this nightmare was just beginning. I returned to the library the next evening, my mind a whirlwind of questions and doubts. Mrs. Eldridge was already there, waiting for me in a secluded corner surrounded by ancient leather-bound books. Her eyes, when they met mine, held a seriousness that sent a shiver down my spine. "Brett," she began, her voice barely above a whisper, "what you're experiencing isn't unheard of in certain darker circles of knowledge." She pulled out a thick dust-covered tome, and began flipping through its pages, filled with strange symbols and texts in languages I couldn't recognize. "Long ago," she continued, "there were beliefs in spirits that could bind themselves to a person, not unlike a parasite. These entities could communicate through the host, often leading to madness or worse." I felt a cold dread settle in my stomach. "Are you saying something is inside me?" "It's possible," she replied, her expression grave. "These spirits were known to be manipulative, feeding on the host's fears and secrets." The room seemed to grow colder as she spoke. The voice, my unwelcome companion, remained silent, as if listening intently. "What can I do?" I asked, a sense of desperation creeping into my voice. Mrs. Eldridge closed the book with a thud, her gaze piercing into mine. "There are ways to expel such entities, but the process is dangerous and not without risks. Are you willing to take that chance?" I nodded, the fear of living with the voice outweighing any potential danger. "Very well," she said, standing up. "Meet me at the old Henderson building on the outskirts of town, tomorrow night. It's been abandoned for years, but it will serve our needs." The Henderson building was notorious among the students, a place of ghost stories and dares. The thought of going there, especially at night, sent a shiver through me, but the prospect of silencing the voice gave me the courage I needed. The following night, as instructed, I made my way to the abandoned building. The structure loomed ominously against the night sky, its windows like dark unblinking eyes. Mrs. Eldridge was already there, carrying a small satchel filled with candles, herbs, and other items I couldn't identify. "We must be quick," she said, her voice urgent. "Once we begin, the entity will do everything in its power to stop us." We set up in what must have once been the building's main hall, the decaying walls and broken furniture, creating a scene straight out of a horror movie. Mrs. Eldridge arranged the candles in a circle and began chanting in a language I didn't understand. As she chanted, the air grew thick, the darkness seeming to pulsate with unseen energy. The voice inside me stirred, its words a hissing whisper that sent waves of pain through my body. "Is this it, Brett?" Mrs. Eldridge urged, her voice steady despite the growing chaos. "Focus on my voice, on the words I speak." I tried to concentrate, but the voice was relentless, its whispers turning into screams, filling my head with terror and agony. Suddenly, the building shook, dust and debris falling from the ceiling. I could feel the entity writhing within me, a serpent coiled around my soul. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, the chaos ceased. The voice fell silent, the oppressive darkness lifting. I collapsed, exhausted and shaking, but for the first time in what felt like an eternity, my mind was my own. Mrs. Eldridge helped me to my feet, her expression a mix of relief and concern. "It's done," she said, her voice weary. "The entity is gone." I wanted to believe her, to embrace the silence in my head, but a nagging doubt remained. Had we truly banished the voice, or had we merely silenced it for now? As I left the Henderson building, the weight of uncertainty hung heavy on my shoulders. The voice was gone, but the shadows it had cast on my soul remained. The days following the ritual were surreal. The absence of the voice was both a relief and a source of constant anxiety. I kept waiting for it to return, for the whispering to start again, but it remained silent. Life started to return to normal, or at least as normal as it could be after such an experience. I returned to my classes, trying to catch up on the work I had neglected. My friends, whom I had distanced myself from, welcomed me back, though I could see the concern in their eyes. They asked questions, but I gave them vague answers. How could I explain the unexplainable? Nights were the hardest. I lay in bed, the silence deafening, my mind racing. One evening, as I sat trying to focus on a textbook, my phone rang. It was Mrs. Eldridge. "Brett," she said, her voice tense, "I need to see you. There are things we must discuss." We met at a small cafe, away from prying ears. She looked troubled, more so than usual. "I've been doing more research," she began, her eyes scanning the room before returning to me. "What we dealt with, it might not be over." A chill ran down my spine. "What do you mean?" "The entity that was within you, it might have been more powerful than I initially thought. These spirits, they can be persistent. It might be lying dormant, waiting for the right moment to re-emerge." Panic gripped me. "So, what do we do?" "There's a place," she said, lowering her voice. "An old library in the next town. It holds ancient texts that might contain the information we need to permanently rid you of this entity." The thought of going through another ritual, of facing that voice again, was terrifying. But the alternative, living in fear of its return, was worse. "We need to be careful," she continued. "These spirits, they don't take kindly to being banished. They can be vindictive." I nodded, a sense of determination settling over me. I had come too far to let fear control me. Whatever it took, I was ready to face it. The library was an hour's drive away, a grand old building filled with dusty tomes and forgotten knowledge. Mrs. Eldridge seemed to know exactly where to go, leading me to a secluded section in the back. For hours, we pored over ancient texts, translating and deciphering the cryptic writings. The more we read, the more I realized how little we knew about the world's hidden, darker corners. Finally, as the library's closing time approached, Mrs. Eldridge found something. "Here," she said, pointing to a passage in a worn leather-bound book. "This might be our answer." The text spoke of a ritual, older and more powerful than the one we had performed. But it required specific items, some of which were not easy to obtain. "We'll need to prepare," she said, closing the book. "This won't be easy, and it won't be without risk. But it's our best chance." As we left the library, the weight of our task loomed over us. The voice might have been silent, but its presence, its threat, lingered in the shadows of my mind. The fight was far from over, and I knew that the real battle was yet to come. In the days that followed, Mrs. Eldridge and I gathered the items needed for the ritual. Some were simple, like certain herbs and candles, but others were more obscure and difficult to acquire. We traveled to distant towns, visiting antique shops and meeting with individuals who delved in the arcane and the occult. As we prepared, I could feel a growing sense of dread. The voice remained silent, but its silence was like the calm before a storm. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Finally, with all the necessary items collected, we set a date for the ritual. It was to take place in an old chapel in the woods, a place Mrs. Eldridge said was steeped in ancient energies conducive to our purpose. The night of the ritual, the air was thick with anticipation. The chapel, long abandoned, stood as a solemn sentinel amongst the gnarled trees. Inside, the moonlight filtered through broken windows, casting eerie shadows across the stone floor. Mrs. Eldridge set up the ritual circle with meticulous care, placing each item at specific points. She then began to chant, her voice echoing in the hollow space. I stood in the center of the circle, trying to focus, to prepare myself for what was to come. As the ritual progressed, the atmosphere in the chapel changed. The air grew colder, and a palpable tension seemed to weave around us. Then, without warning, the voice returned. It was louder and more forceful than before, its whispers like icy fingers on my spine. It spoke in a language I couldn't understand, but its intent was clear. It was angry, vengeful. "Don't listen to it," Mrs. Eldridge shouted over the rising wind. "Focus on my voice, on the ritual." I closed my eyes, trying to shut out the voice, but it was inside me, in my head, impossible to ignore. It felt as if it was tearing me apart from the inside, a storm of malice and hate. Then, suddenly, the voice changed. It began speaking in English, its words a taunting sneer. It told me things, terrible things, secrets about my past, about my fears. It knew everything about me, every dark thought, every hidden shame. I felt my resolve weakening, the voice's words eating away at my sanity. But Mrs. Eldridge's voice, steady and unwavering, anchored me. She was chanting louder now, the words of the ritual cutting through the darkness. The voice screamed in rage, a sound so terrible it seemed to shake the very foundations of the chapel. But then, as Mrs. Eldridge reached the climax of the ritual, a blinding light filled the room. In that light, I saw the entity. It was a shadowy form, a twisting, writhing mass of darkness. It looked at me, its gaze filled with malice, and then, with a final ear-shattering scream, it was gone. The light faded, and the chapel was silent. I collapsed to the floor, exhausted and drained. Mrs. Eldridge rushed to my side, helping me to sit up. "It's done," she said, a look of relief on her face. "The entity is gone, banished back to wherever it came from." I wanted to believe her, to embrace the silence in my mind. The part of me feared it was only temporary, that the voice would return. As we left the chapel, the dawn was breaking, the first light of morning piercing the darkness. The world seemed different somehow, as if a great weight had been lifted. But as we drove back to town, a nagging doubt remained. Was it truly over? Or was the silence just a calm before another, even greater storm? The days after the ritual passed in a blur of mundane normalcy. Classes, assignments, and the chatter of daily life resumed, but beneath the surface, an undercurrent of unease flowed through me. The voice was gone, yet its echo lingered in the corners of my mind, like a nightmare fading upon waking. Mrs. Eldridge kept in touch, her messages a blend of concern and academic curiosity. She continued her research, delving into the origins of the entity that had plagued me. Her findings were a mix of esoteric theories and obscure folklore, but nothing concrete. The entity remained a mystery, a shadow from a realm beyond our understanding. My friends noticed a change in me. I was quieter, more withdrawn. They tried to engage me, to draw me out, but how could I explain the inexplicable? I smiled, nodded, and played my part, all the while feeling like an actor on a stage. Sleep, when it came, was restless. I dreamed of dark places and whispered voices. The chapel, the ritual, the entity there replayed in my mind, fragments of a puzzle I couldn't solve. I woke each morning feeling drained, as if I had battled demons in my sleep. One evening, as I walked home from the library, a sense of unease washed over me. The streets were quiet, the usual bustle of the campus replaced by an eerie stillness. I quickened my pace, the echoes of my footsteps, a staccato rhythm in the empty air. As I reached my apartment, I paused. The door was ajar, a sliver of darkness beckoning. My heart raced. Had I forgotten to close it? Or was it something else, something more sinister? I pushed the door open, the hinges creaking in protest. The apartment was dark, the shadows thick and clinging. I reached for the light switch, but hesitated. A primal part of me feared what the light might reveal. Taking a deep breath, I flipped the switch. The apartment was as I had left it, nothing out of place. I let out a sigh of relief, chiding myself for my paranoia. But as I moved to close the door, a whisper caressed my ear. It was soft, almost imperceptible, like the rustling of leaves. My breath caught in my throat. Was it the voice, returned to haunt me? I stood frozen, listening. But the whisper was gone, replaced by the silent watchfulness of the night. I closed the door and locked it, my hands trembling. That night, I lay in bed, the darkness a tangible presence in the room. The whisper, whether real or imagined, had shaken me. I realized then that the voice, even in its absence, had left its mark on me. I was a prisoner of my own mind, haunted by the fear of its return. As sleep finally claimed me, I wondered if I would ever be free of the voice, or if it would forever be a shadow, lurking in the depths of my soul. The following days were a descent into a different kind of horror, one not of voices and entities, but of silence and shadows. The world around me seemed to move on, but I was trapped in a liminal space, caught between reality and the echoes of the unseen. I tried to immerse myself in my studies, to lose myself in the normalcy of student life, but the attempt was futile. The library, once a sanctuary of knowledge, now felt like a mausoleum of forgotten truths. The books whispered secrets in silent tongues, their words blurring into a cacophony of silent screams. My interactions with others became strained, their voices distant, as if muffled by an invisible barrier. I smiled and nodded, but my mind was elsewhere, listening for a whisper that never came. Mrs. Eldridge remained a constant presence, her messages a lifeline in a sea of uncertainty. She suggested therapy, thinking it might help with the after-effects of my ordeal. I considered it, but the thought of explaining my experience to a stranger, to relive it in clinical detail, was more than I could bear. One evening, as I sat alone in my apartment, the silence became oppressive, a physical weight that threatened to suffocate me. In a moment of desperation, I found myself speaking aloud. "Are you there?" I asked the emptiness. "Are you still with me?" But there was no answer, only the echo of my own voice in the silent room. I laughed, a sound that was more a sob, the absurdity of my situation overwhelming me. The days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months. The voice did not return, but its absence was as haunting as its presence. I was a ship adrift on a sea of silence, the shore nowhere in sight. The end of the semester came, a conclusion to a chapter of my life that I was eager to close. I packed my things, the mundane act of balm to my frayed nerves. I was ready to leave, to put distance between me and the memories that haunted me. As I locked the door to my apartment for the last time, I paused. A sense of finality washed over me, the closing of a door both literal and metaphorical. I walked away, the weight of my experiences a heavy cloak upon my shoulders. The voice was gone, but it had changed me, shaped me in ways I was still trying to understand. As I stepped into the future, the past lingered, a whisper in the wind, a shadow in the corner of my eye. The voice was silent, but its echo remained, a reminder of the thin veil between our world and the unknown. And in that silence, I found a new understanding that some mysteries are better left unsolved, some voices better left unheard. For in the realm of the unseen, the truth is often more terrifying than any fiction. The sun had already begun its descent, casting long shadows over the rows of suburban homes, as I pedaled my bike down the street. I remember the day clearly. Not because of its significance, but because of the sheer ordinariness that would soon be shattered. My name is Rick, a typical high school junior with an average life, and an avid gamer. That day, as I meandered through the neighborhood, I stumbled upon a garage sale. An old CRT monitor flickered amongst the clutter of discarded treasures, catching my eye. Drawn in by a mix of curiosity and nostalgia, I rummaged through a box of old video games. That's when I found it. A game cartridge labeled Realms Beyond. It was an RPG, a genre I loved. But the game was unfamiliar. Lost to time and obscurity. Intrigued, I bought it for a few bucks, unaware that this simple transaction would mark the beginning of a journey far beyond any ordinary gaming experience. Returning home, I set up the game on my console. The title screen flickered to life, pixelated and colorful, promising adventure and mystery. I entered my username, Shadowwalker, and began my journey in the fantastical world of Realms Beyond. The game was surprisingly immersive, a masterpiece forgotten by the world. As the hours slipped by, I delved deeper into dungeons and battled mythical creatures, completely engrossed. It was a kind of escape I craved after long days filled with the monotony of school and homework. However, as the night grew darker and the house quietened, something in the game shifted. As I navigated through a shadowy forest in the game, a faint voice whispered through the speakers. It was soft, almost inaudible, but unmistakably calling my real name, Rick. I paused, my fingers hovering over the controller. It had to be my imagination, I reasoned, a side effect of too many hours staring at the screen. Yet, there was a part of me, a small, nagging voice in the back of my mind, that sensed something was off. I shook off the feeling and continued playing, telling myself it was just a game. But as I progressed, I couldn't shake the unease that had settled over me, the feeling that something in Realms Beyond was not what it seemed. Little did I know, that was just the beginning. The following evening, I returned to Realms Beyond with a mix of anticipation and apprehension. The game had left an indelible mark on my mind, its mysteries seeping into my thoughts throughout the day. I reassured myself that the voice was a figment of my imagination, a trick played by a tired mind in the late hours of the night. But as I navigated through the game's intricate world, the voice returned. This time, it was louder, more pronounced, unmistakably calling out, Rick. It wasn't through an NPC, non-player character, there was no dialogue box. It was as if the voice was coming from the game itself, ethereal and disembodied. I froze, my heart racing. This was no glitch, no random bug. The voice knew my name, my real name, not my username. I sat there, controller in hand, a cold chill running down my spine. Was the game hacked? Was someone playing a cruel joke on me? Curiosity overcame fear, and I decided to delve deeper into the mystery. I scoured gaming forums and online communities, searching for any mention of Realms Beyond. Surprisingly, there was little to no information about the game. It was as if it had never existed, save for the copy lying in my console. I tried discussing it with my friends at school, but none of them had heard of the game. They joked about it, suggesting it was haunted, but I could tell they didn't take it seriously. I felt isolated, alone with this bizarre experience that no one else could understand. Night after night, I continued to play, the voice growing more frequent. It whispered secrets, things I had never shared with anyone. My private thoughts, fears, and memories were laid bare by this unseen presence. The boundary between the game and reality began to blur, and I found myself questioning everything. Was I losing my mind? Was there something more to this game, something sinister and inexplicable? I had to find out. But the deeper I went, the more I felt like I was losing a part of myself to realms beyond. As days turned into weeks, my obsession with realms beyond grew. The voice became a constant presence, its whispers intermingling with the game's soundtrack. It knew things about me, my fears, my regrets, even my secret desires. It felt like it was peering into my very soul, unearthing thoughts I had never dared to voice. The game itself began to change. New paths opened in the once familiar landscapes, leading to dark, twisted versions of the game's world. The characters I had interacted with started to behave oddly, their pixelated faces sometimes glitching into grotesque expressions. They spoke in riddles, hinting at a deeper, darker truth behind the game. I started researching the game's origins fervently. I scoured the internet, visited local game stores, and reached out to online gaming communities. No one seemed to have heard of Realms Beyond. It was as if the game existed only for me. My grades began to slip, and my friends grew concerned. I became distant, my thoughts consumed by the game and its mysteries. My parents questioned my behavior, but I brushed off their concerns, assuring them I was just stressed about school. One night, as the voice grew more insistent, whispering secrets about a childhood I had long buried, I realized this was no longer just a game. It was a window into something else, something inexplicable and terrifying. I made a decision. I would record my gameplay, capture the voice, and prove to myself and others that I wasn't losing my mind. I set up a camera, hit record, and delved once again into the twisted world of Realms Beyond. But the game had other plans. As I navigated through a particularly eerie level, the voice stopped. In its place, a message appeared on the screen, in blood-red pixels. Some secrets are better left unexplored, Rick. The game crashed, the screen going black. The recording showed nothing but gameplay, the voice conspicuously absent. I was left with more questions than answers, my sense of reality shaken. I knew then that I had to confront whatever was behind Realms Beyond. I had to uncover the truth, no matter how deep I had to dig or how dark the path might be. The game was no longer just a game, it was a challenge, a puzzle that I was determined to solve. But as I would soon learn, some puzzles are better left unsolved. My quest for answers reached a fever pitch. The voice in Realms Beyond had become more aggressive, its messages more personal and disturbing. It seemed to feed off my fear, growing stronger with each. Then came the night that changed everything. I had reached a level in the game that I had never seen before. It was shrouded in perpetual darkness, the only light coming from flickering torches on the walls of a decrepit castle. The atmosphere was suffocating, the air thick with a sense of impending doom. As I navigated the dimly lit corridors, the voice returned. This time, it was clearer, more human-like, yet laced with malice. It began recounting a memory from my childhood, a dark secret that I had locked away deep within me, something no one else knew. I felt a chill run down my spine. How could the game possibly know about that? The walls of the castle seemed to close in on me, the torches casting long, sinister shadows. Then, the game took a sinister turn. The screen began to glitch, images flashing rapidly. I saw brief glimpses of my own life, my house, my school, even my bedroom. The images were distorted, nightmarish versions of my reality. I tried to turn the console off, but it was useless. The game continued to run, the voice taunting me, blurring the lines between the digital world and my own. Panic set in as I realized that Realms Beyond was not just a game, it was something else, something alive and malevolent. In a last desperate attempt, I unplugged the console. The screen went dark, and for a moment, there was silence. I sat there in the darkness, my heart pounding, trying to process what had just happened. But the voice had one last message for me, one that would haunt me forever. As the room plunged into silence, a whisper echoed through the air, chilling me to the bone. You can't escape your past, Rick. You can't escape me. The words hung in the air, a sinister promise that this was far from over. I realized then that I was dealing with something beyond my comprehension, a force that had latched onto me, invading my life through a seemingly innocent video game. I was left with a deep sense of dread, a feeling that whatever had reached out from Realms Beyond was now a part of my world, a shadow that I could never fully escape. In the days that followed, the world seemed to shift around me. The once comfortable confines of my room felt oppressive, as if the walls were imbued with the echoes of that voice from Realms Beyond. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the game had somehow crossed into my reality. Desperate for help, I confided in my friend Mark, a tech-savvy classmate who had always had a fascination with the unusual. I showed him the game and explained everything. At first, he was skeptical, but as I recounted my experiences, I saw a growing concern. Together, we delved into the inner workings of the game, dissecting its code in search of answers. As we pored over lines of programming, we stumbled upon something chilling, snippets of code that seemed to reference real-world data, my data. It was as if the game was designed to tap into the player's personal information, but the purpose remained unclear. The more we uncovered, the more Mark's skepticism turned into alarm. He suggested that perhaps the game was a sophisticated piece of malware, designed for some dark purpose beyond our understanding. Determined to rid myself of this digital nightmare, we attempted to delete the game. But it was stubborn, clinging to the console like a digital parasite. After several attempts, we finally managed to erase it, the screen flickering as the last remnants of Realms Beyond vanished. For a moment, there was a sense of relief, a hope that maybe this was the end of it. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. The voice, the knowledge it had of my life, couldn't be explained by mere code and programming. The days that followed were filled with unease. I jumped at shadows, every unexpected sound sending a jolt of fear through me. The whispers had stopped, but the feeling of being watched remained. Mark stayed in touch, checking on me, but there was little he could do. We had destroyed the game, but the fear it instilled in me lingered. I was left to ponder the nature of Realms Beyond. Was it a haunted relic, a cursed object from a digital realm? Or was it something else, a creation of someone or something with malicious intent? The answers eluded me, and perhaps they always would. But one thing was certain: I had been changed by the experience. The line between reality and the digital world had been blurred, and I found myself questioning everything around me. As I tried to return to a semblance of normalcy, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. The game was gone, but its echoes remained, a haunting reminder of the unknown that lurked just beyond the screen. In the aftermath of Realms Beyond, life took on a surreal quality. The mundane routine of school and home felt disconnected, as if I was moving through a fog. I kept to myself, the once easy chatter with friends now replaced by silent introspection. They noticed the change in me, but I couldn't find the words to explain it. How could I? My room, once a sanctuary, now felt like a prison. The shadows seemed deeper than Mark continued to be a source of support, but even he couldn't dispel the dread that had settled in my heart. We talked less about Realms Beyond and more about mundane things, but the game was always there, an unspoken presence between us. As time passed, the intensity of my fear began to fade, replaced by a deep-seated unease. I returned to gaming, but I approached it with caution, always wary of what lay beyond the pixels and code. Then, one evening, as I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, I heard it, a faint whisper, barely audible. My name, spoken in the same ethereal tone as the voice from the game. I sat up, heart racing, scanning the shadows of my room. But there was nothing. No malevolent presence, no digital specter. Just the quiet of the night and the distant hum of the city outside. I knew then that the voice was not bound to the game. It was something else, something that defied explanation. It had touched my life, leaving an indelible mark on my soul. I lay back down, a mix of fear and resignation washing over me. The game was gone, but its legacy remained. A part of me wondered if I would ever truly be free of it, or if it would always be there, lurking in the depths of my mind. Realms Beyond had been more than just a game. It was a journey into the unknown, a glimpse into the shadows that lie just beyond our understanding. And though I had emerged from it, I was not the same. I was left with a profound awareness of the mysteries that exist at the edges of our reality, and the unsettling truth that sometimes, those mysteries reach out to us. As I drifted off to sleep, a part of me remained vigilant, listening for the whispers that now seemed an inescapable part of my existence. The game was over, but its echoes would haunt me forever, a reminder that some things, once awakened, can never truly be silenced. Life was mundane, punctuated by deadlines and the occasional night out. Everything changed when I woke up one morning after a week of battling what I assumed was the flu. That morning, sunlight filtered through my blinds, casting lines of light and shadow across my room. I stretched my arms, ready for a day of recovery, but as I glanced at my hands, a sense of dread crept over me. The skin on my fingers looked different. It was translucent, almost like a thin veil, revealing the intricate network of veins and tendons beneath. My heart raced as I rushed to the mirror, only to confront a visage that was both mine and utterly alien. Patches of my face and neck had the same unsettling transparency. I told myself it was a trick of the light, a side effect of the medication, anything to deny the reality before me. But as the days passed, the transparency spread, creeping like frost over a windowpane, unveiling the workings underneath my skin. A sight both fascinating and horrifying. Fear of the unknown took hold of me. I retreated from the world, my days consumed by a frantic search for answers. The doctors I visited were baffled, offering only sympathetic shrugs and referrals to specialists. I became a medical curiosity, poked and prodded, yet no closer to understanding what was happening to me. My isolation wasn't just physical. Friends and family, initially concerned, began to drift away, uncomfortable with my transformation. The world outside felt increasingly distant, a life that was once mine now seemed like a fading dream. I decided to take matters into my own hands, delving into medical texts and online forums, searching for anyone who might have experienced something similar. But as I searched for answers, strange things began to happen around me, things that defied rational explanation. Shadows seemed to linger longer than they should. Whispers filled the air at night, and objects around my house moved as if of their own volition. It was in this state of fear and confusion that I stumbled upon an old medical journal in the depths of the internet, detailing a case from the 1800s remarkably similar to mine. The patient, like me, had gradually become transparent until one day, he simply vanished, leaving behind only his clothes. This revelation filled me with a mix of terror and morbid curiosity. What had become of him? Was I destined to share his fate? I knew then that my condition was more than a mere physical ailment. It was a mystery tied to something ancient and unexplainable, and I was determined to uncover the truth before it was too late. The days following the discovery of the medical journal were a blur of sleepless nights and obsessive research. I scoured every source I could find, desperate for any clue that might shed light on my condition. But the more I searched, the more isolated I felt. People in the town, once friendly, now averted their eyes when I passed. Whispers followed me in the streets. My transparent skin became a spectacle, a source of fear and morbid fascination. I remember the first time I realized that my condition was more than just a physical anomaly. I was sitting at my desk, surrounded by medical books and papers, when a sudden chill swept through the room. The air grew heavy, as if charged with static. I glanced up, and for a moment, I thought I saw a figure in the corner of my eye, a shadow that vanished when I turned to look. My heart raced, and an inexplicable sense of dread filled me. It was that night that the whispers began. Soft, unintelligible murmurs that seemed to emanate from the walls of my house. I would wake up in the dead of night, the words just beyond my understanding. At first, I thought it was the stress, the lack of sleep playing tricks on my mind. But the whispers grew louder, more insistent, as if urging me towards some unknown end. The physical changes continued unabated. My once opaque skin was now almost entirely translucent, revealing the stark outline of bones and the intricate web of arteries and veins beneath. I avoided mirrors, unable to bear the sight of my own body. It was during one of these moments of avoidance, as I passed by the bathroom mirror, that I caught a glimpse of something that chilled me to my core. For a split second, I saw another face superimposed over mine, its features twisted in an expression of agony. I blinked, and it was gone. Panic set in. I knew then that whatever was happening to me was linked to something beyond the scope of normal understanding. The old medical journal's account of the vanishing patient haunted me. Was I to share his fate? To simply cease to exist in a world that no longer recognized me as one of its own? The realization that my time was running out spurred me into action. I started to compile all the information I had gathered, looking for any pattern, any clue that might lead to an answer. That's when I stumbled upon a reference to an old ritual, mentioned in passing in a dusty tome on folklore. It spoke of a curse, one that caused the afflicted to fade from existence, and a ritual that could reverse it. I had never been one for superstition, but desperation drove me. The ritual required certain items, some easily obtained, others less so. I gathered them, each one adding to the growing sense of unease that had taken root in my heart. The whispers grew louder, more coherent, as if whatever force that was at play sensed my intent. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of being guided towards an inevitable conclusion. But whether that conclusion was my salvation or my doom, I couldn't say. The days turned into a relentless pursuit of the obscure and arcane. My once orderly home became cluttered with esoteric books, candles, and herbs. The tools I hoped would save me from my unseen tormentor. The whispers in the night turned into voices, clear and distinct, speaking in a language I couldn't understand, yet filled with an urgency that left me in no doubt of their malevolent intent. I found myself drawn deeper into the world of the supernatural. The more I delved, the more the line between reality and the otherworldly blurred. Shadows in my home moved with a life of their own, and cold spots appeared randomly, sending shivers down my spine. One evening, as I pored over an ancient manuscript, I discovered a chilling illustration. A figure with skin as clear as glass, standing at the crossroads of what seemed like different realms. The image mirrored my own condition so closely that it took my breath away. Below the illustration, a caption read, "He who transcends the veil sees the world not as it is, but as it truly lies." This cryptic message became the focus of my obsession. I started seeing patterns in the whispers, a map that seemed to guide me towards an unknown destination. My dreams, once an escape, turned into vivid nightmares, each more disturbing than the last. I dreamt of endless corridors, of faceless figures pursuing me, of a darkness that threatened to consume me. Despite the fear and uncertainty, a part of me was determined to uncover the truth. I began to experiment with the ritual, practicing the incantations, and arranging the items in the precise order described in the ancient texts. Each attempt left me drained, both physically and emotionally, yet no closer to a cure. My appearance continued to change, my body becoming a living anatomy chart, a grotesque display of what lay beneath the surface. I avoided leaving the house, fearing the reactions of the townsfolk, and retreated further into my research. The turning point came one stormy night. The wind howled outside, a symphony to the chaos that had become my life. As I sat in my study, surrounded by flickering candles and ancient tomes, the whispers crescendoed into a deafening roar. I felt a presence in the room with me, oppressive and dark. A shadow detached itself from the corner of the room, slowly taking a humanoid form. Fear gripped me, but so did a sense of anticipation. This was the entity connected to my condition, the source of the whispers and the visions. It stood before me, a figure of shadows and whispers, its form constantly shifting, never quite solid. In that moment, I understood that this was not just a battle for my life, but for my very soul. I stood up, confronting the entity. The ritual items lay spread out before me on the table. I began to recite the incantations, my voice steady despite the terror that gripped me. The shadow figure recoiled, as if the words caused it pain. I continued, louder and more confidently, the room filling with a light that seemed to emanate from within me. The entity writhed, its form becoming more erratic. I felt a connection to it, a realization that it was not just a tormentor, but a part of me, a manifestation of the illness that had consumed my life. As I reached the climax of the ritual, a blinding light filled the room, and a shockwave of energy knocked me off my feet. When I regained consciousness, the room was quiet, the entity gone. I rushed to the mirror, half expecting, half fearing what I might see. My reflection stared back at me, my skin once again opaque, my appearance normal. But in my eyes, there was a depth, a knowledge of things no human was meant to know. In the aftermath of the ritual, a profound silence enveloped my home. The air felt lighter, cleansed of the oppressive presence that had haunted me. I approached the mirror cautiously, half expecting the horror to return. But my reflection was undeniably mine, my skin restored to its natural opacity. Yet, something in my eyes reflected a deeper change, a remnant of the nightmare I had lived through. The relief was palpable, yet short-lived. That night, as I tried to sleep, the dreams returned. But they were different now, clearer, more vivid. I found myself in the same endless corridors I had dreamt of before, only this time, there was a destination, an end I was being inexorably drawn towards. I woke up with a start, the remnants of the dream lingering in my mind. An idea began to take shape, a realization that the ritual hadn't just banished the entity, but had forged a connection between us. The dreams were a message, a guide to understanding the true nature of my affliction. I spent the following days in a trance-like state, my actions guided by the visions that came to me in my sleep. I returned to the ancient texts, rereading them with new eyes. Passages that had once seemed meaningless now resonated with significance. The entity, the ritual, my transformation, they were all pieces of a larger puzzle that spanned beyond the realm of the living. One night, as I delved deeper into the mysteries revealed to me, the air around me grew cold. The familiar sense of being watched returned, but it was different this time. There was no malice, only a sense of urgency. I turned to see the shadow figure standing at the threshold of my study, its form more defined than ever. I didn't feel fear, only a recognition. The entity spoke, its voice a whisper that filled the room. You have crossed the veil, seen the truth that lies beneath. But knowledge comes with a price. I listened, transfixed, as it revealed the origins of my affliction. It spoke of an ancient curse, one born of a forbidden knowledge that had been lost to time. My illness was no random occurrence, but a legacy passed down through generations, a marker of those who had dared to glimpse the truths hidden in the shadows of our world. The entity's words resonated within me, filling me with a sense of purpose. I understood then that my journey was far from over. The ritual had not cured me, but transformed me, made me a bridge between the living and the unseen. As the entity faded into the shadows, I was left with a choice. I could try to return to my old life, to the mundane existence I had known, or I could embrace the path laid out before me, a path that would lead me into the depths of the unknown. I chose the latter. The days following my encounter with the entity were a mixture of enlightenment and trepidation. I was no longer the man I used to be, both physically and spiritually. My skin, once a transparent window into my body, had returned to normal, but the experience had left its mark on me. I could feel the thin veil between the mundane world and the one that lurks in the shadows. I began to document everything: my illness, the rituals, the entity, and the revelations it brought. My home turned into a sanctuary of the occult, walls lined with books and papers detailing the secrets that had been unveiled to me. I knew I had a responsibility, a duty to understand and perhaps guide others who might find themselves afflicted by similar curses. As I delved deeper into this new world, I found hints of others like me, those who had crossed the boundary and come back changed. I reached out to them, finding solace in our shared experiences. We were a community of the marked, the ones who walked the line between light and dark. However, with this new role came a sense of isolation from the rest of the world. My friends and family, already distanced by my transformation, found it hard to relate to the person I had become. I tried to explain, to make them understand, but the truth was too far removed from their reality. I was a stranger in a world I once called home. As the weeks turned into months, I became more adept at navigating the two worlds. The visions that had once tormented me now became guides, leading me to others affected by supernatural afflictions. I helped where I could, using the knowledge I had gained to break curses and banish entities. But the entity that had started it all remained a constant presence in my life. It was neither friend nor foe, but a guardian of sorts, a reminder of the price I had paid for my knowledge. It appeared to me in dreams, sometimes as a guide, sometimes as a warning of dangers to come. In this new existence, I found a purpose I had never known. My life, once defined by deadlines and digital designs, was now a journey into the unknown, a quest to understand the mysteries that lay just beyond our sight. Months turned into a year since my world had been turned upside down by the transparent malady. The once frightening transformation and the subsequent journey into the supernatural had become a part of who I was. I had embraced my role as a mediator between the seen and the unseen, helping those touched by the otherworldly forces. Yet, despite my newfound purpose, a part of me longed for the normalcy of my old life. I missed the simple days of being just Charlie, the graphic designer, not the man who had crossed the veil and returned. The whispers of the other realm had become a constant companion, a reminder that I could never fully return to the world I once knew. I continued to document my experiences, compiling a comprehensive guide for those who might find themselves on a similar path. The entity, my spectral mentor, appeared less frequently, its visits more observational than interactive, as if satisfied with the role it had played in my transformation. In quiet moments, I often pondered the true nature of my affliction. Was it truly a curse, or had it been a blessing in disguise? It had opened my eyes to the mysteries of the world, shown me wonders and horrors beyond human comprehension. It had given me a purpose greater than any I could have imagined. As time passed, my life found a new rhythm, a balance between the ordinary and the extraordinary. I reconnected with a few old friends, sharing only the parts of my story that I could. My family, though still wary, began to accept the changes in me, understanding that I was still the same person at heart. The last page of my documented journey was both an end and a beginning. I realized that my story was not just mine, but a part of a larger tapestry, woven with the threads of countless others who had walked the shadowed path. I left the door open for those who might one day find themselves lost in the darkness, offering guidance and a beacon of light to lead them back. My journey had taught me that in the world of the supernatural, there are always more questions than answers, and every ending is just the start of another story. As I closed the cover of my journal, I looked out of the window, the world seemingly normal yet forever changed in my eyes. I knew that the entity and the otherworldly forces would always be a part of me, a whisper in the back of my mind, a shadow at the edge of my vision. But I was ready. Ready for whatever mysteries the future held, ready to face the unknown with a sense of wonder and a heart fortified by the trials I had overcome. The transparent malady had been my curse, but it had also been my awakening. It was a dreary Thursday afternoon when I pushed open the creaking door of the antiques shop. The familiar scent of old books and musty wood greeting me. The shop was a labyrinth of ancient treasures, but my eyes were drawn to an object I had never seen before. An ornate clock. Its design was intricate and unlike any other timepiece in the shop. What truly caught my attention, though, was that its hands moved backward. The shop owner, a wizened old man with eyes that seemed to hold centuries of secrets, watched me from behind the counter. "Ah, that one catches your eye, does it?" he asked, his voice a raspy whisper. "It's quite unique, but I must warn you, it's not ordinary." His words should have ignited caution, but instead, they fueled my curiosity. I was drawn to the clock's enigmatic nature. "How much for the clock?" I asked, my voice barely hiding my eagerness. He hesitated, then named a price surprisingly modest for such a unique piece. With barely a second thought, I paid for the clock and left the shop, the old man's parting gaze heavy on my back. At home, I placed the clock on the mantelpiece in my living room, its backward ticking a soothing, albeit peculiar, background rhythm to my evening. As the hands approached what would have been midnight, I watched, fascinated. The clock struck 13. A chill ran down my spine. The air in the room felt heavier, charged with an unexplainable energy. It was then that I noticed the first odd occurrence. A book that I was sure I had left on the table was now on the shelf. I dismissed it as forgetfulness, but the unease in my gut lingered. That night, as I lay in bed, the backward ticking of the clock echoed through the silent house, an ominous lullaby that whispered of mysteries and hidden secrets. Little did I know, the stroke of 13 had set in motion events far stranger than I could have imagined. The days that followed brought a series of peculiar happenings. My once predictable life began to twist into a pattern of oddities that I couldn't ignore. The backward ticking of the clock seemed to echo through the very walls of my house, a constant reminder of its unnatural presence. It started subtly. I would find objects misplaced. A chair slightly moved, a vase facing the opposite direction. At first, I attributed these occurrences to my own absent-mindedness. But then, the phenomena escalated. There were moments when time seemed to stutter, like a glitch in reality. I would be doing something, only to find myself suddenly standing elsewhere, with no recollection of moving. One evening, as I sat reading, the room around me grew unnaturally cold. A sense of foreboding washed over me. I looked up to find the clock's hands approaching 13. The air seemed to buzz with anticipation. Then, as the clock chimed, a whisper floated through the room. A whisper that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. It was indistinct, a hushed murmur that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I started to research the clock, digging through online forums and ancient texts, trying to uncover its origins. It led me to tales of a clockmaker renowned for his skill, and rumored to delve into the mystical arts. This clock was said to be his masterpiece, a creation that transcended the boundaries of time and space. But knowledge did little to prepare me for what happened next. One night, as the clock struck 13, the walls of my house seemed to dissolve into shadows. For a moment, I was no longer in my living room, but in a different place entirely, a grand ballroom with people dressed in attire from another era, dancing to a silent melody. As quickly as it appeared, the vision vanished, leaving me gasping for breath in my now normal, yet eerily silent living room. The clock's influence was growing, and with each passing day, I felt more trapped in its web. I tried to leave the house, to escape its grasp, but every time I reached for the door, an inexplicable force held me back, an invisible barrier that confined me to the space where the clock resided. It was as if the clock had created a realm of its own, a pocket in time where the past, present, and future collided in a disorienting dance. And I, unwittingly, had become a part of its sinister waltz. As the days blurred into a surreal amalgamation of time and memories, the grip of the clock on my reality tightened. The bizarre occurrences escalated, each more unnerving than the last. Shadows in the corner of my eyes, whispers just beyond the edge of hearing, and fleeting glimpses of figures that vanished when I turned to look directly at them. One particularly chilling evening, as I sat in the dimly lit living room, the clock struck its eerie 13th hour. The air crackled with a strange energy, and the walls of my house seemed to pulse with a life of their own. That's when I heard it, a voice, clear and distinct, yet not belonging to any living being. "Free us," it whispered, a plea laced with centuries of sorrow and despair. I scoured through every piece of information I could find about the clock and its maker. The clockmaker, it turned out, was a man shrouded in mystery and dark rumors. He was said to have been obsessed with conquering time, with creating a timepiece that could manipulate the very fabric of reality. But his experiments had a price. The clock, his final creation, had become a vessel for something far beyond mere mechanics. It was as if he had opened a door to another realm, trapping not only himself, but also the souls of those who had been unfortunate enough to cross his path in his quest for mastery over time. The more I learned, the more I realized the gravity of my situation. The clock was not just an object, it was a prison for lost souls, and I had unwittingly become its warden. The spirits bound to it were reaching out to me, seeking release from their timeless torment. Determined to end this nightmare, I knew I had to confront the clockmaker's legacy head-on. I needed to free these trapped spirits and myself from the curse of the backward ticking clock. But as the clock neared its next ominous chime of 13, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was about to face something far more terrifying than I could imagine. The clockmaker's own spirit, twisted by his obsession and his dark experiments, awaited me in the shadows of time. The night I decided to confront the curse was the most harrowing of my life. As midnight approached, the air in my house grew thick, charged with a palpable sense of dread. The clock's backward ticking seemed louder, more insistent, as if it were counting down to some inevitable, ominous event. I stood before the clock, my resolve steeling me against the fear that threatened to overwhelm my senses. The hands moved closer to the 13th hour, and I braced myself for what was to come. The clock struck 13, and a deafening silence fell upon the room. Then, reality fractured. The walls of my living room twisted and melted away, revealing a realm that defied the laws of physics and reason. It was a space where the remnants of countless eras overlapped in a chaotic tapestry of time. In this nightmarish landscape, I faced the tormented spirits bound to the clock. They were mere shadows, echoes of their former selves, trapped in a cycle of endless suffering. Their whispers filled the air, a cacophony of pain and regret. At the center of this maelstrom of time stood a figure, both formidable and tragic. The clockmaker, his eyes burning with a mad light, his form twisted by the dark energies he had unleashed. He was the heart of this temporal prison, the architect of his own damnation. I sought to conquer time, he rasped, his voice a hollow echo. But in my arrogance, I became its slave. And these souls, they are bound to my creation, unable to find peace. The air crackled with supernatural energy as the clockmaker's spirit grew more agitated. I realized then that the key to breaking the curse lay in releasing him from his self-made bondage. Summoning every ounce of courage, I stepped forward, reaching out to the tormented spirit. Let go of your obsession, I urged him. Release these souls and yourself. Break the cycle that binds you all to this clock. For a moment, time itself seemed to hold its breath. Then, with a shattering cry that echoed through the twisted realm, the clockmaker's spirit disintegrated, a burst of light that swept away the darkness. The trapped souls, freed from their shackles, soared upwards, disappearing into the ether. The realm around me began to collapse, the walls of my living room reforming from the chaos. As reality stitched itself back together, I found myself standing in front of the clock, its hands now still, forever frozen. The curse was broken, the spirits released. Exhausted and shaken, I collapsed to the floor, the weight of what I had experienced pressing down on me. But amidst the fatigue, there was a sense of peace. The nightmare was over, the clock's reign of terror ended. The morning light filtered softly through the curtains, casting a gentle glow over the room that had been the epicenter of such unimaginable events. I lay there for a long time, my body heavy with exhaustion, my mind reeling from the night's surreal experiences. Gradually, I picked myself up, my movements slow, almost mechanical. The clock, now a lifeless shell of its former enigmatic self, sat silently on the mantelpiece. Its hands, forever halted, were a stark reminder of the ordeal that had unfolded. As I moved through my house, the sense of normalcy felt surreal. The eerie occurrences, the whispers, the apparitions all were gone. Yet, the silence left in their wake was haunting. It was a silence filled with echoes of the past, a reminder of the thin veil that separates the ordinary from the extraordinary. The day passed in a blur, my actions automatic, as if part of me was still trapped in that otherworldly realm. I found myself glancing at the clock repeatedly, half expecting it to spring back to life, its hands resuming their backward dance. But it remained inert, a mere object devoid of the malevolent energy that had once powered it. As evening approached, I made my decision. The clock, despite its now harmless appearance, could not remain with me. Its presence was a constant reminder of the darkness that lurks within the unknown, of the fine line between curiosity and recklessness. I returned to the antique shop, the clock wrapped carefully in my arms. The shop owner was there, his expression unreadable as I placed the clock on the counter. I need to return this, I said, my voice steady despite the turmoil within. He regarded me for a long moment, his eyes reflecting a depth of understanding that sent a shiver down my spine. Without a word, he took the clock, his gnarled fingers caressing it almost reverently. As I turned to leave, he spoke, his voice low. Be wary of the mysteries you pursue, young man. Some are not meant to be unraveled. His words lingered in my mind as I stepped out into the cooling evening air. The world seemed different now, or perhaps it was I who had changed. The experience had left an indelible mark on me, a newfound respect for the unknown, and the mysteries that lay beyond the realm of understanding. I walked home under the starlit sky, a sense of bittersweet relief washing over me. The adventure was over, but its shadows would always linger in the corners of my mind. As I glanced at my watch, I couldn't help but notice, for a fleeting second, the hands seemed to tick backward. A trick of the light, perhaps, or a final whisper from the world I had just left behind. The clock was gone, but its legacy would forever be a part of me, a haunting reminder of the night I unraveled the mysteries of time and faced the ghosts of the past. The stillness of my small town was a constant in my life, a backdrop to the mundane routine of a college student. My days were filled with lectures, assignments, and the occasional night out with friends. Nothing ever seemed out of the ordinary until that fateful morning a week ago. I remember waking up, groggy and disoriented, feeling a strange emptiness in my mouth. As I sat up, I felt something roll off my tongue and heard a tiny clink as it hit the floor. Panic gripped me as I rushed to the mirror. The reflection that greeted me was horrifying. Gaps in my gums where my teeth used to be. But the terror didn't end there. In place of my normal, human teeth, there were small pointed buds, like the beginnings of new teeth, grotesquely misshapen and alien. I tried to rationalize it as a bizarre dream or an elaborate prank. But the blood on my pillow and the sharp pain in my gums told a different story. I frantically called my dentist, Dr. Harrow, securing an emergency appointment. He had been our family dentist for years, a kind man with a reassuring smile that now felt more necessary than ever. As I sat in the waiting room of Dr. Harrow's office, I could feel the eyes of the other patients on me. I kept my mouth firmly shut, the taste of blood and fear intermingling on my tongue. When Dr. Harrow finally called me in, his usual jovial demeanor faltered as he examined my mouth. "This is highly unusual, Tony," he said, his voice laced with confusion. "I've never seen anything like it. It could be a rare medical condition, but I'm not sure. I'll need to do some research. Try to stay calm and maintain good oral hygiene in the meantime." His words were meant to be comforting, but they offered me no solace. That night, as I lay in bed, the unease settled deep in my bones. I found myself slipping into a restless sleep, plagued by a dream that was vivid and terrifying. I was wandering through a shadowy version of my town, the familiar streets twisted into a macabre labyrinth. I was being pursued, not by a person, but by an oppressive, suffocating presence. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the only sound was the echo of my own footsteps. Then, I saw them figures in the distance, their smiles wide and grotesque, filled with sharp, jagged teeth like mine. I woke up with a start, my heart pounding in my chest. The room was dark, the only light coming from the moon casting eerie shadows across my bed. I could feel the gaps in my teeth, the new ones even more pronounced now, sharp and foreign against my tongue. I got up and stumbled to the bathroom, dreading the reflection I would meet. The sight was worse than I feared. My mouth was a horror show of sharp, uneven teeth, some blackened, others a sickly yellow. I felt a scream building in my chest but swallowed it down. I couldn't let my roommates hear. I couldn't let anyone see me like this. The next day, I avoided my friends, making excuses to skip classes and social gatherings. I spent hours scouring the internet for any medical condition that matched my symptoms, but found nothing. It was as if I was the only person in the world suffering from this nightmarish affliction. As the days passed, my isolation grew. I spoke to no one, barely ate, and only left my room for necessities. My world had shrunk to the confines of my small, dimly lit space, where I was haunted by the reflection of a stranger in the mirror. Trapped in my own world of fear and confusion, I felt a growing desperation to understand what was happening to me. The internet had failed me, so I turned to the local library, a place I had frequented for academic research, but never for something like this. The library, with its ancient books and dust lot on shelves, seemed like a fitting place to uncover hidden truths. I scoured through medical texts, folklore, and even obscure mythology, hoping to find anything that could explain the grotesque transformation my body was undergoing. Hours turned into days, and the library became my refuge, a place where I didn't have to hide my disfigured mouth. It was on one of these days, while I was buried in a stack of old books, that I stumbled upon something peculiar. It was a journal, leather-bound and worn, its pages yellowed with age. The title was etched in faded gold letters. The Chronicles of the Cursed Bloodline. My hands trembled as I opened it, a sense of foreboding washing over me. The journal was written by an ancestor of mine, someone I had never heard of in our family stories. As I delved into the pages, I found eerie similarities between his experiences and mine. He wrote of teeth falling out and being replaced by monstrous ones, of being shunned and feared. But what chilled me to the bone were his mentions of a transformation, a change that went beyond the physical. Nightmares began to plague me, more vivid and terrifying than before. In these dreams, I was not just running from the shadowy figures, but I was becoming one of them. My reflection in the dream was a twisted version of myself, with a mouth full of sharp animalistic teeth. I would wake up sweating and panting, the line between dream and reality blurring. As my appearance continued to change, I saw fear in the eyes of those few who saw me. My friends stopped calling, and I overheard whispers about my condition. The isolation was crushing, but it also drove me to delve deeper into the journal. I learned about a curse placed upon my bloodline, a punishment for a forgotten sin committed by my ancestors. The journal spoke of a transformation into something non-human, a fate that seemed increasingly inevitable for me. But amidst the grim revelations, there was a glimmer of hope. The author hinted at a way to reverse the curse, though the details were maddeningly vague. Driven by a mix of fear and determination, I continued my research. I needed answers, and I needed them soon. The thought of losing my humanity, of becoming a creature of nightmares, was too much to bear. I clung to the hope that somewhere in these ancient pages lay the key to my salvation. Days melted into nights as I pored over the cryptic writings in the journal, desperately seeking a solution. My world had shrunk to the confines of my dimly lit room and the musty aisles of the library. The physical changes in my mouth had become more pronounced, and I could no longer ignore the alien feeling of the sharp, uneven teeth that now filled my mouth. Eating had become a painful chore, and I often found myself avoiding my reflection, unable to face the monstrous visage that stared back at me. The nightmares continued, each more vivid and terrifying than the last. In these dreams, I roamed the shadowy streets of my town, not as a human, but as something else, something primal and terrifying. The boundary between waking and sleeping blurred until I wasn't sure what was real anymore. My friends had all but abandoned me, their texts and calls having ceased days ago. The isolation gnawed at my sanity. I missed the sound of human voices, the warmth of human interaction. Even my own voice had become foreign to me, the words distorted by the strange teeth that filled my mouth. In my loneliness, I turned to the journal for solace. The author, my ancestor, had experienced the same isolation and fear. His words were a cold comfort, a reminder that I was not the first to endure this curse. I began to notice changes in my senses. Sounds were sharper, smells more potent. I could hear the scuttling of insects in the walls of my apartment, the distant sound of a dog barking miles away. My eyesight, once reliant on glasses, was now clear and focused, especially at night. These changes only served to heighten my sense of dread, a constant reminder of the inhuman transformation that was overtaking me. One evening, as I was leafing through the journal, a loose page fell out. It was a detailed drawing of a ritual, accompanied by cryptic instructions. My heart raced as I studied it. The ritual promised a reversal of the curse, but at a grave cost of sacrifice. The nature of the sacrifice was not specified, but the ominous tone of the text left me with a deep sense of unease. Despite my fear, I knew that this ritual might be my only chance to regain my humanity. I wrestled with the moral implications of the sacrifice, the weight of the decision bearing down on me. Could I go through with it, knowing the potential cost? Could I live with myself afterward? As these thoughts consumed me, the line between my nightmares and reality became increasingly blurred. I began to see the shadowy figures from my dreams in my waking hours, lurking in the corners of my vision. I could feel their presence, oppressive and judging, as if they were waiting for me to make my choice. The descent into madness was gradual yet unrelenting. Each day chipped away at my sanity, leaving me a shell of the person I once was. The once familiar streets of my town now felt alien and menacing, the faces of passers-by twisted into grotesque expressions in my mind. I was at a crossroads, faced with an impossible choice. The ritual lay before me, a beacon of hope in the darkness, but its cost was a chasm that threatened to swallow my soul. The creature I was becoming beckoned me to embrace my new nature, to give in to the primal instincts that clawed at the edges of my mind. The decision lay heavily upon me, a burden that I could neither bear nor escape. I knew that whatever choice I made, there would be no turning back. The path ahead was shrouded in darkness, and I stood at its threshold, trembling with fear and uncertainty. The night I chose to confront my fate was moonless, the sky a blanket of unyielding darkness. My apartment felt more like a prison than a home, the walls closing in on me with each passing hour. The ritual instructions lay on the table, a constant reminder of the choice I had to make. I felt like I was teetering on the edge of an abyss, the darkness below calling to me with a siren's song. I decided to visit Dr. Harrow, hoping for some semblance of rational explanation or perhaps a last-ditch solution. His office, usually a place of sterile calm, was deserted. The reception area was dark, the only light coming from the street lamps outside casting long, ominous shadows. A sense of foreboding washed over me as I stepped inside. The door to Dr. Harrow's office was ajar, and as I pushed it open, my heart sank. The room was in disarray, papers strewn about, and the familiar dental equipment lay abandoned. On the desk, amidst the chaos, were symbols and cryptic notes that mirrored those in the journal. It was as if Dr. Harrow had been consumed by the same obsession that had taken hold of me. A chill ran down my spine as I realized I was truly alone in this nightmare. There was no professional help, no rational explanation, just the cold, hard truth of the curse that had ensnared me. I left the office with a heavy heart, the weight of my isolation more palpable than ever. The town around me felt surreal, like a stage set for a play in which I was the unwilling protagonist. The once familiar streets twisted into a labyrinth of shadows and fears, each turn taking me deeper into the heart of my own terror. As I wandered aimlessly, the line between reality and the nightmares that plagued my sleep blurred. The figures from my dreams seemed to materialize in the darkness, their twisted smiles and haunting eyes following me as I moved. I found myself drawn to the outskirts of the town, to a place where the urban landscape gave way to the wild, untamed nature. Here, the ritual would take place, a last stand against the darkness that threatened to consume me. The ritual was complex, requiring precise steps and incantations that I had memorized from the journal. Each word felt like a betrayal of my humanity, a step closer to the unknown. I had gathered the necessary items, each one a symbol of the life I was leaving behind. As I began the ritual, the air around me grew colder, the darkness deepening. I could feel the presence of the shadowy figures closing in, their whispers like daggers in my mind. The boundary between this world and the next end, the veil lifting to reveal the horrors that lay beyond. The climax of the ritual was a moment suspended in time, a choice that would seal my fate. I stood at the precipice, the darkness beckoning me forward. The sacrifice demanded by the ritual lay before me, a choice that would either save or damn me. In that moment, I was both the hunter and the hunted, the predator and the prey. I was Tony, but also something else, something older and far more terrifying. The choice I made would echo through the ages, a testament to the human will to survive or the surrender to the darkness within. As the ritual reached its zenith, I felt a surge of power, a primal force that threatened to overwhelm me. The air crackled with energy, the ground beneath me vibrating with the force of the ancient magic I had unleashed. Then, in a flash of blinding light, the world went silent. The shadows receded, the whispers fading into nothingness. I stood alone in the clearing, the remnants of the ritual scattered around me. The transformation was complete, but the nature of my new existence was yet to be revealed. I was caught in the liminal space between human and monster, my fate hanging in the balance. The night had been harrowing, a journey through the darkest corners of my soul. As dawn broke, I realized that the nightmare was not over. It had only just begun. The ritual had changed me, but whether it was a salvation or a damnation, only time would tell. The shadows of the night still lingered, a reminder that the darkness was never far away. The first light of dawn brought no solace to my tormented mind. As I gazed upon my hands in the pale morning light, they seemed both familiar and alien. The ritual had left its mark, a transformation that was both internal and external. The once sharp, unnatural teeth in my mouth had reverted to a semblance of normalcy, yet the sensation within me was anything but ordinary. I made my way back to my apartment, each step heavy with the weight of the night's events. The town, bathed in the soft light of morning, felt like a hollow shell, a facade hiding the true darkness that lurked beneath. Once home, I avoided the mirror, fearful of what I might see. The ritual had exacted its toll, the details of which were still unclear to me. My body felt different, movements accompanied by a subtle, unsettling fluidity. The isolation that had been my prison now became my sanctuary. I could not face the world, not until I understood the extent of the changes that had befallen me. Days turned into weeks, each passing hour a reminder of the strange limbo in which I existed. The changes were subtle yet profound. My senses were heightened to an almost animalistic degree. Sounds were sharper, smells more distinct. I could hear the whispers of the wind, the secrets it carried from far-off places. My nights were restless, filled with dreams that were vivid tapestries of memory and fantasy. The journal, my ancestral guide through this nightmare, lay open on my table, its pages a roadmap of my descent. The rituals and lore within spoke of a world hidden from human eyes, a realm where shadows reigned. I began to venture out at night, the darkness a cloak that shielded me from prying eyes. The town, so familiar by day, was transformed under the cloak of night. I moved through the streets like a ghost, unseen and unheard. The people I once knew seemed like distant memories, their lives continuing in blissful ignorance of the horrors that existed just beyond their perception. I envied them, even as I pitied them. They were safe in their mundane reality, while I had been thrust into a nightmare from which there was no waking. As the weeks turned into months, I realized that the transformation was not complete. The ritual had altered me, but it was only the beginning of a journey that was far from over. I was caught between worlds, belonging to neither yet bound to both. My existence became a solitary one, a vigil in the shadows. I watched the town from afar, a silent guardian against the darkness that I had once feared. The ritual had changed me in ways I could not have imagined, but it had also given me a purpose. I was no longer Tony, the college student with a mundane life. I was something else, a creature of the night, a dweller in the shadows. My fate was my own, a path that I walked alone. As I embraced my new existence, I realized that the nightmare I had feared was not an end, but a beginning. A new chapter in an ancient story, a tale as old as time itself. The darkness was no longer something to be feared, but a part of me, a part that I had come to accept. The transformation was complete, but the journey was just beginning. The shadows called to me, whispering secrets of the night. And I answered, a child of darkness born anew. As the first anniversary of that fateful night approached, I found myself standing at the edge of the woods, gazing at the town that had once been my entire world. The transformation had left me straddling two realities, the human world and something much older, darker, yet equally real. I had learned to embrace the night, to find comfort in its embrace. The darkness was no longer a source of fear, but a sanctuary where I could be my true self, free from the judging eyes of those who would never understand. My nightly wanderings had become a ritual, a time for reflection and connection with the shadowy realm I now inhabited. I had seen things, experienced sensations that were beyond human comprehension. The ritual had opened a door, and I had stepped through it, leaving my old life behind. In this new existence, I was a silent observer, a guardian of the balance between light and dark. The town continued its sleepy, mundane existence, unaware of the forces that moved in the shadows. I watched over it, protecting it from the darker things that lurked just beyond the veil. Despite my transformation, a part of me remained human, clinging to memories of a life that was no longer mine. I missed the simple joys of human interaction, the warmth of a smile, the comfort of a conversation. But I knew that my place was no longer among them. I was something else now, a creature of the night. I had returned to my apartment only once since that night. It was a surreal experience, like visiting a museum of my former life. The walls, once familiar, now felt confining, the air heavy with the ghosts of my past. I had taken nothing with me, leaving it all behind as a testament to the person I once was. The journal, my guide through the darkness, had become a part of me. Its pages were etched in my memory, a constant companion in my solitary existence. It was a link to my past, a reminder of the journey I had undertaken. On the nights when the moon was full, I would return to the clearing where the ritual had taken place. It was a sacred space, a nexus of power where I felt closest to the otherworldly forces that had become a part of me. There, under the watchful gaze of the moon, I would reflect on my transformation, on the journey that had brought me to this point. I had lost much, but I had also gained something immeasurable, a purpose, a place in the grand tapestry of existence. The town, with its sleepy streets and unsuspecting residents, continued its rhythm, oblivious to the shadow that watched over it. I was a protector, a silent sentinel guarding against the darkness that threatened to encroach upon their peaceful lives. As I stood there, on the threshold of a new dawn, I realized that my story was not one of loss, but of rebirth. I had been given a second chance, a new life in the shadows. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with challenges and dangers, but I was ready to face it. The night had become my domain, a realm where I was both master and servant. The darkness was a part of me, a part that I had come to cherish. In the shadows, I had found my true self, and I embraced it without fear or regret. My transformation was complete, but my story was far from over. It was a new beginning, a journey into the unknown. And as the first rays of the sun peeked over the horizon, I turned back to the woods, to the darkness that had become my home. In the shadows, I was free. In the darkness, I was alive. And so, I stepped into the new dawn, a creature of the night, ready to embrace whatever mysteries lay ahead. The first time I felt it, I was sitting at my desk, plowing through the never-ending pile of paperwork. It was a subtle sensation, like a faint tickle beneath the surface of my skin. Just a slight twitch on my forearm that I brushed off as a muscle spasm. Life in our sleepy suburban town was mundane at best, and I was a 30-year-old office worker who had never been one for drama or flights of fancy. My life was as ordinary as they come, defined by the monotonous rhythm of daily routines. No history of medical issues, no reason to suspect anything out of the ordinary. But that sensation, that peculiar, niggling feeling, it didn't go away. It lingered, a persistent whisper beneath my skin that something wasn't quite right. At first, I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just stress or maybe a deficiency of some sort. I increased my water intake, adjusted my diet, even tried those relaxation techniques the internet raves about. But nothing changed. If anything, the feeling grew stronger, more insistent. It was no longer just a twitch, it felt as though something small was moving under my skin, wriggling its way through my veins. I remembered the first time I truly acknowledged that this wasn't normal. I was standing before the bathroom mirror one evening, the fluorescent light casting a harsh glow over my features. As I stared at my reflection, trying to convince myself that I was just overreacting, I saw it. A small undulating movement beneath the skin of my wrist. It was so subtle, yet unmistakably real. A wave of cold dread washed over me. I wasn't imagining things, something was definitely wrong. With a sense of unease settling in the pit of my stomach, I resolved to seek medical advice the next day. Little did I know, that was just the beginning of a journey into an abyss I never knew existed. The following morning, I found myself sitting in the sterile, impersonal office of Dr. Hammond, my family physician. I explained the situation, trying my best to sound rational and not like someone who had spent the night reading about every possible skin condition on the internet. Dr. Hammond listened patiently, nodding occasionally as he made notes. After a thorough examination, which included palpating the area where I felt the movements, he suggested a series of tests. Blood work, skin biopsies, even an MRI scan were conducted, leaving no stone unturned. I appreciated his thoroughness, clinging to the hope that this was just a minor issue, easily resolved. Yet, a part of me feared what they might find, or worse, what if they found nothing at all. A week of anxious waiting later, I was back in Dr. Hammond's office, bracing myself for the results. He looked at me across his desk, his expression unreadable. "All your tests have come back normal," he said, his voice measured. "There's no sign of any infection, parasite, or foreign body. Your blood work is impeccable, and the scans show nothing unusual. I sat there, a mix of relief and frustration washing over me. Relief that it wasn't something immediately life-threatening, but frustration because the sensation under my skin was getting stronger, more pronounced. I could feel it even then, a squirming, writhing presence that refused to be acknowledged by modern medicine. Dr. Hammond must have seen the confusion and fear in my eyes. It's possible that what you're experiencing is psychosomatic, he suggested gently. Sometimes, our minds can create physical sensations that feel very real. I'm going to refer you to a colleague of mine, a psychiatrist. It might help to explore this from a mental health perspective. I left his office feeling defeated, the invisible, undulating presence beneath my skin mocking me with its intangible reality. Was I losing my mind? Was this all in my head? The thought was as terrifying as the sensation itself. The sensation grew intolerable, stretching beyond a mere quirk of my body into a constant source of torment. It was as if my own flesh had turned against me, harboring a malevolent presence that writhed and squirmed with a life of its own. I could see it sometimes, the faint ripple of movement beneath the skin of my arms, my legs, disturbingly visible yet elusive to the touch. Sleep became a distant memory. Night after night, I lay awake, feeling the ceaseless motion under my skin. My mind raced with thoughts of what it could be, each more horrifying than the last. I was trapped in a cycle of exhaustion and paranoia, the lines between reality and nightmare blurring. In desperation, I returned to Dr. Hammond, but the repeated tests and scans brought back the same baffling results. Nothing was wrong with me, at least not physically. The doctor's insistence that it was all in my head only fueled my growing sense of isolation and despair. Driven by a need for answers, I turned to the internet, plunging into the depths of medical forums and obscure websites. That's where I stumbled upon accounts from others who had experienced similar symptoms. Their stories were chillingly familiar, tales of unexplained movements and doctors who couldn't find anything wrong. But what truly unnerved me was that many of these people seemed to have vanished without a trace, their online activity ceasing abruptly, leaving only their haunting words behind. I withdrew from the world around me, my friends and family becoming distant echoes in the back of my mind. My job, my hobbies, the little joys of life, they all faded into insignificance. I was consumed by the need to understand what was happening to me, to find someone, anyone, who could tell me I wasn't going mad. As the days turned into weeks, the sensation under my skin grew more aggressive, more assertive. It was no longer content with mere movement, I could feel it pushing against my flesh, straining as though seeking an escape. I was a prisoner in my own body, helpless against the growing darkness within. My life had become an unending nightmare, each day bleaker than the last. The thing under my skin was no longer just a sensation, it had become a visible, terrifying entity that seemed to be feeding off my fear and confusion. In a moment of utter desperation and madness, I decided to confront it directly. I locked myself in the bathroom, the cold clinical light casting stark shadows across the room. My hands trembled as I held a small, sharp knife, the kind used for precision tasks. I rolled up my sleeve, my eyes fixated on the undulating movement beneath my skin, now so pronounced it seemed to be trying to break free. Heart pounding, I pressed the blade against my skin, steeling myself for what I was about to do. I made a small incision, wincing at the sharp pain. Blood welled up, but my focus was on the thing underneath. I expected to see some grotesque creature or writhing mass. Instead, I saw something far more horrifying. It was like a shadow, a dark formless substance that seemed to recoil from the blade. It moved away from the cut, evading my attempt to extract it. My blood ran cold as I realized this wasn't something living in the traditional sense, it was something else entirely, something unnatural. Panic overtook me. I dropped the knife, clutching my bleeding arm. I stumbled out of the bathroom, my vision blurring as a mix of pain and fear overwhelmed me. I barely registered the sound of my own screams before collapsing into darkness. I awoke in the hospital, my arm neatly bandaged, the sterile smell of antiseptics filling the air. The doctors told me I had lost a lot of blood but had been lucky. They asked me why I did it, but how could I explain? How could I make them understand the terror of the shadow beneath my skin, a horror that defied logic and science? Lying in the hospital bed, a sense of helplessness engulfed me. The doctors had treated my physical wound, but they couldn't see the true cause of my torment. They talked around me, words like psychological evaluation and stress-induced hallucinations floating in the air. But I knew what I had seen and felt. It was real, more real than anything I had ever experienced. I met with the psychiatrist, Dr. Ellis, a man with a gentle demeanor and probing eyes. He listened as I recounted my story, his expression a mixture of concern and skepticism. He spoke of delusions, of the mind's power to manifest physical symptoms in times of extreme stress. He prescribed medication to help with my anxiety and sleep, suggesting regular therapy sessions. I nodded and played along, but inside, I felt a growing sense of doom. The entity, the darkness under my skin, was still there, moving, growing, consuming me from within. I tried to resume my normal life, but the facade of normalcy was brittle. At work, I was met with hushed whispers and sideways glances. My friends and family tiptoed around me, their concern tinged with fear. I felt alienated, a stranger in my own life. The medication dulled my senses, but it couldn't dull the presence inside me. It was relentless, an ever-present reminder that I was host to something unexplainable, something terrifying. Each day, the movements became more forceful, more insistent. I could see it now, not just feel it. My skin rippled and bulged with its movements, a grotesque display that kept me isolated, trapped in a body that was no longer solely mine. I stopped looking in mirrors, unable to face the horror that stared back at me. My existence had been reduced to a constant state of fear and revulsion, waiting for the inevitable moment when this thing inside me would reveal its true purpose. There I was, sitting alone in my dimly lit room, the heavy curtains drawn to block out the outside world. The presence under my skin had grown more aggressive, a constant writhing reminder of my descent into this personal hell. I could feel it moving, always moving, an alien entity that had claimed my body as its host. I had stopped going to work, stopped seeing my friends and family. They couldn't understand, couldn't see the reality of my situation. The doctors and psychiatrists were no help. They viewed me through a lens of clinical detachment, their diagnoses and medications useless against the growing darkness within me. In the solitude of my room, I watched in horror as the movements beneath my skin became more pronounced, more visible. It was as if whatever resided in me was growing stronger, feeding off my fear and despair. I wondered if I was transforming into something else, something not quite human. The nights were the worst. Lying in bed, I felt the entity move with purpose, its undulations sending waves of panic through my already frayed nerves. The boundaries between my body and the intruder blurred until I couldn't tell where I ended and it began. I became a prisoner in my own skin, a spectator to the horror that unfolded within me. The entity's intentions remained a mystery, its origins a puzzle I was too terrified to solve. All I knew was that it was a part of me now, an unwelcome parasite that had woven itself into the very fabric of my being. The story of my life, once so ordinary, had taken a turn into the unknown. I was left to ponder my fate, the chilling reality that I was no longer alone in my body. The presence under my skin was a constant companion, a dark secret that I carried with me. And so, I sit here, writing this account as a testament to my experience, a warning to those who might one day find themselves host to a similar darkness. I don't know what the future holds, or what will become of me. All I know is that the entity is still there, beneath my skin, a part of me now, forever. The end, then, is not an end at all, but a lingering question, an open-ended mystery that haunts my every moment. Where did it come from? What does it want? The answers elude me, lost in the shadowy depths of my own flesh. All I can do is wait and endure, a silent witness to the growing darkness within. The morning sun filtered softly through the curtains of my small apartment, casting a warm glow over the piles of notebooks and scattered papers that were the lifeblood of my career as a journalist. In the quaint town of Willow Creek, nestled between whispering forests and rolling hills, stories were often as hidden as the town itself, requiring a curious mind and a keen eye to uncover. I, Emma Clark, possess both. My latest intrigue. A legend that seemed to creep through the undercurrents of the town's quiet life. The legend of the seamstress. My grandmother, a lifelong resident of Willow Creek, often spoke in hushed tones about a figure both feared and revered. The seamstress, she called her. A tall thin woman of indeterminable age, with long fingers like needles and hair that tangled like spools of thread. Her eyes, grandmother said, were like cold, expressionless buttons, staring into the soul. It was said that she wove garments with magical properties, each stitch a whisper of fate and despair. But the most chilling part. No one knew where she resided, only that her creations sometimes found their way into the hands of unsuspecting townsfolk, bringing with them tales of misfortune and dread. Armed with my curiosity and a trusty voice recorder, I decided it was time to delve deeper. Could such a figure truly exist, weaving her dark magic in the shadows of our town? Or was she merely a specter of folklore, stitched into the fabric of Willow Creek's history to scare children and superstitious adults alike? I was determined to find out. As I prepared for my day, my thoughts were interrupted by a call from my mother. She had been sorting through my grandmother's attic and had found something she thought might interest me. Curiosity piqued, I promised to visit later that day, unaware that this simple decision would unravel the threads of my reality and lead me down a path entwined with mystery and fear. Little did I know, the legend of the seamstress was about to become a terrifying part of my own story. The attic of my grandmother's house was a time capsule, filled with relics and memories of a bygone era. Dust motes danced in the beams of light that pierced through the small attic window, each object casting long, mysterious shadows. As I rummaged through the boxes, my fingers brushed against various trinkets and garments, each holding whispers of the past. Then, my hand stopped, drawn to a particular piece of clothing buried under a pile of old blankets. It was a shawl, but unlike any I had seen before. The fabric felt ancient, yet incredibly well preserved. Intricate patterns weaved through it, forming designs that seemed to shift and change as I looked at them. The stitching was impossibly fine, as if woven by something other than human hands. A chill ran down my spine. This had to be the work of the seamstress. Driven by an inexplicable urge, I draped the shawl over my shoulders. It was as if the garment molded to my form, warming and comforting yet unnerving at the same time. Almost immediately, I felt a strange sensation, as if the fabric was whispering secrets into my ear, secrets of a hidden world that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. I knew then that my investigation into the seamstress was no longer just a journalistic endeavor, it was a personal journey into the unknown. That night, my dreams were filled with eerie images. Shadowy figures weaving through the darkness, needle-like fingers stitching the night sky, and eyes like buttons staring into my very soul. I woke up with a start, the shawl still wrapped around me, its presence more menacing in the dim light of the early morning. The days that followed were marked by a series of odd occurrences. Shadows seemed to linger longer than they should, the wind whispered in languages I couldn't understand, and time itself felt distorted. The shawl seemed to be guiding me, pulling me towards something or someone. I couldn't resist its call. Each thread in its weave felt like a tether, drawing me closer to the heart of the legend I had set out to uncover. It was clear to me that the shawl was more than just a garment, it was a key, a bridge to the world of the seamstress. And I, Emma Clark, was about to cross it. The line between reality and the supernatural blurred, and I found myself walking a path paved with mystery and dread, a path that led to the lair of the seamstress. As days merged into nights, my life became consumed by the pursuit of the seamstress. The shawl seemed to have a will of its own, leading me through forgotten alleys and abandoned buildings of Willow Creek. I documented everything, my voice recorder a constant companion, narrating the surreal journey I found myself on. The town, under the shawl's influence, revealed itself in a new eerie light. I uncovered tales, long-buried stories of people who vanished without a trace, whispered rumors of strange happenings, and always, at the center of it all, the seamstress. Each story added a new thread to the tapestry of fear and fascination that was weaving itself around me. One night, under the shawl's compelling guidance, I found myself outside an old, decrepit house at the town's edge. The air was thick with an unspoken history, the moon casting a ghostly glow over the dilapidated structure. As I stepped inside, the floorboards creaked underfoot, the sound echoing through the empty halls like a mournful lament. In this house, time seemed distorted. The walls whispered secrets of the past, and I felt as though I was walking through a dream. Shadows played tricks on my eyes, forming shapes that vanished when I looked directly at them. I could hear faint, distant laughter, as if carried on the wind from another time. It was here that I experienced my first true encounter with the supernatural. As I explored the house, I came across a mirror, its surface clouded with age. In its reflection, I didn't see my own face, but a glimpse of the seamstress herself. Her button eyes bore into mine, a cold, calculating gaze that saw right through to my soul. Her needle-like fingers reached out, as if to pull me into the mirror. I stumbled back in terror, the image vanishing as suddenly as it had appeared. Shaken, I left the house, the shawl feeling heavier on my shoulders. Each step I took seemed to draw me deeper into a web of unexplained phenomena. Time and reality bent and twisted around me, a surreal landscape where the line between the physical and the ethereal blurred. I started to notice changes in myself. My dreams were more vivid, filled with cryptic messages and haunting visions of the seamstress's lair. My waking hours were punctuated with moments of déjà vu and eerie coincidences that defied explanation. I felt like a puppet, my strings pulled by the unseen hands of the seamstress. As I delved deeper into the mystery, the town of Willow Creek seemed to close in around me, its secrets wrapping around me like the threads of a shawl. I was no longer just an observer, I was a part of a story, a character in a play written by an unseen playwright. And as the days passed, the inevitable climax of this chilling tale drew ever closer. The journey to the heart of the mystery had transformed me. No longer just Emma Clark, journalist, I was now a traveler on a path that twisted through the realms of the unexplainable. The shawl, my constant companion, seemed to pulse with a life of its own, each thread a whisper of guidance. I found myself standing before an ancient, gnarled tree at the edge of a forgotten forest, the sky above a canvas of ominous clouds. The air was thick with a sense of anticipation, as if the very earth was holding its breath. Guided by the shawl, I discovered a hidden entrance at the tree's base, leading down into the earth. Ascending into the darkness, the air grew colder, the only sound my own footsteps echoing off the stone walls. The passage twisted and turned, leading me deeper underground. Finally, it opened into a vast cavernous space, dimly lit by flickering torches. This was the lair of the seamstress. The room was filled with garments of all shapes and sizes, each more intricate and haunting than the last. The air was heavy with the scent of old fabric and something else, something ancient and otherworldly. At the center of it all stood the seamstress, her form more terrifying and mesmerizing than any description could capture. Her eyes, cold and button-like, fixed on me, and her voice, a symphony of whispers, filled the chamber. "Welcome, Emma Clark," she said, her needle fingers moving with unsettling grace. "You have been wearing my creation. Do you understand now? The power to weave fate, to stitch the fabric of reality, it is mine. And it can be yours." Her proposal was chilling. Become her apprentice, learn her dark arts, and help her in her eternal quest to control the destinies of those above. The alternative, she made clear, was to be silenced forever, my very being stitched into the tapestry of her lair, another lost soul in her collection. Panic surged through me. I was in the presence of ancient dark magic, far beyond the comprehension of my journalistic pursuits. The shawl around my shoulders tightened, as if urging me to accept her offer. But somewhere within me, a spark of defiance flickered. I couldn't let this be my end. Gathering my courage, I reached up and grasped the shawl, feeling its power surge through me. With a determined cry, I tore it from my shoulders, the fabric ripping in my hands. The seamstress screamed, a sound that echoed through the chamber like the wail of a banshee. Her power over me weakened with the destruction of her creation. Seizing the moment, I turned and ran, the lair shaking as if in the throes of an earthquake. Behind me, I could hear the seamstress's enraged cries, her spells unraveling with the loss of the shawl lay in tatters at my feet, its threads still writhing like living things. With the last of my strength, I gathered the remains and buried them deep in the forest, hoping to sever my connection to the seamstress forever. As I made my way back to the world I knew one thing for certain. My life would never be the same again. The world outside the seamstress's lair felt surreal, as if I had stepped out of a nightmare into a reality that no longer felt entirely real. My heart still raced, the echoes of her enraged screams lingering in my ears. The forest around me seemed to watch in silence, the trees standing like solemn sentinels guarding secrets too dark for the light of day. I stumbled through the town, a ghost among the living. People passed by, unaware of the horrors that lurked beneath their feet. I wanted to shout, to warn them, but what would I say? Who would believe the tale of the seamstress, a witch who wove fate and stitched reality? Back in my apartment, I sat amidst my notes and recordings, the remnants of my investigation. They seemed trivial now, mere child's play compared to the truth I had uncovered. The shawl, now just tattered fabric, lay on my table, a testament to my journey into the unknown. In the days that followed, I struggled with the decision of whether to share my story. The logical part of me argued against it, citing the impossibility of it all. But another part, the part that had felt the cold gaze of the seamstress and torn her creation, knew that silence was not an option. I wrote my article, detailing everything from the legend of the seamstress to my own harrowing experience. I left out nothing, knowing that the truth needed to be told, no matter how unbelievable it might seem. When I submitted it, I half expected it to be rejected, dismissed as the ramblings of a mind unhinged by too much time spent chasing shadows. To my surprise, it was published. The story spread like wildfire, igniting discussions and debates. Some called it a work of fiction, too fantastical to be true. Others whispered in hushed tones, sharing their own encounters with the unexplainable. The town of Willow Creek found itself at the center of a mystery that it had long tried to forget. For me, the publication of the article was not an end, but a beginning. I had torn one of the seamstress's creations, but I knew that she was still out there, weaving her dark tapestries. The thought haunted my nights, a constant reminder that the line between reality and nightmare was thinner than I had ever imagined. I had prepared for a late-night bath, a habit I'd formed to unwind after hours of writing. The warm water was a comfort, a respite from the creeping chill of the house. But that night, as I turned the faucet, something was amiss. The water that pooled in the bathtub wasn't the usual clear liquid, but an inky black, like a dark abyss opening before me. My first instinct was to recoil, but curiosity quickly replaced my initial fear. The water was strangely mesmerizing, its surface a mirror to another world, a world that seemed to exist just beyond my reach. It was not just black. It was alive, shifting, whispering secrets and ripples. I stood there, transfixed, as images began to coalesce on the watery canvas. Shapes and shadows that danced at the edge of perception. I knew then that this house held mysteries far beyond creaking floorboards and drafty windows. This was something otherworldly, something that beckoned me to delve deeper into its enigma. And I, in my naive curiosity, was all too willing to answer its call. The next morning, I awoke with the image of the black water etched in my mind. The sun streamed through the dusty windows, casting a warm glow that seemed at odds with the night's eerie events. I half expected the bathtub to be stained with the remnants of darkness, but it was as pristine as ever, as if the abyssal encounter had been a figment of my imagination. But I couldn't shake off the feeling that what I had seen was real, a hidden layer of reality that had briefly unveiled itself to me. That evening, as the sky painted itself with the hues of dusk, I found myself drawn back to the bathroom, a mix of apprehension and anticipation churning in my gut. I turned the faucet again, half expecting the ordinary, half hoping for the extraordinary. The water obeyed, swirling into the tub, its color an unremarkable shade of clarity. But as I watched, it began to change, darkening into that now familiar blackness. This time, however, I was ready. I leaned closer, peering into the liquid abyss. The surface of the water was like a liquid mirror, reflecting a world that was both alien and hauntingly beautiful. Twisted landscapes, where the sky was a whirlpool of stars and the ground throbbed with a life of its own, unfurled before my eyes. Shadowy figures moved in the distance, their forms blurred and shifting, part of the world yet apart from it. I was entranced, my heart racing with a mix of fear and fascination. Each time I blinked, the scenes changed, revealing more of this otherworldly realm. The urge to reach out, to touch the water, to confirm its reality was overwhelming, but a primal part of me held back, aware of the unknown dangers that might lurk within. That night, I didn't sleep. Instead, I scoured the internet and local archives for any clue about the house's history. There were mentions of its age, its previous inhabitants, but nothing that hinted at anything supernatural. It was as if the house had kept its secret well hidden, waiting for someone like me to uncover it. As the days turned into weeks, my life became a cycle of writing and waiting for nightfall, when I would once again witness the Blackwater's revelations. I knew I was standing on the edge of something profound, a mystery that beckoned me deeper with each passing night. And I, unable to resist its call, willingly walked towards the unknown. My obsession with the bathtub's otherworldly visions grew with each encounter. The Blackwater became a nightly ritual, a portal to a realm that defied explanation. With every glimpse into that dark mirror, the scenes became clearer, more vivid. I started to see not just landscapes, but moments. Glimpses of life in that strange world. There were figures moving among twisted structures that defied the laws of physics. Their forms were shadowy, elusive, but there was an intelligence in their movements, a purpose that intrigued and unnerved me. Sometimes, they seemed to notice my presence, turning their indistinct faces towards me, their eyes glinting with a malevolent curiosity. During the day, I scoured every source I could find about paranormal phenomena, dimensions, and reflections in folklore and myth. I learned of mirrors being gateways to other worlds, of water being a conduit for psychic energy. But nothing I read could explain the vivid reality of what I was experiencing. The more I delved into the mystery, the more the house seemed to respond. The nighttime noises grew louder, more distinct. Whispers echoed through the hallways, and objects began to move of their own accord. I would find books open to pages I hadn't read, pictures turned towards the wall, and once, a chilling handprint on the bathroom mirror. The boundary between my world and the one in the water started to blur. I would catch glimpses of the shadowy figures in the corners of my vision, only to turn and find nothing. The air in the house became heavy, charged with an unseen energy. It was as if my investigations had awakened something, or perhaps, invited it closer. Despite the growing fear, the lure of the Blackwater was irresistible. It was no longer just a curiosity, it had become a necessity. I needed to understand, to find the connection between the house, the visions, and the increasing paranormal activities. The answer, I believed, lay within that dark reflection. Little did I know, I was about to come face to face with it. It was a night like any other, with the moon casting a pale light through the bare windows of the house. I prepared for my nightly vigil with a sense of foreboding that I couldn't shake off. The house felt alive, as if it were breathing with a slow, ominous rhythm. The air was thick with anticipation, or perhaps, warning. As the water turned black, the images on its surface were clearer than ever. I leaned in, my eyes scanning the churning scenes. That's when I saw it, a figure, more distinct than the rest, standing amidst the twisted landscape. It was tall, humanoid, but wrong in proportions, its limbs elongated and its head a mere shadow. Our eyes met, or at least, it felt like they did. The cold shiver ran down my spine as the figure raised a hand, as if beckoning me. I was paralyzed, caught between terror and an overwhelming urge to reach out. And in that moment of hesitation, I made a decision that would change everything. I extended my hand towards the water, my heart pounding in my chest. The surface rippled at my touch, cold and viscous. Then, with a force I couldn't resist, I was pulled forward, my head plunging into the cold, dark depth. I was in their world now, a place of nightmares and twisted beauty. The air was dense, like moving through water, and the sky above swirled with colors that had no name. The figure stood before me, its presence oppressive and terrifying. It was made of shadows and whispers, a creature of the abyss. It spoke, not in words, but in thoughts that invaded my mind. It told me of its world, a place where the barriers between dimensions were thin, where beings like it watched and waited. It spoke of desires to cross over, to explore a world as I had explored theirs. I felt its hunger, its curiosity, and underneath it all, a malevolence that knew no bounds. It wanted to use me, to use the connection I had unwittingly strengthened. I realized then the danger I was in, not just for myself, but for my world. With every ounce of willpower, I pulled away, breaking the connection. I gasped for air, my head emerging from the water, back in the safety of my bathroom. But the house was no longer safe. The entity had tasted our reality, and it hungered for more. The following days were a blur of fear and urgency. The paranormal activities in the house escalated, no longer just whispers and moving objects, but shadows that lurked in every corner, watching, waiting. I knew I had to leave, to break the connection I had so carelessly forged. But I also knew it was only a matter of time before the entity found another way through. In the days that followed my harrowing encounter, the house transformed into a nexus of unexplainable phenomena. Objects levitated and hurled themselves against walls, doors slammed shut with violent force, and the whispers grew into disembodied voices, speaking in languages I couldn't comprehend. I packed my belongings, my hands trembling with every item I stowed away. The house felt oppressive, as if the very walls were closing in on me. I could feel the entity's presence in every shadow, its hunger palpable in the air. It was as though the house itself had become a living, breathing entity, pulsating with malevolent energy. Each night, the water in the bathtub turned black, an ominous reminder of the bridge I had inadvertently created. The entity, through that inky portal, showed me visions, promises, or threats, I couldn't tell. It depicted scenes of its world merging with ours, the two realities intertwining in a chaotic symphony. Despite the terror, a part of me was tempted to understand more, to delve deeper into this connection. But the greater part of me screamed to flee, to escape the nightmare that I had unleashed. I realized then the true cost of my curiosity, the danger of peering into the unknown without understanding the consequences. As I prepared to leave, the disturbances reached a crescendo. The air crackled with energy, and the shadows seemed to stretch and reach towards me, as if trying to keep me within the house. I heard my name whispered from corners and crevices, a chorus of voices that were neither human nor kind. On my last night in the house, I stood before the bathtub, watching the water turn black for the final time. In its surface, I saw the house, not as it was, but as the entity saw it, a gateway, a beacon in the darkness. The vision was a warning, or perhaps an invitation, a final entreaty to stay and explore the depths of this dark connection. With a heavy heart and a mind clouded with fear, I turned away from the abyssal reflections, from the house that had become a prison of my own making. I stepped out into the night, the air crisp and clear, a stark contrast to the suffocating atmosphere I had left behind. Driving away, I watched the house recede into the distance, its windows dark and foreboding. The weight of what I had experienced hung over me, a reminder of the thin veil between our world and the unknown. As the house disappeared from view, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't the end, that the entity was still out there, watching and waiting. The local pond reflects a starry sky even during the day. In the small town of Greenwood, nestled between the gentle hills and whispering forests, there was a peculiar landmark that had always captured my imagination: the local pond. As a high school student with a penchant for the unexplained, this pond was my enigma. It was known for a singular, inexplicable characteristic. During the brightest days, when the sun was high and unyielding, the pond's surface reflected a starry sky, as if a piece of the night was trapped within its depths. My name is Stephen, and this story begins with my innocent fascination with this anomaly. The pond was a familiar place, a spot where families would picnic, and children would throw pebbles to watch the ripples distort the constellations reflected below. I, however, saw it differently. There was something about the way the stars in the water never matched the ones in the night sky, something that whispered of secrets and stories untold. My curiosity about the pond was just a part of who I was. I was never the most outgoing person. My quiet demeanor often left me on the outskirts of the bustling high school social scene. Books, not people, were my companions, and the mysteries of the universe, my passion. This story is not just about a pond or the stars it held captive. It's about the journey I took, one that led me down a path where reality blurred with the unfathomable, and where the stars gazed back with knowing eyes. It was during a class project on local landmarks that my curiosity transformed into an obsession. Tasked with uncovering the history of Greenwood's notable sites, I dove into the town archives, sifting through old newspapers and dusty records. That's when I stumbled upon something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The pond, it seemed, hadn't always been there. I found an old newspaper clipping, yellowed and brittle with age, its date marking a time several decades before my birth. The headline was bold and ominous: "Mysterious pond appears overnight. Town baffled." The article detailed how, one morning, the townspeople woke to find the pond where previously there had been nothing but an empty meadow. But it was the smaller, follow-up stories that sent a chill down my spine. In the weeks following the pond's appearance, there were reports of people vanishing. A child here, an elderly man there. No connections, no explanations. Just a series of disappearances that left the town in a state of subdued panic until they eventually stopped and were slowly forgotten. I sat there, in the quiet of the town library, feeling the weight of this discovery. It wasn't just a pond. It was a mystery, a phenomenon that had slipped through the cracks of history, unexplained and unexplored. I knew then that I needed to understand it, to uncover what lay beneath those starry reflections. My first step was to visit the pond myself, to see if I could discern anything unusual about it. I went there after school, as the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the water. The pond was calm, its surface a perfect mirror to a sky that should not have been there. I watched, transfixed, as a gentle breeze stirred the water, sending ripples across the cosmos trapped beneath. The reflection remained unbroken, the stars undimmed by the setting sun. It was as if the pond existed in a perpetual state of night, oblivious to the laws of nature. That evening, I returned home with my mind racing. There was something extraordinary about the pond, something that defied logic and understanding. I needed to know more, to delve deeper into this enigma. This was the beginning of my journey, the moment when a simple curiosity turned into a quest for answers. Little did I know, this quest would take me to places darker and more profound than the starlit depths of the pond itself. My visits to the pond became frequent, almost ritualistic. I would go at different times, under different weather conditions, but the scene remained unchanged, a serene mirror reflecting a starry sky, impervious to the natural rhythms of day and night. The more I observed, the more questions surfaced. Why did it reflect stars even during the day? Why did those stars never align with any known constellations? It wasn't long before I noticed something else, something unsettling. The locals who lived near the pond, they were different. Their eyes held a distant, dreamy quality, and their conversations, when they thought no one was listening, were hushed whispers about celestial bodies and cosmic phenomena. It was as if the pond had cast a spell over them, luring them into a state of perpetual fascination with the heavens. One day, while skirting the water's edge, lost in thought, I met Mrs. Thorne. She was an elderly woman, known in Greenwood as a recluse with a mind sharp as a tack, but clouded by oddities. She approached me, her gaze intense and piercing. "You're drawn to it too, aren't you?" "The pond," she said, her voice a raspy whisper. I nodded, unable to find words. "Beware, child," she continued, "for it shows us not what lies above, but what lurks below. It's a window, not a mirror." Her words were cryptic, leaving me more confused than enlightened. But one thing was clear: she knew something about the pond, something born of experience and fear. The need for answers grew within me, an insatiable hunger. That's when I decided to take a more daring step. My friend Jamie, who had been following my growing obsession with a mix of amusement and concern, agreed to help. We planned to camp near the pond overnight, to observe it after dark. Maybe, just maybe, the night would reveal its secrets. The day of our overnight vigil, we arrived armed with camping gear, flashlights, and a digital camera. The pond, bathed in the light of the setting sun, was a vision of eerie beauty. We set up our tent at a safe distance from the water's edge, anticipation and apprehension mingling in the cool evening air. As night fell, the pond began to change. The stars in its reflection grew brighter, more pronounced, as if coming to life. The air around us grew colder, and a faint, almost imperceptible sound, like whispers, began to emanate from the direction of the water. Jamie, usually the skeptic, was silent, his eyes fixed on the shimmering surface. We watched, transfixed, as the starry reflection began to swirl and dance, forming patterns that made no logical sense, yet held a mesmerizing, otherworldly beauty. It was then that things took a turn for the unimaginable. Jamie, his face a mask of entranced wonder, started to walk towards the pond, drawn by some unseen force. I reached out, trying to hold him back, but it was as if he was under a spell. "Jamie, no," I shouted, my voice laced with panic. But it was too late. He reached the water's edge and stepped in. For a moment, he stood there, the stars reflecting in his white, unseeing eyes. Then, with a soundless splash, he vanished beneath the surface, leaving nothing but a few ripples to mark where he had been. The pond returned to a still, serene state, as if nothing had happened. But Jamie was gone, swallowed by the starlit depths. The night air was still, the silence oppressive. I stood frozen, staring at the spot where Jamie had disappeared, my mind struggling to process what had just happened. The pond, once an object of fascination, now felt like a malevolent presence, its calm surface hiding a sinister secret. Panic set in. I fumbled with my phone, dialing 911 with trembling fingers. When the operator answered, I realized the futility of what I was about to say. My friend, he just walked into the pond and vanished. The words sounded absurd even to my own ears. The police arrived within minutes that felt like hours. I recounted the events, my voice breaking, the disbelief in the officers' eyes, mirroring my own internal turmoil. They searched the pond, but found no trace of Jamie. No ripples, no disturbance in the water's unnaturally clear surface. The following days were a blur of questioning and incredulous looks. The town buzzed with whispers about the incident at the pond, but no one seemed willing to confront its eerie nature. It was as if a collective denial had settled over Greenwood, a refusal to acknowledge the darkness lurking beneath the surface of their idyllic town. In the midst of this, Mrs. Thorne vanished. I went to her house seeking answers, but found only an empty home and a note left on her table. Her handwriting was shaky, the message cryptic. The stars are not just lights in the sky, they are eyes, watching, waiting. Beware the pond, for it is their gateway. Do not let curiosity lead you astray, as it did me long ago. Her words haunted me, a riddle wrapped in a warning. I became obsessed, digging deeper into the town's history, searching for any clues that might explain the pond's nature. I scoured old books, interviewed long-time residents, and spent countless hours at the pond's edge, watching the water and the stars within. My research led me to ancient folklore and astronomical theories, tales of celestial beings and parallel worlds. The more I read, the more I became convinced that the pond was more than just a body of water. It was a portal, a connection to something ancient and otherworldly. The realization was both terrifying and exhilarating. I was on the brink of uncovering a truth that had eluded others for decades, a secret that the pond had held since its mysterious appearance. But with each step closer to understanding, I felt the weight of isolation, the burden of a knowledge that set me apart from everyone else. I knew that I had to be cautious, to avoid the fate that had befallen Jamie and, perhaps, Mrs. Thorne. But the pond's call was irresistible, a siren song that promised answers yet threatened oblivion. And so, I kept my vigil, watching the stars in the water, listening to the whispers of the night, waiting for the moment when the truth would reveal itself. In the wake of Jamie's disappearance, life in Greenwood carried on with a veneer of normalcy, but beneath the surface, there was a palpable shift. The police eventually concluded their investigation, labeling it an unfortunate accident, a tragic case of a young man slipping into the pond and presumably drowning. But I knew the truth was far more complex, more terrifying. The townspeople avoided the pond now, their previous fascination replaced by wary avoidance. Rumors swirled, whispers of curses and haunted waters, but no one dared to speak openly about it. The pond had become a scar in the landscape of our town, a beautiful but frightening reminder of the unknown. Mrs. Thorne's disappearance added another layer of mystery to the whole affair. Her note had spoken of stars and gateways, of curiosity and caution. I tried to piece together her warning with the little I knew, but each answer only led to more questions. The absence of concrete evidence made my search feel like grasping at shadows. Despite the growing fear and the warnings, I couldn't stay away from the pond. I visited it often, always alone, drawn by a need to understand what had happened to Jamie, and what lay beneath those tranquil waters. I would sit for hours, staring into the starry reflection, my mind a whirlpool of theories and possibilities. My obsession with the pond began to take a toll. Sleep became elusive, my nights filled with dreams of dark waters and distant stars. My days were consumed with research, my thoughts constantly circling back to the pond. Friends and family expressed concern, but I brushed them off, too deep in my quest for answers. It was during one of my nightly vigils that I noticed a change. The pond's surface began to ripple, not from any breeze or external force, but as if something from within was stirring. The stars in the reflection shimmered, their light flickering like a signal. I held my breath, a mix of fear and anticipation gripping me. The water calmed, and the stars returned to their usual, serene state. But something had shifted. I felt it in the air, a charge, a whisper of something imminent. The pond was no longer just a passive observer, it was an active participant in the events unfolding. I left the pond that night with a sense of unease, the feeling that I was on the cusp of something momentous, something that could unravel the fabric of what I knew to be real. The pond had revealed a glimpse of its power, and I knew that the final answers I sought were close. In the days that followed, I pored over my notes, my research, trying to connect the dots. The folklore, Mrs. Thorne's warning, the accounts of the pond's appearance, and Jamie's disappearance, they were all pieces of a puzzle that I was desperately trying to solve. I realized that the pond was not just a natural anomaly, it was a gateway, a bridge between our world and something else, something beyond human comprehension. But what lay on the other side, and what it wanted, remained a mystery. As I continued my watch, a sense of isolation enveloped me. I was the keeper of a secret too vast and terrifying to share, a lone sentinel standing guard over a threshold between realities. The pond, with its starlit depths, had become a part of me, a haunting presence that I could neither embrace nor escape. As the days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, my life became inextricably linked to the pond. The allure of its mysteries, the haunting beauty of its starlit waters, kept me tethered to its shores. I continued to watch, to wait, to seek understanding in the unfathomable depths of the pond. I documented everything. The patterns of the stars, the changes in the water, the whispers of the wind. My room became a shrine to my obsession, walls covered with maps of the stars, notes on celestial phenomena, and photos of the pond under different conditions. Yet, despite my relentless pursuit of the truth, the pond remained an enigma. The more I learned, the more I realized how little I truly understood. The pond was a puzzle with pieces scattered across time and space, a cosmic mystery that perhaps was never meant to be solved. In this journey, I had lost much. Friends drifted away, unable to understand my fixation. My family watched me with concern, unsure how to bridge the gap my obsession had created. And Jamie's absence was a constant ache, a reminder of the cost of delving too deep into the unknown. But I couldn't turn away. The pond had become a part of me, its mysteries echoing the questions that had always lingered in my mind about the universe and our place in it. One night, as I sat by the pond, the air still, the stars above mirrored perfectly in the water below, I made a recording. It was a message, a warning, perhaps a legacy of what I had discovered and what I had lost. I spoke of the pond, of its mysteries, of the dangers it posed, and of the insatiable curiosity that drove me to its edge. As I finished, the pond began to stir. The stars in the reflection shimmered, and for a moment, I thought I saw something move beneath the surface, a shadow, a form too vast and strange to belong to our world. I knew then that the pond was more than just a gateway, it was a sentient entity, ancient and powerful, watching us as we watched the stars. It was a keeper of secrets, of truths too vast for human minds to comprehend. The recording captured my final words, a message to anyone who might find it, to tread carefully in their search for understanding, to respect the mysteries that lie beyond our grasp. I left the pond that night with a heavy heart. The stars above seemed to watch me go, their light a silent farewell. I knew I would return, drawn back by the unanswered questions and the lure of the unknown. But I also knew that some mysteries were best left unexplored, their secrets preserved in the depths of starlit waters. The pond remains, a beautiful enigma, its reflection a constant invitation to the curious and the brave. But its true nature, its purpose, its origins, remain hidden, whispered in the ripples of the water and the rustling of the leaves. And somewhere, in the space between the stars, the truth waits, silent and eternal, echoing in this starlit pond of greenwood. I've always been a man of reason, grounded in the tangible world. As a freelance writer in a small, nondescript town, I found comfort in the predictability of my days. My life was an unending cycle of deadlines, diner coffee, and quiet evenings. That was, until the night my fingernails decided to betray all logic. It started subtly, almost imperceptibly. I remember glancing down at my hands while typing an article and noticed every morning presented a new shock, my fingertips adorned with these inexplicable keratin blades. At first, I sought logical explanations. Dietary changes, a medical anomaly, perhaps. The true horror, however, began the night I decided to trim these unwelcome appendages. As the clippers sliced through the first nail, a faint whisper tickled my ears. It was like the rustling of dry leaves, a hushed, unintelligible muttering that ceased as soon as the clipping fell away. I paused, glancing around my small cluttered apartment, searching for a logical source of the sound. Finding none, I shook my head, attributing it to the strain of recent sleepless nights. But with each nail I trimmed, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. They swirled around me, voices without form, speaking in urgent, hushed tones. My heart pounded against my chest, a mixture of fear and fascination taking hold. I was no stranger to the strange and macabre in my writings, but to experience such a phenomenon in the flesh was a different ordeal entirely. As I collected the clippings, the whispers ceased abruptly, leaving behind a haunting silence. I sat there, amidst the scattered remains of my nails, a sense of dread slowly seeping into my bones. What were these whispers? Were they trying to convey a message? My mind, once a haven of skepticism, now teetered on the brink of a terrifying unknown. That night, sleep was a stranger. My dreams were haunted by shadowy figures murmuring secrets just beyond my understanding. The morning light brought no relief, only the unnerving realization that my life had veered into the realm of the inexplicable. As the days wore on, my routine was replaced by a growing obsession. I started documenting each trimming session, recording the whispers, playing them back at different speeds, trying desperately to decipher their meaning. The secrets they seemed to hold felt significant, not just. It was during one of these sessions that I first understood a phrase, a name whispered with such clarity it sent chills down my spine. It was a name I knew, one belonging to a person shrouded in the town's collective mystery. The revelation marked the beginning of my descent into a world where whispers held truths, and my nails became the harbingers of secrets best left buried. The name the whispers revealed belonged to Eleanor McTavish, a woman who had vanished from our town under mysterious circumstances years ago. Her disappearance had been the subject of local gossip and wild speculation, but no trace of her was ever found. The police had long closed the case, relegating it to the town's collection of unsolved mysteries. As I replayed the recording, the whisper of her name sent a shiver down my spine. Why was my bizarre affliction connected to Eleanor McTavish? The rational part of my mind fought for a logical explanation, but deep down, I knew I was dealing with something beyond the realm of science. With each nail-trimming session, the whispers grew more coherent, revealing snippets of conversations, locations, and events linked to Eleanor's disappearance. I found myself drawn into an investigation led not by clues, but by ghostly murmurs emanating from my own body. My daily life began to unravel as I delved deeper into the mystery. I missed deadlines, ignored calls from friends, and spent hours locked in my apartment, poring over old newspapers and online articles about Eleanor. The whispers seemed to guide me, leading me down a rabbit hole of dark secrets and hidden truths. One evening, as I sat hunched over my desk, a particularly clear whisper caught my attention. The old Willow Creek Road, it hissed, sending a jolt through me. That road led to an abandoned part of town, where dilapidated houses stood as silent witnesses to better times. I had always avoided that area, but now it seemed inextricably linked to the puzzle I was desperately trying to solve. I decided to visit Willow Creek Road the next day. The whispers had become a constant presence in my life, an eerie soundtrack that only I could hear. As I drove down the neglected road, the dilapidated houses loomed like specters of the past. My heart raced with a mix of fear and anticipation. What was I hoping to find? Proof that I wasn't losing my mind. The whispers grew louder as I approached an old, weather-beaten house at the end of the road. Its windows were boarded up, and the garden was overrun with wild vegetation. The house had an oppressive aura, as if it was hiding secrets in its decaying walls. I hesitated at the entrance, the whispers now a cacophony in my head. Go inside, they urged. Taking a deep breath, I pushed open the creaking door and stepped into the musty interior. The house was a time capsule of neglect. Dust-covered furniture, faded photographs, and a pervasive sense of abandonment filled the space. As I wandered through the rooms, the whispers guided me, their tone urgent and insistent. In the basement, I found it a hidden room behind a false wall. The air was thick with the stench of decay. My hands trembled as I pulled away the rotting wood, revealing a small dark space. Inside, amidst the cobwebs and damp, lay a collection of personal items, a woman's clothes, a diary, and a photograph of Eleanor McTavish. The whispers fell silent, their mission seemingly complete. I stood there, frozen in horror and realization. The diary contained Eleanor's account of her last days, her fear palpable in the hurried scribbles. She had been hiding from someone dangerous. The diary ended abruptly, leaving her fate unknown. I emerged from the house as the sun began to set, the weight of my discovery heavy on my shoulders. The whispers had led me to a chilling truth, but so many questions remained unanswered. Who had Eleanor been hiding from? What had happened to her? As I drove back home, the whispers resumed their cryptic course. But now, they spoke of something else, something even darker. My journey into the heart of this mystery was far from over. The fingernails, once a mere curiosity, had become my curse, a relentless force driving me towards truths I was not sure I wanted to uncover. The revelation in the hidden room had changed everything. My once ordinary life had transformed into a surreal journey through whispers and shadows. The diary's last entry dated back to a chilly autumn night, not long before Eleanor McTavish had vanished into thin air. Her words were etched with fear, a desperate plea for help that had remained unheard for years. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being pulled into something much larger and more sinister than I had ever imagined. The whispers continued, more insistent now, revealing fragments of conversations and veiled threats. They painted a picture of a woman terrorized, a secret she held that others desperately wanted to remain hidden. I began to feel eyes on me wherever I went. The once familiar streets of my town took on a menacing quality, shadows seeming to move just beyond my line of sight. My sleep was plagued with nightmares, Eleanor's frightened face merging with shadowy figures that whispered from the darkness. As the days passed, my obsession grew. I was no longer just a passive listener to the whispers. I felt compelled to act, to unravel the web of secrets that had ensnared me. I started visiting locations the whispers mentioned, piecing together a map of Eleanor's last days. One location was mentioned more frequently than others: an old, abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town. It had a notorious reputation, shrouded in rumors of illegal activities and unsavory characters. As I drove there, the whispers crescendoed, a symphony of urgency and warning. The warehouse stood like a forgotten relic, its walls graffitied, windows broken. The air was heavy with the smell of decay and dampness. As I stepped inside, the temperature seemed to drop, and the whispers fell silent, as if holding their breath. I moved cautiously, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The warehouse was a labyrinth of corridors and rooms, each step taking me deeper into his heart. Then, in a small, secluded room, I found it a makeshift shrine, adorned with personal items, newspaper clippings about Eleanor, and candles long since burnt out. Chilled to the bone, I realized this wasn't just a case of a missing person. There was something much more dark and twisted at play. The whispers returned, a low, mournful wail that echoed off the walls. They spoke of rituals, obsessions, and a love turned into a perverse fascination. I left the warehouse with more questions than answers. Who had created this shrine? What was their connection to Eleanor? The whispers hinted at a deep dark obsession, a stalker who had watched Eleanor's every move, leading to her disappearance. Back home, I pored over my notes, the map of locations, and the diary. The connections were there, but they were tenuous, shrouded in conjecture and supposition. The whispers, once a guiding force, now seemed to mock me with their vagueness. Then, one night, as I sat hunched over my desk, a new whisper broke through the cacophony. It was different, clearer, more direct. It spoke of a name I recognized: Jonathan Harker, a reclusive man who lived on the fringes of town. The whispers painted him as a shadowy figure, his life intertwined with Eleanor's in ways I couldn't yet comprehend. I knew what I had to do. I had to confront Jonathan Harker. The thought filled me with a mix of dread and determination. The whispers had led me this far, I couldn't turn back now. As I prepared to leave, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was stepping into a trap, a web woven by whispers and secrets. But I had to know the truth, no matter how dark or disturbing it might be. My life, once defined by reason and logic, had become a narrative written by unseen forces, pushing me towards an unknown, possibly terrifying destiny. The night was unsettlingly still as I made my way to Jonathan Harker's residence. Nestled on the outskirts of town, his home was an old, Victorian-style house, cloaked in an aura of neglect. Overgrown hedges and a creaky gate painted a picture of isolation. It was the perfect abode for someone harboring dark secrets. As I approached the door, the whispers grew frenetic, like a chorus of warning bells echoing in my mind. Each step felt heavier, as if I was walking into the very heart of my fears. I raised my hand to knock, hesitating for a moment. What would I find on the other side? Was I ready to face the truth? The door creaked open before my knuckles could rap against it, revealing Jonathan Harker. He was a tall, gaunt figure, his eyes sunken and hair unkempt. He peered at me with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. "Can I help you?" His voice was gravelly, unused. "I'm Johnny. I've been researching Eleanor McTavish's disappearance," I began, watching his reaction closely. A flicker of something fear, guilt, recognition passed through his eyes. "Eleanor," he echoed, his voice barely a whisper. I took a deep breath, stepping into the dimly lit foyer. "I believe you know something about her, about what happened to her." Jonathan motioned for me to follow him into a cluttered sitting room. The walls were lined with bookshelves, and the air was thick with the scent of old paper and dust. He gestured for me to take a seat, his hands trembling slightly. As we sat facing each other, the whispers subsided, as if they too were eager to hear what Jonathan had to say. He looked at me, a haunted expression in his eyes. "Eleanor was special," he began, his voice laced with a sorrow that seemed to weigh him down. "We were close, once. But things changed." I leaned forward, my heart pounding. "What do you mean, changed?" He sighed, running a hand through his hair. "She discovered something dangerous. It was about the town, about some of the people in it. She found out things she shouldn't have." My mind raced. This aligned with the secrets the whispers had been revealing. "What kind of things?" I pressed. Jonathan glanced around nervously, as if the walls themselves might be listening. "Dark things. Secrets buried deep. She threatened to expose them, and that's when she disappeared." The room felt colder, the shadows deeper. "Who was behind it?" I asked, a sense of dread creeping over me. Jonathan's gaze dropped to his hands. "I can't, it's not safe to talk about it. They're still here, still watching." The gravity of his words hit me like a physical force. The whispers weren't just random secrets, they were fragments of a larger, more sinister truth that had ensnared Eleanor, and now me. I stood up, my resolve strengthening. "Jonathan, I need to know. Eleanor's whispers led me to you. You're the key to uncovering the truth." He looked up at me, his eyes filled with fear and resignation. "All right," he whispered. "But we must be careful. They'll do anything to keep their secrets buried." As I left Jonathan's house that night, the whispers returned, a cacophonous soundtrack to my swirling thoughts. Eleanor's fate, the town's dark I knew then that my journey was far from over. I was no longer just a passive recipient of the whispers, I was an active player in a deadly game of secrets and shadows. And I was determined to uncover the truth, no matter the cost. The next few days were a blur of frantic research and covert meetings with Jonathan Harker. We pieced together a timeline of events leading up to Eleanor's disappearance, cross-referencing the whispers with Jonathan's knowledge and public records. The deeper we delved, the more ominous the picture became. It turned out that Eleanor had stumbled upon a network of corruption involving some of the town's most influential figures. She had planned to expose them, armed with evidence of their misdeeds. But before she could bring the truth to light, she vanished. Jonathan was convinced that these same people were responsible for her disappearance. "They're dangerous, Johnny," he warned me repeatedly. "They'll stop at nothing to protect themselves." I was no stranger to fear, but this was different. It was a cold, creeping dread that settled in the pit of my stomach. The whispers were no longer just cryptic messages, they were echoes of a silenced voice crying out for justice. I realized I had two choices. Step away and try to reclaim some semblance of my old life, or see this through, whatever the cost. There was something about Eleanor's story, about the whispers, that wouldn't let me go. I couldn't turn my back on it. One evening, as I sat at my desk, surrounded by papers and recordings of the whispers, I heard a new message, one that made my blood run cold. "The old mill, midnight. The truth awaits." The old mill was an abandoned building on the outskirts of town, a place shrouded in rumors and superstition. I knew going there was risky, possibly a trap, but I couldn't ignore the call. I told Jonathan about the message. He was hesitant, fearing it was a setup. But he agreed to accompany me, insisting we couldn't face this alone. Armed with flashlights and a sense of grim determination, we made our way to the mill as the clock approached midnight. The building loomed before us, a decaying monument to forgotten industry. Inside, the air was stale, thick with the weight of unspoken secrets. We moved cautiously, the beam of our flashlights cutting through the darkness. The whispers guided us, growing louder with each step. In the heart of the mill, we found it a room that had been converted into a makeshift office. Papers, photographs, and files were strewn across the desk. It was evidence of the corruption Eleanor had uncovered, a trove of damning information. As we sifted through the documents, the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. Names, dates, transactions, it was all there. Eleanor had been right, and she had paid the ultimate price for her discovery. Suddenly, the room chilled. A sense of impending danger washed over us. We weren't alone. Shadows shifted, and figures emerged from the darkness, their intentions clear in their menacing approach. We were cornered, the evidence of their crimes laid bare before us. Their eyes were cold, their movements calculated. It was a standoff, with everything hanging in the balance. In that moment, I understood the true nature of the whispers. They weren't just remnants of a lost soul, they were a call to action, a demand for justice that refused to be silenced. With a surge of adrenaline, I knew what had to be done. We had to escape, to bring the truth to light. The whispers had led me to this moment, and I wasn't going to let Eleanor's voice be silenced again. The confrontation that followed was a blur of chaos and desperation. Jonathan and I fought with every ounce of our being, fueled by the need to expose the corruption that had poisoned our town. We emerged into the night, battered but alive, clutching the evidence that would finally bring the truth to light. The whispers had ceased, their purpose fulfilled. Eleanor's voice had been heard, and now it was our turn to speak for her. As we made our way to the authorities, the first light of dawn breaking on the horizon, I knew our battle was far from over. But we had taken the first step in unraveling the web of secrets and lies that had ensnared Eleanor Matavish in our town. The journey had changed me, stripping away my skepticism and opening my eyes to the horrors that lurked beneath the surface of everyday life. I had walked through the shadows and emerged with a newfound purpose. The whispers may have fallen silent, but their echo would resonate forever, a haunting reminder of the fragile line between truth and darkness. The night was pristine, a perfect canvas for the celestial spectacle I'd been waiting for. As an amateur astronomer and an avid photographer, the full moon had always held a special allure for me. Living in a small town with minimal light pollution, I had the ideal vantage point to witness and capture the beauty of the lunar phases. Tonight, the full moon was set to grace the sky, and I couldn't have been more excited. I'm a 20-something-year-old with a keen interest in the stars and the mysteries they hold. I had always been fascinated by the sky's nocturnal majesty, spending countless nights gazing upward, trying to unravel the cosmos' secrets. This particular evening was significant. Not only was it a full moon, but I had also promised to share my photographs with the local astronomy club, a group that had become a second family to me. The town, while unremarkable in most aspects, was known among star enthusiasts for its excellent conditions for sky watching. The absence of large city lights allowed the stars to shine with an intensity that was both awe-inspiring and humbling. I often found solace in this cosmic spectacle, feeling a connection to something far greater than myself. As the evening crept in, I gathered my equipment. A trusty camera, a tripod, and a notebook filled with celestial observations from previous nights. The hill overlooking the town was my destination, a spot I had come to regard as my personal observatory. The climb was familiar, almost comforting in its routine. Reaching the top, I set up my gear, my heart racing with anticipation. The sky was clear, the stars twinkling like distant fires, and the moon, a glowing orb of pure, unblemished light. It was as I adjusted the focus on my camera that I first noticed something odd. Peering through the lens, the town below seemed different. The buildings, usually straight and mundane, now twisted in impossible angles, their shadows dancing like living entities. I blinked, thinking it was a trick of my imagination, a result of too many hours spent in darkness. But the curiosity that drives a person towards the unknown, the same curiosity that had me fall in love with the stars, now urged me to descend into the town. I needed to see, to understand what this lunar illusion was. Little did I know, as I made my way down the hill under the watchful eye of the moon, that I was stepping into a night that would forever alter my understanding of reality. The air was cooler now, a gentle breeze carrying whispers that seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath my feet. As I walked the familiar streets of my town, a sense of unease began to take hold. It was as if the world had shifted, revealing a side I had never known, a side that was waiting for the right moment to unveil itself. And tonight, under the full moon's light, that moment had come. The first real sign that something was amiss struck me as I reached the main street. It was a path I had walked countless times, yet now it felt alien, almost hostile. The moon, resplendent in its full glory, cast an eerie glow over everything. Through the camera's lens, the distortions were more pronounced, the buildings warped as if viewed through a funhouse mirror. But with my own eyes, the changes were subtler, yet unmistakably real. Shadows stretched and contorted in ways that defied logic, and the air carried a static charge that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I tried to convince myself it was just a trick of the light, a bizarre optical illusion. But the deeper I ventured into the town, the more pronounced the anomalies became. Street lights flickered sporadically, bathing the surroundings in a pulsating, surreal glow. The familiar storefronts along the street looked distorted, their windows like gaping, dark eyes watching my every move. As I turned a corner, a chilling sight stopped me in my tracks. A cat perched atop a trash can, its eyes reflecting the moonlight in a way that seemed almost sentient. But it wasn't just the eyes. The cat's body seemed elongated, twisted in a way that was grotesque yet fascinating. It stared at me, unblinking, before it leaped away, disappearing into the night. Despite the fear clawing at my mind, my curiosity pushed me forward. I had to document this, to capture what I was seeing. I raised my camera, snapping pictures of the distorted buildings, the strange shadows, the surreal atmosphere that had enveloped my town. Every click of the shutter felt like a step further into a world that was both familiar and utterly alien. The further I walked, the more the town's transformation revealed itself. Trees along the sidewalk, once benign and ordinary, now twisted into gnarled, almost sentient shapes. Their branches swayed not with the wind, but as if they were reaching out, grasping for something unseen. And then there were the whispers. Faint at first, like the rustling of leaves, but growing steadily in intensity. They seemed to come from all around me, a chorus of voices without discernible words, yet carrying an urgency that was deeply unsettling. It felt as if the very night was speaking to me, a language not meant for human ears. In the moonlight, everything I knew about the world, about reality, seemed to unravel. The familiar had become otherworldly, the mundane now a facade for something far more sinister. My heart pounded in my chest, a mix of fear and exhilaration. I was witnessing something impossible, something that defied explanation. And in that moment, I knew that this night was only the beginning of a journey into the unknown, a journey that I could neither stop nor turn away from. As I ventured further, the once familiar streets of my town took on a nightmarish quality. Buildings leaned at precarious angles, and windows shimmered with an unnatural luminescence. The moon's light seemed to warp the very fabric of reality, turning the mundane into the grotesque. I stumbled upon the town square, a place that had always been the heart of our community. But under the full moon's influence, it had transformed into a scene from a surreal nightmare. The statue of the town's founder, which stood proudly in the center, now appeared contorted, its once benevolent face twisted into a sinister grimace. The trees surrounding the square had grown taller, their branches intertwining overhead to form a dark, twisted canopy that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. As I walked, the ground beneath my feet felt unsteady, shifting and undulating like the surface of a disturbed pond. I fought to keep my balance, the sense of vertigo intensifying with each step. My breath came in short, sharp gasps, the air thick and heavy, as if charged with electricity. And then, I saw them. The townspeople. They wandered through the streets and the square, but they were no longer the neighbors I knew. Bathed in the moon's ethereal glow, Their bodies were elongated and distorted, moving with jerky, unnatural motions. Their faces were blank, eyes hollow, as if their humanity had been stripped away, leaving only empty vessels roaming in the moonlit haze. A surge of fear gripped me, a primal instinct to flee from this abominable version of my home. But even as terror threatened to overwhelm me, my desire to understand, to uncover the truth behind this lunar nightmare, anchored me in place. I raised my camera, my hands trembling, and began to capture this hellish panorama. The click of the shutter echoed unnaturally in the still air, a solitary sound amidst the eerie silence that enveloped the town. But it was not just the sights that haunted me, it was the sounds, or rather, the lack thereof. The usual night sounds, the chirping of crickets, the rustling of leaves, were conspicuously absent, replaced by a heavy, oppressive silence that seemed to smother everything. It was as if the town itself was holding its breath, waiting for something unspeakable to happen. I pressed on, each step taking me deeper into the heart of this twisted nocturnal world. My mind raced with questions. What was causing this? Was I the only one seeing it? Were these changes real, or just figments of my overactive imagination? The more I observed, the more the line between reality and nightmare blurred. I ventured towards the old library, a building I had frequented since childhood. But now, it loomed over me like a malevolent entity. Its windows, once sources of warm, inviting light, now glared down like baleful eyes. The brickwork was warped, the edges sharper, more menacing. Even the ivy that clung to its walls seemed alive, its tendrils writhing under the moon's influence. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It wasn't just paranoia, the sensation was tangible, a pressure on the back of my neck. I turned quickly, camera at the ready, but there was nothing there. Just the shifting, whispering shadows. The town park, once a haven of tranquility, was my next destination. The moon hung low over it, bathing the area in a ghostly light. The once neatly trimmed bushes and flower beds were now wild, overgrown, their shapes contorted into unsettling forms. The pond in the center of the park, a mirror to the sky above, rippled as if something beneath its surface was stirring. I felt a mounting sense of dread, the kind that gnaws at the edges of your mind, urging you to flee. But I was rooted to the spot, my eyes fixed on the pond. The water bubbled and frothed, and for a moment, I thought I saw a figure beneath the surface, a dark, twisted shape that moved with purpose. Shaking off the illusion, I continued my journey, documenting the lunar-induced madness that had overtaken my town. The streets were deserted now, or so I thought. As I rounded a corner, I found myself face to face with one of the townsfolk. It was Mrs. Henderson, the elderly librarian. But under the moon's influence, she was a grotesque parody of herself. Her eyes, once kind and gentle, were now empty pools of darkness. Her skin seemed stretched over her bones, giving her a skeletal appearance. She didn't acknowledge me, just continued her slow, aimless wandering. I called out to her, but she gave no indication that she heard me. It was as if I was invisible to her, a ghost in this moonstruck world. I backed away slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. The need to understand this phenomenon was quickly being overshadowed by a primal urge to survive. As I retreated, I glanced back at Mrs. Henderson, only to find her gone, vanished into the moonlit mist. My town, my home, had become a labyrinth of horrors, each street revealing a new, nightmarish vision. I was lost in a world that was both familiar and utterly alien, a captive of the full moon's sinister spell. The surreal landscape of my once familiar town seemed to close in around me, each twisted alley and distorted building pressing against my sanity. I moved through the streets, the moon high and mocking in the sky, its light a beacon for the unnatural transformations around me. The town was alive in a way I had never seen, pulsating with an eerie, otherworldly energy. I began to notice more of the town's residents, each altered in grotesque ways by the moon's influence. Their movements were jerky and unnatural, as if they were puppets being controlled by unseen strings. Their eyes, void of recognition or human emotion, seemed to stare through me. It was clear they were no longer the people I knew, they were something else entirely, something dark and twisted. My camera, usually a source of comfort and control, felt heavy and cumbersome in my hands. Yet, I continued to document the nightmare unfolding before me. The photos, I hoped, would serve as evidence of this lunar madness, proof that I wasn't losing my grip on reality. As I ventured towards the outskirts of town, the changes became more profound. The local wildlife, usually timid and elusive, roamed the streets with bizarre mutations. I saw a fox with two heads, silently watching me from a distance, its eyes glowing in the dark. A group of birds flew overhead, their wings disjointed and elongated, casting unsettling shadows on the ground. The plants, too, had transformed. Trees bent towards the moon, their branches writhing like tentacles, leaves whispering secrets in a language I couldn't understand. Flowers bloomed in unnatural colors, emitting a faint phosphorescent light that added to the otherworldly ambience. In my heart, a battle raged between fear and fascination. Every instinct screamed at me to flee, to escape this moonlit hell, but the need to know, to uncover the truth behind these phenomena, propelled me forward. I found myself drawn to the town's old cemetery, a place I had always avoided at night. The wrought iron gates, once merely foreboding, now loomed like the jaws of a beast. Inside, the graves and tombstones were no longer solemn memorials, but twisted sculptures, their inscriptions warped into indecipherable glyphs. A chilling realization dawned on me. The moon's effect was not just visual. It was altering the very essence of things, twisting the natural into the unnatural. The air was thick with a sense of wrongness, a perversion of the natural order that was both terrifying and mesmerizing. I continued to move through the cemetery, the moon casting long, haunting shadows among the graves. A low fog had begun to roll in, creeping along the ground like a living thing. It swirled around my feet, cold and clammy, as if it were trying to pull me down into the earth. In the distance, I heard a sound that froze me in my tracks, a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from the very shadows. I turned slowly, my heart pounding, to see a figure emerging from the fog. It was large, hulking, its form indistinct, but unmistakably menacing. I backed away slowly, not daring to take my eyes off the creature. It moved towards me, its movements deliberate and predatory. I realized then that I was no longer just an observer in this twisted night, I was prey. With a surge of adrenaline, I turned and ran, the growl of the creature echoing in my ears. The cemetery, a maze of twisted graves and gnarled trees, seemed to conspire against me, its paths leading me in circles. I could feel the creature gaining on me, its presence a palpable force that drove me to the edge of panic. Just when I thought I was lost, I emerged from the cemetery, gasping for air, my body slick with cold sweat. I looked back, but the creature was gone, swallowed up by the fog and the shadows. I leaned against a nearby wall, trying to catch my breath, my mind racing. What was happening to my town? What was the source of this lunar curse? And most importantly, how could I survive until dawn? As I stood there, trembling in the aftermath of my encounter, I knew one thing for certain. I had to find answers before the moon completed its nightly arc across the sky. My heart still racing from the encounter in the cemetery, I made my way through the distorted streets, my mind a whirlwind of fear and confusion. The town, under the full moon's eerie illumination, was a labyrinth of grotesque shadows and altered landscapes. The nightmarish visions I had witnessed clung to me like a second skin, making every step an exercise in overcoming terror. In my frenzied state, I stumbled upon an old, abandoned house at the edge of town. It was a relic from a bygone era, its walls crumbling, windows boarded up, a testament to long-forgotten memories. Driven by a mixture of desperation and curiosity, I pushed open the creaking door and stepped inside. The interior of the house was shrouded in darkness, the only light coming from the moon's glow through the cracks in the boarded windows. The air was thick with dust and decay, the silence oppressive. It felt like stepping into another time, a place untouched by the world outside. My eyes adjusted to the gloom, and I noticed a book lying on a dust-covered table. It was an old journal, its leather cover worn and cracked. With trembling hands, I opened it, the pages yellowed with age. The handwriting inside was neat but frantic, filled with the ramblings of a mind teetering on the edge of madness. The journal belonged to a forgotten astronomer who had lived in the town decades ago. As I read, a chill crept down my spine. The astronomer had documented similar lunar anomalies, describing nights where the world transformed under the full moon's influence. He wrote of the townspeople changing, the flora and fauna mutating, and the very fabric of reality warping. With each entry, his writing became more erratic, his observations more disturbing. He spoke of a pattern, a cycle that intensified with each full moon. It was as if the moon were awakening something ancient and malevolent, a force that sought to reshape the world in its image. The final entry was the most chilling. The astronomer feared that the lunar transformations would reach a peak, culminating in an event he could only describe as catastrophic. He believed that the town was the epicenter of this impending disaster, a focal point for the moon's malevolent energy. As I absorbed the words of the long-dead astronomer, a deep sense of dread settled over me. The town, my home, was not just experiencing random anomalies. It was under the influence of a cyclical cosmic horror, one that was building towards something unspeakable. I closed the journal, my mind racing. The implications were terrifying. If the astronomer's predictions were correct, the town and everyone in it were in grave danger. And I, inadvertently, had found myself at the heart of this nightmare. Just then, a sound from outside the house jolted me back to the present. It was a low, droning hum, growing louder, more insistent. I peeked through the cracks in the window boards and saw the townspeople converging towards the house. Their movements were slow, deliberate, as if they were being drawn by an unseen force. They were no longer human in any recognizable sense, their bodies grotesquely distorted by the moon's influence. Their eyes, empty of life, were fixed on the house, on me. I realized with horror that they were coming for the journal, the last piece of evidence of the town's cursed fate. I had to act fast. I grabbed the journal, my camera, and fled through the back door, just as the front door began to splinter under the weight of the advancing horde. My heart pounding, I ran through the back alleys and side streets, the sounds of the townspeople's pursuit a constant reminder of the danger snapping at my heels. The moon, a baleful eye in the sky, seemed to follow my every move, casting its malevolent glow over the town. As I ran, the realization that I was the only one aware of the true nature of this horror weighed heavily on me. The people I had grown up with, my friends, my neighbors, were now mindless puppets of the moon's will. I was alone in this nightmare, the sole bearer of the terrible truth contained within the pages of the astronomer's journal. I knew I couldn't stay in the town. The full moon's influence was too strong, the danger too great. My only hope was to escape and find someone, anyone, who would believe my story. With the journal as proof, I had to warn others, to prevent the catastrophe the astronomer had foreseen. But where could I go? The town was isolated, surrounded by miles of wilderness. The thought of venturing into the dark, moonlit woods filled me with dread, but I had no choice. It was either face the unknown horrors of the forest or succumb to the twisted monstrosities that my town had become. With a deep breath, I plunged into the woods, the branches reaching out like gnarled hands in the moonlight. The forest, normally a place of refuge and peace, was now a shadowy maze, its paths obscured by the overgrowth and darkness. Behind me, the sounds of the townspeople faded, swallowed by the dense forest. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me, lurking just beyond the reach of the moon's light. Every snapped twig, every rustling leaf, sent a jolt of fear through me. I pushed on, driven by a desperate hope for survival. The journal, clutched tightly in my hand, was a tangible link to reality, a reminder that the nightmare had a cause, a source that could perhaps be understood, maybe even stopped. As the night wore on, the forest seemed to close in around me, the trees whispering secrets in a language I couldn't comprehend. The moon, ever watchful, cast a pallid light through the canopy, its beams like fingers probing the darkness. Exhaustion set in, both physical and mental, but I dared not stop. The thought of what lay behind me, of what the full moon had wrought upon my town, spurred me on. I had to survive, to carry the truth of this lunar horror to the world beyond. And so, I ran, a lone figure against the backdrop of a nightmarish world, a world twisted and reshaped by the cold, uncaring light of the full moon. As dawn approached, the oppressive grip of the full moon began to wane, the night's horrors slowly receding like a nightmare fading upon waking. The forest, a labyrinth of shadows under the moon's influence, gradually returned to its mundane form, the sinister whispers of the trees dissipating in the early morning light. Exhausted, both physically and mentally, I emerged from the woods, the weight of the astronomer's journal in my hand, a constant reminder of the night's terror. The first rays of the sun brought a measure of relief, a promise that the nightmare was over, at least for now. I found myself on the outskirts of another town, one untouched by the lunar curse that had befallen my home. The normalcy of the morning was jarring, a stark contrast to the horrors I had witnessed. People went about their day, oblivious to the nightmare that had unfolded just miles away. The need to warn others about the danger looming over my town pressed heavily on me. But who would believe such a fantastical story? The evidence I had, the photographs and the astronomer's journal, seemed so insignificant against the enormity of what I had experienced. Despite my doubts, I knew I couldn't keep silent. I made my way to the local police station, the journal clutched tightly in my hands. The officers listened to my story with a mix of skepticism and concern. They looked through the photos, their expressions a blend of disbelief and unease. The journal, with its frantic scribblings and dire warnings, only added to their skepticism. They agreed to send a patrol to check on my town, more out of a sense of duty than belief in my story. I was left with the empty assurance that they would look into it. But I knew that the true nature of the lunar curse couldn't be comprehended through a mere cursory glance. Leaving the police station, I felt a profound sense of isolation. The burden of knowledge weighed heavily on me, a solitary guardian against an unfathomable threat. I wandered the streets of this unfamiliar town, wrestling with the decision of what to do next. The sun climbed higher in the sky, its light a stark contrast to the chilling memories of the night. I found a quiet cafe and sat there, the journal open in front of me. Over a cup of coffee, I pored over the astronomer's notes again, searching for anything I might have missed, any clue that could help me understand the curse that had befallen my town. The entries spoke of celestial alignments, lunar cycles, and esoteric theories that bordered on the arcane. It was clear that the astronomer had dedicated his life to unraveling the mysteries of the full moon's influence, but even he had reached a point where science gave way to speculation and fear. As I read, a plan began to form in my mind. I couldn't face this alone, I needed help. The local astronomy club, the one I had promised my full moon photographs to, might be a start. There were a group of enthusiasts and amateur scientists, but among them, there might be someone who would believe me, someone who could help me delve deeper into the astronomer's research. Determined, I gathered my things and left the cafe. The journey back to my town was a long one, but the need to act, to do something about the impending catastrophe, gave me a sense of purpose. Upon my return, the town appeared normal, untouched by the horrors of the night. The people I had seen transformed by the moonlight were now going about their lives, unaware of the nightmare they had been a part of. It was surreal, walking among them, knowing what I knew. I headed straight for the astronomy club, my resolve strengthening with each step. The members greeted me with smiles and questions about my full moon photos, oblivious to the gravity of my visit. I shared my story, showing them the photos and the journal. There were expressions of disbelief, of course, but to my relief, there was also interest, a willingness to entertain the possibility of something beyond ordinary understanding. Together, we pored over the astronomer's notes, discussing and debating into the evening. The club members were intrigued by the patterns he had documented, the potential astronomical phenomena that could be at play. It was agreed that we would meet again, to research further, to try and find a way to prevent the catastrophe the astronomer had foreseen. As I left the club that evening, a sense of cautious hope filled me. The nightmare of the full moon was not over, it was merely lying dormant, waiting for its next cycle. But now, I was not alone in my fight against the looming darkness. With the help of the astronomy club, there was a chance we could uncover the truth behind the lunar curse, and find a way to stop it. The full moon would rise again, but next time, we would be prepared, ready to face whatever horrors it brought. The fight against the unknown had just begun, and I was no longer a lone witness to the terror of the lunar distortion. The days following the meeting with the astronomy club passed in a blur of research and restless anticipation. We delved into ancient astronomical texts, scoured scientific journals, and explored every conceivable theory that might explain the lunar anomalies. The astronomer's journal served as our guide, a beacon in the murky waters of the unknown. Night after night, we gathered to discuss our findings, each member bringing their own expertise and insights to the table. The sense of camaraderie and shared purpose was a balm to the isolation and fear I had felt since that fateful night. Together, we were more than just enthusiasts gazing at the stars, we were a team on the brink of uncovering a cosmic mystery. As the next full moon approached, a sense of urgency gripped us. We had theories, hypotheses about lunar cycles, gravitational anomalies, even the possibility of unknown natural phenomena. But theories were not enough, we needed evidence, proof that could either validate our fears or lay them to rest. The night of the full moon arrived, a night that would either confirm our worst fears or offer a glimmer of hope. Armed with cameras, recording equipment, and a myriad of scientific instruments, we set up our observation post on the same hill where I had first witnessed the town's transformation. The moon rose, a luminous orb dominating the night sky, its light casting an eerie glow over the landscape. We watched and waited, our eyes fixed on the town below, our instruments poised to capture any anomaly. But as the night wore on, the expected horrors did not materialize. The town remained peaceful, its streets and buildings bathed in the gentle light of the full moon. No twisted shadows, no grotesque transformations, just the quiet tranquility of a small town under a starlit sky. Relief washed over us, mingled with a sense of bewilderment. Had the lunar curse been a fleeting phenomenon, a transient distortion of reality that had come and gone without explanation? Or had our preparations, our focused attention on the moon and its mysteries, somehow averted the nightmare? As the moon reached its zenith and began its slow descent, we continued our vigil, but the night remained calm, untouched by the terror that had gripped the town during the last full moon. The first light of dawn found us weary but unscathed, the threat of the lunar distortion seemingly past. In the days that followed, we pored over the data and recordings from that night, searching for any anomaly, any clue that might explain the absence of the horrors I had witnessed. But there was nothing, no evidence of the grotesque transformations, no hint of the otherworldly terror that had pervaded the town. The townspeople, blissfully unaware of the nightmare that had loomed over them, went about their lives as usual. To them, the full moon had been just another phase in the celestial cycle, beautiful and serene. I, however, could not shake the feeling of unease. The memories of that night, the twisted reality I had experienced, were etched in my mind, as real as anything I had ever known. The photographs I had taken, the journal I had found, were proof that it had not been a mere figment of my imagination. But with no recurring anomalies, no further evidence of the lunar distortion, my story became an enigma, a chilling tale of a night when the moon revealed a darker, more sinister aspect of itself. The astronomy club and I continued to meet, to watch the skies and probe the mysteries of the universe. But the lunar distortion remained a mystery, a singular event lost in the annals of unexplained phenomena. As for me, I find myself looking up at the moon with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The beauty of its celestial glow now carries a tinge of fear, a reminder of the night when the world around me turned into a grotesque, twisted version of itself. Each full moon brings a sense of anticipation, a question lingering in the back of my mind. Will the lunar distortion return? The town goes on, unaware of the thin veil that separates the known from the unknown, the normal from the nightmarish. And I, forever changed by that night, continue to search for answers, to understand the mystery of the lunar distortion. In the quiet moments, when the night is still, and the moon casts its silver light over the world, I can't help but wonder. Are there other secrets hidden in the glow of the moon, other mysteries waiting to be revealed? The full moon will rise again, and with it, the possibility that the world might once more turn into a grotesque, twisted version of itself. The story ends, but the mystery remains, a haunting reminder that the universe holds wonders and terrors beyond our understanding. And somewhere, in the vast expanse of the night sky, the moon watches, a silent witness to the fears and curiosities of the human heart. The world of Fortnite had always been my escape. Its vibrant landscapes, the thrill of battle, the camaraderie with teammates. All of it provided a respite from the monotony of my everyday life. But that day, as I roamed the familiar terrain, a restless curiosity propelled me beyond the usual skirmishes and strategies. I had heard whispers in the gaming community about a mysterious island, one not marked on any official map. It was said to be a place of legend, shrouded in rumors and eerie tales. Players who had stumbled upon it, so the stories went, had never returned to the game. I navigated my character along the periphery of the map, the boundary where the digital sea met the sky, a liminal space that seemed to beckon with untold secrets. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows over the pixelated terrain, adding a sense of foreboding to my quest. I had always been a skeptic, dismissing such tales as mere gamer folklore. But today, a strange compulsion drove me, a need to see for myself if there was any truth to the rumors. As I guided my character over a cresting wave, my eyes caught sight of something in the distance. It was subtle, a mere flicker against the vast expanse of the virtual ocean. I adjusted the view, zooming in. There it was. A sliver of land, cloaked in an unnatural fog. My heart raced with a mix of excitement and unease. This had to be it, the uncharted island of Fortnite. With a mix of anticipation and trepidation, I steered my character towards the island. As I drew closer, the details became clear. Rugged cliffs rising sharply from the sea, dense forests crowning the top, and what appeared to be ruins peeking through the foliage. It was unlike anything I had ever seen in the game. This place had an aura of mystery, almost as if it existed outside the normal rules of Fortnite. I landed on the shore, the sound of waves crashing against the rocks filling my headphones. For a moment, I just stood there, taking in the eerie beauty of the island. It felt surreal, like stepping into a forgotten world. I ventured inland, my footsteps echoing in the silence. The island was deserted, or so it seemed. The usual cacophony of a Fortnite match was absent here. No gunfire, no distant explosions, just the whisper of the wind through the trees, and the occasional caw of a crow. As I explored, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It was absurd, I told myself. This was just a game. Yet, the sense of unease grew with every step. The island held secrets, I was sure of it. But what were they? And what had happened to the players who had come here before me? I had no answers, only a deepening sense of dread. This place was not meant to be found, and yet here I was, about to uncover its mysteries. Little did I know, my curiosity would soon lead me into a nightmare beyond my wildest imagination. The island's silence was unnerving. As I moved deeper into the dense forest, the only sounds were my footsteps and the occasional rustle of leaves. The trees seemed to close in around me, their twisted branches casting strange shadows. The air felt heavy, charged with an unspoken warning. Despite the game's pixelated nature, everything felt disturbingly real, almost tactile. The island was like a character itself, alive and watching. I stumbled upon an old structure, half consumed by the forest. It was a dilapidated house, its walls crumbling, windows shattered. Vines crept up its sides, as if nature was trying to reclaim it. A sense of dread washed over me. This wasn't the kind of building you'd find in a typical Fortnite match. It was too detailed, too sinister. Curiosity overcame my apprehension, and I ventured inside. The floorboards creaked under my weight, echoing through the empty halls. Each room was more disturbing than the last. Furniture lay overturned, wallpaper peeled from the walls, and in one room, I found dolls arranged in a grotesque parody of a tea party. I heard a sound then, a soft whisper that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere. I spun around, scanning the room, but there was nothing. My heart pounded in my chest, my grip on the controller tightening. This was just a game, I reminded myself, but the fear felt all too real. Continuing my exploration, I came across what looked like a study. A desk sat in the center, covered in dust and cobwebs. Papers lay scattered about, their ink faded. I approached, curiosity piqued. Among the papers, I found a drawing, a crude depiction of the island, with a large X marked in one area. A treasure map. Or something more ominous. The whisper returned, louder this time, a garbled voice that sent chills down my spine. I wanted to leave, to escape this place, but I couldn't. Something about the island held me captive. As night fell in the game, the forest grew darker, more menacing. I started to see things, shadows moving in the periphery of my vision, figures watching from the trees. I told myself they were just glitches, artifacts of the game's programming. But part of me feared they were something else, something malevolent. I stumbled upon remnants of other players, a discarded backpack, a broken weapon, a half-built structure. It was as if they had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only these few belongings. The realization hit me then, the stories were true. Players had come to this island and never returned. A sense of panic set in. I was not alone. Something was on the island with me, something sinister and unexplainable. I felt it watching me, biding its time. I had to find a way off the island, but I was lost, turned around in the endless forest. The whispers grew louder, now punctuated by distant, hollow laughter. I was being hunted. By what, I didn't know. All I knew was that I had to escape, to survive. But as the darkness closed in, escape seemed more and more like an impossible dream. The night on the island stretched on, seemingly endless. The darkness was oppressive, making it difficult to navigate the dense forest. I moved cautiously, every sense heightened. The air was thick with a sense of dread, and the eerie whispers continued, now joined by faint ghostly melodies that seemed to drift on the wind. The island felt alive, its malevolent presence growing stronger with each passing moment. As I wandered, lost and increasingly frantic, the terrain began to change. The trees thinned out, giving way to a clearing. In the center stood an ancient-looking stone altar, its surface covered in strange, indecipherable symbols. Surrounding it were statues, humanoid figures with grotesque, twisted features, their eyes seeming to follow my every move. I approached the altar, drawn by a morbid fascination. On it lay items that looked out of place in Fortnite's world: a rusted dagger, a tattered book with pages fluttering in the wind, and a strange, luminescent crystal. The air around the altar was colder, the atmosphere heavy with an unseen power. The whispers grew louder, now forming coherent words, though in a language I didn't understand. It was as if the island itself was speaking to me, its voice a guttural, haunting echo in my mind. I reached out to touch the crystal, and as my fingers brushed its surface, a blinding light engulfed me. When my vision cleared, I was no longer in the clearing. I was standing in what appeared to be a labyrinth of narrow, winding corridors, the walls made of the same dark stone as the altar. The air was musty, the only light coming from flickering torches mounted on the walls. The change in scenery was so abrupt, so disorienting, that for a moment I forgot I was in the game. I started moving through the labyrinth, my footsteps echoing in the confined space. The corridors twisted and turned, a maze with no discernible pattern. I could hear something moving in the darkness, a soft skittering that seemed to come from the walls themselves. Panic set in as I realized I was being pursued by something unseen. I quickened my pace, turning corners at random, trying to escape the creeping terror that followed me. The labyrinth seemed endless, each corridor leading to another, each turn a mirror of the last. Then, I heard a new sound, a low, guttural growling that resonated through the stone. I froze, heart racing, as the sound grew louder, closer. Something was coming for me, something ancient and malevolent. I ran, fueled by primal fear, the growling ever present behind me. I could feel its breath, hot and foul, on my neck. I dared not look back, afraid of what I might see. Finally, I emerged from the labyrinth, gasping for breath. I was back in the forest, but it was different now, darker, more sinister. The trees seemed to close in around me, their branches reaching out like twisted hands. The realization dawned on me: the island was not just a place. It was a being, a consciousness. And it was toying with me, drawing me deeper into its nightmare. The game had become a prison, and I was its captive. I knew then that escape was not just a matter of finding a way off the island. I had to confront whatever dark power ruled this place. Only then could I hope to return to the real world. But as the forest closed in around me, and the whispers turned to screams, I wondered if I would ever find the courage to face the horror that awaited me. The forest around me seemed to pulsate with a malevolent energy, the trees whispering secrets in a language I couldn't understand. My every step was labored, as if the ground itself was trying to hold me back. The darkness was suffocating, impenetrable even to the faint moonlight that struggled to pierce the canopy above. In this nightmarish realm, time lost its meaning. I wandered aimlessly, driven by a mixture of fear and determination. The growling had ceased, replaced by an eerie silence that was somehow more terrifying. It felt like the calm before a storm, a moment of respite before the inevitable horror. As I trudged through the underbrush, a faint light caught my eye. It was not the cold, distant light of the moon, but something warmer, more inviting. I followed it, my heart pounding with a mix of hope and dread. The light led me to a clearing, in the center of which stood a solitary ancient tree. Its bark was gnarled and blackened, as if scarred by centuries of existence. From its branches hung dozens of small glowing orbs, their light casting dancing shadows across the clearing. Beneath the tree sat a figure, so still it could have been a statue. As I approached, it raised its head, and I saw that it was an old man, his eyes empty sockets, his skin ashen and wrinkled. He beckoned me closer, his movements slow and deliberate. I hesitated, my instincts screaming at me to run. But something in the old man's demeanor suggested wisdom, an understanding of the island's mysteries. With a deep breath, I stepped into the clearing. The old man spoke, his voice a dry whisper that seemed to echo from the depths of the earth. He told me of the island, a place that existed between worlds, a bridge between the living and the dead. It was a prison, he said, for something ancient and unspeakably evil, something that had once threatened to consume the world. The entity, he explained, was bound to the island, its power contained but not destroyed. It fed on the souls of those who wandered here, growing stronger with each one it consumed. The players who had vanished had become part of it, their essence fueling its malevolent will. I listened in horror, realizing the gravity of my situation. I was not just trapped in a game, I was ensnared in a battle between forces beyond my comprehension. The old man told me there was a way to escape, but it required confronting the entity, facing the heart of darkness that lay at the island's core. Only by confronting and overcoming it could the spell be broken, the bridge between worlds severed. He warned me that the journey would be perilous, that the entity would use my fears against me. But there was no other way. I had to face the darkness, or be consumed by it. As he finished his tale, the old man faded away, his form dissolving into the night. I was alone once again, but now with a purpose. I had to find the heart of the island, confront the evil that lurked there. I set off, the orbs from the tree casting a protective glow around me. The forest seemed to sense my resolve, its malevolent presence pressing in on me from all sides. But I pushed forward, driven by a desperate need to escape, to return to the real world. The deeper I went, the more the island revealed its true nature. The trees bled when cut, the ground pulsed like a living thing, and the air was filled with the cries of the damned. It was a place of nightmares, a realm of unspeakable horror. But I could not turn back. I had to face the darkness, to confront the entity that held me captive. Only then could I hope to escape the uncharted island of Fortnite. The further I ventured into the heart of the island, the more the landscape transformed. The once familiar digital terrain of Fortnite morphed into something otherworldly. The ground beneath my feet felt alive, pulsating with a dark energy. The trees around me were no longer just digital constructs, but twisted, gnarled sentinels that seemed to watch my every move with malevolent intent. As I walked, the air grew thicker, filled with a palpable sense of dread. The whispers that had haunted me since my arrival intensified, forming a chorus of disembodied voices that echoed around me, taunting and mocking my efforts to escape. Then, I saw it. Ahead in the distance, amidst a clearing shrouded in an unnatural fog, stood a structure that defied all logic. It was a cathedral of sorts, but one that seemed to be made of living, writhing shadows. Its spires reached up to the sky, clawing at the air with a desperate hunger. I knew in my heart that this was the place the old man had spoken of, the heart of the island's darkness. As I approached, the ground seemed to quake with each step, as if the island itself was trying to repel me. The entrance to the cathedral was a gaping maw of darkness. I hesitated, every instinct screaming at me to turn back. But I knew there was no going back. This was where my journey would end, one way or another. Stepping into the cathedral, I was engulfed in darkness so absolute it felt like a physical force. The cold, suffocating embrace that sought to snuff out my very existence. I fumbled forward, guided by the faint glow of the orbs I had taken from the ancient tree. The interior of the cathedral was vast, larger than it had seemed from the outside. The walls were lined with statues of grotesque figures, their faces twisted in expressions of agony and despair. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and I could hear the sound of something large moving in the shadows. Then, it appeared before me. The entity, a swirling mass of shadows and malice. It had no defined shape, constantly shifting and changing, a living nightmare. Its presence was overwhelming, a tidal wave of fear and despair that threatened to crush me. It spoke, its voice a cacophony of every wretched sound I had ever heard. It told me I was its prisoner, that I would never leave the island. It boasted of its power, how it had consumed the souls of countless players, how it would soon break free of its prison and consume the world. I felt despair grip me, a sense of hopelessness that threatened to overwhelm me. But then I remembered the old man's words, the need to confront the darkness. I steeled myself, pushing back against the tide of fear. I challenged the entity, calling out its lies, its cowardice. I told it that it would never break free, that I would not be another soul for it to consume. My words seemed to wound it, the shadows recoiling as if struck by a physical blow. The entity roared in anger and charged, a tidal wave of darkness that sought to engulf me. I ran, dodging between the statues, using the light of the orbs to fend it off. The battle was chaotic, a dance of light and shadow. I was outmatched in every way, but I fought with a desperation born of the need to survive, to return home. In the end, it was the entity's arrogance that proved to be its undoing. It underestimated my resolve, my willingness to sacrifice everything to stop it. In a final act of defiance, I shattered the orbs, releasing their light in a blinding explosion that enveloped the cathedral. The entity screamed, a sound that was both triumphant and agonized. The shadows dissipated, the darkness receding like a tide going out. The cathedral crumbled around me, the illusion fading as the entity's hold on the island was broken. I collapsed to the ground, exhausted but alive. The darkness had lifted, the whispers gone. I had faced my fears, confronted the heart of darkness, and survived. But as I lay there, catching my breath, a new fear took hold. Had I truly escaped? Or had the island's darkness found a new home within me? The thought haunted me as I waited for the return to reality, to the world I knew. The island may have been defeated, but its shadow would always linger, a reminder of the darkness that lies just beyond the edge of our understanding. I had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the predictable rhythms of life. So, when I decided to leave my bustling city life for a quieter existence in a small town, it felt like stepping into an unknown world. The house that I chose, nestled at the end of a sleepy street, was old but charming, with creaky wooden floors and a cozy fireplace in the living room. It was the perfect place for a freelance writer like me, seeking solitude and inspiration. From the moment I stepped inside, I felt an odd sense of anticipation, as if the house itself was waiting for something to happen. It was an irrational thought, I knew, but it lingered in the back of my mind, unshakable. The real estate agent had mentioned that the house was a bargain due to its age and peculiar history, but I didn't pay much attention. I was too enamored with the idea of having my own space, a haven where I could write undisturbed. The first few days were uneventful, filled with the mundane tasks of unpacking and settling in. I set up my writing desk by the window overlooking the garden, a picturesque view that I hoped would spark my creativity. The house was peaceful, its silence only broken by the occasional creaking of floorboards or the whispering wind outside. But as the days turned into weeks, I started to notice small anomalies. A book placed on the shelf would appear on the coffee table the next morning. A door I was sure I had closed would be ajar when I passed by it again. I shrugged these occurrences off as forgetfulness, the side effect of being immersed in my writing. Then, one night, everything changed. I woke up to a strange feeling, an inexplicable sense of disorientation. The house was silent, the kind of oppressive silence that feels like a weight pressing down on your chest. I lay there for a moment, trying to shake off the remnants of a dream I couldn't quite remember. Then, I noticed it. The door to my bedroom was slightly open, revealing a sliver of the dark hallway outside. I was certain I had closed it before going to bed. With a sense of unease, I got out of bed and walked towards the door. The wooden floor was cold under my feet, each step echoing softly in the stillness. As I reached the door, a chill ran down my spine. The hallway, which should have led straight to the living room, now extended far beyond what was architecturally possible. I blinked, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me. But the impossible hallway remained, stretching into darkness, lined with unfamiliar paintings, and dimly lit by flickering sconces. My heart pounded in my chest as I stepped into the corridor, half expecting it to revert to normal with each step. But it didn't. I walked slowly, my footsteps muffled by the thick carpet that now covered the floor. The air was heavy, filled with the musty scent of old wood and something else, something faintly metallic. The paintings on the wall were eerie, depicting shadowy landscapes and distorted faces that seemed to watch me as I passed. As I ventured deeper, the hallway twisted and turned, leading me through a series of doors and rooms that defied the layout of my house. Each room was more bizarre than the last. A library with books that whispered when you weren't looking, a conservatory where the plants seemed to move just out of the corner of your eye, a dining room set for a feast with rotting food. I felt like a rat in a maze, each turn bringing me further from the reality I knew. Panic began to set in. I tried to backtrack, to find my way back to my bedroom, but the house seemed to shift around me, doors leading to different places each time I went through them. Just when I thought I was lost forever, I stumbled into a room that was starkly bare compared to the others. In the center, under a single beam of moonlight streaming through a crack in the ceiling, was an old wooden desk. On it lay a diary, its leather cover worn and pages yellowed with age. I approached it hesitantly, a sense of foreboding washing over me. My fingers traced the embossed title, The Secrets of the Shifting House, before I opened it. The diary belonged to someone named Eleanor, a previous occupant of the house. Her entries started off mundane, detailing her life in the house. But as I flipped through the pages, the tone shifted. Eleanor wrote about the house changing, just like I had experienced. She described her fear and confusion, how doors would lead to different places, how rooms appeared and disappeared. She believed the house was alive, a sentient being that fed on the emotions of its inhabitants. According to her, the house's layout was a reflection of one's mind, constantly shifting in response to their thoughts and feelings. It was a chilling thought, the idea that the house was not just a structure of wood and brick, but something far more sinister. Eleanor's final entries were frantic, scribbled in shaky handwriting. She claimed to have found the heart of the house, a room where its power was the strongest. But the pages detailing how to find it were torn out, leaving me with more questions than answers. I closed the diary, my mind racing. The house was more than just a building, it was a living, breathing entity with a mind of its own. And I was trapped inside it. Fear gripped me, the realization that I was at the mercy of this malevolent structure. With a deep breath, I steeled myself. I had to find a way out, to escape the ever-shifting walls of this nightmare. The diary was my only clue, my only hope of understanding how to survive this house. As I left the room, the hallway had changed again, the walls now lined with mirrors that reflected a distorted version of myself. I pressed on, determined to uncover the secrets of the shifting house, and find my way back to the world I knew. I wandered through the labyrinth of the house, each room stranger than the last. The mirrors lining the hallway seemed to stretch and contort my reflection, turning my familiar features into something grotesque. I avoided looking at them, focusing instead on the search for an escape. The house was toying with me, I realized. Every time I thought I had found a way back to my bedroom or the front door, the layout would shift, leading me further into its depths. I stumbled upon rooms that defied logic, a kitchen with an endlessly long table, a bathroom where the taps ran with thick black liquid, a nursery with dolls that seemed to whisper secrets in the dark. As the hours passed, my initial fear turned to desperation. I was a rat in a trap, a plaything for the house's amusement. I clung to the diary, rereading Eleanor's frantic words, searching for a clue, any clue, that might help me understand how to break free from this nightmare. Then, amidst the chaos, I found something that stopped me in my tracks. A room that looked ordinary, almost disappointingly so, with plain walls and a simple bed. But on the bedside table was a photograph of a family, smiling and happy. It was my family. My parents, who had passed away years ago, and my younger sister, who I hadn't seen since I moved out. The sight of the photo filled me with an aching sense of nostalgia and sorrow. It was a cruel trick of the house, a stab at my most vulnerable emotions. I picked up the photo, studying the faces of my loved ones, and a tear rolled down my cheek. That's when I heard it. A soft, almost imperceptible whisper, coming from the photo itself. I leaned in closer, and the whispers became clear. They were voices, my family's voices, calling out to me, begging me to join them. The rational part of my mind screamed that it was impossible, a hallucination caused by the stress and fear. But another part, a deeper, more primal part, wanted to believe. Wanted to reach out and be reunited with my lost family. I shook my head, forcing myself to look away from the photo. The voices faded, replaced by the eerie silence of the house. I placed the photo back on the table, a part of me longing to hear those voices again, but knowing that it was just another of the house's manipulations. I left the room, my resolve strengthened. The house was playing with my mind, using my memories and fears against me. But I wouldn't let it break me. I had to keep moving, to find the heart of the house and confront whatever malevolent force was controlling it. The diary was my guide, Eleanor's words a beacon in the darkness. I clutched it tightly as I ventured deeper into the shifting maze, determined to uncover the secrets hidden within the walls of this haunted house. With each step, the house seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, as if it were alive and aware of my presence. The corridors twisted and turned in impossible ways, leading me through a series of surreal landscapes that defied all logic. In one room, the walls were covered in what looked like human eyes, blinking and following my every move. In another, the ceiling dripped with a substance that glowed faintly in the dim light, casting eerie shadows on the floor. I clung to Eleanor's diary like a lifeline, her words the only thing keeping me anchored in this sea of madness. She wrote of similar experiences, of rooms that played on her deepest fears and darkest memories. It was as if the house fed on these emotions, growing stronger with each moment of terror and despair. As I navigated the ever-changing labyrinth, I began to notice patterns in the chaos. Certain rooms would reappear, though always in different locations and with subtle changes. A library with shelves that stretched up into the darkness, the titles of the books gibberish and constantly shifting. The garden with plants that seemed to whisper among themselves, their leaves rustling even though there was no wind. It was in this garden that I found the first real clue. Hidden among the foliage was a statue, half covered in ivy. It depicted a figure, neither male nor female, with its face turned upwards in an expression of agony. At its base was an inscription, worn but still legible. The heart of the house lies within, but only those who face their fears may enter. The words sent a chill down my spine. Face my fears. The house was not just a random collection of rooms and corridors, it was a test, a challenge that I had to overcome. I needed to confront whatever horrors it threw at me, to prove that I was not just another victim of its cruel games. Armed with this new understanding, I pressed on, my determination renewed. The diary mentioned a series of trials, tests that Eleanor had faced in her quest to find the heart of the house. I prepared myself for what was to come, knowing that the path ahead would be fraught with danger and terror. I encountered rooms that played on my deepest insecurities, my most painful memories. The classroom where I was perpetually late and unprepared for an exam, the other students' faces twisted into grotesque caricatures of mockery. A hospital room where I was forced to relive the final moments of my parents' lives, their voices filled with disappointment and regret. With each challenge, I felt a piece of my sanity slip away, the boundaries between reality and nightmare blurring into one. But I refused to give in to the fear. I clung to the memory of Eleanor's words, her conviction that there was a way out, a way to defeat the house. And then, just when I thought I had reached my limit, the house revealed its final challenge. The corridor opened up into a vast, dimly lit hall, its walls lined with mirrors. Unlike the twisted reflections I had encountered before, these mirrors showed me not as I was, but as I could have been. In one, I was a successful author, my books bestsellers, my face beaming with pride. In another, I was surrounded by a loving family, children playing at my feet. Each reflection showed a different path my life could have taken, a different version of me that could have existed. It was a cruel illusion, designed to prey on my deepest regrets and what-ifs. The temptation to lose myself in these false realities was overwhelming, each one promising a life free from the pain and loneliness I had known. But I remembered Eleanor's words, her warning that the house would try to trap me in my own mind, to feed on my longing for what could never be. With a heavy heart, I turned away from the mirrors, focusing on the path ahead. As I walked, the hall began to change. The mirrors cracked and shattered, revealing glimpses of something else behind them. A darkness that seemed to stretch on forever, a void that threatened to swallow me whole. I realized then that this was the final test. The house was showing me the ultimate fear, the fear of the unknown, of what lay beyond life and death. It was a fear that had always lingered in the back of my mind, a shadow that followed me through every moment of my existence. I took a deep breath, steeling myself against the terror that clawed at my mind. I had come too far to give in now. With each step, I repeated Eleanor's mantra, a chant that gave me strength in the face of the abyss. The heart of the house lies within. Face your fears. Find the truth. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the hall ended. I found myself standing in front of a door, plain and unassuming, so different from the horrors I had just faced. I knew instinctively that this was it, the heart of the house, the source of its power. With a trembling hand, I reached for the doorknob, my heart pounding in my chest. I had no idea what I would find on the other side, but I knew that there was no turning back. This was the moment of truth, the culmination of my journey through the shifting halls of this nightmare. I opened the door. As the door creaked open, a rush of cold air hit me, sending shivers down my spine. I stepped into a room that was starkly different from the rest of the house. It was circular, the walls lined with shelves filled with ancient books and artifacts, illuminated by a dim, flickering light from above. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, and on it, a crystal orb pulsating with a soft, eerie glow. I approached the orb cautiously, my eyes fixed on its mesmerizing light. As I drew closer, the air around me grew colder, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I could feel the power emanating from the orb, a force so intense it was almost tangible. I reached out to touch it, and as my fingers brushed against the smooth surface, a surge of energy coursed through my body. Visions flashed before my eyes, scenes of the house's past. I saw its construction, the hands that built it, the families that lived and died within its walls. I saw Eleanor, her face etched with fear and determination, just like mine. The visions shifted, showing me the house's true nature. It wasn't just a building, it was a sentient being, born from the collective emotions of all who had dwelled within it. It fed on their fears, their desires, their regrets, growing stronger with each passing year. I understood then what I had to do. The house was a prison, not just for me, but for the souls of those who had never escaped its grasp. I had to break the cycle, to free myself and the others trapped in this endless nightmare. With a newfound resolve, I focused my thoughts on the orb, channeling all my fear, anger, and determination into it. The room began to shake, books and artifacts tumbling from the shelves as the house itself seemed to scream in protest. The orb pulsed faster, its light growing brighter with each passing second. I could feel the house fighting back, its energy trying to overwhelm me, to keep me trapped in its twisted reality. But I held on, pouring every ounce of my will into the orb. Images of my life outside the house flashed through my mind, the sunny days spent riding in the park, laughter-filled evenings with friends, the quiet moments of contentment in my solitude. I clung to these memories, using them as a shield against the darkness. Then, with a final deafening roar, the orb shattered, releasing a blinding light that engulfed the room. I felt myself being lifted, the weight of the house's presence dissipating as the light consumed everything. When the light faded, I found myself lying on the floor of my bedroom, the morning sun streaming through the window. For a moment, I lay there, disoriented, trying to process what had happened. Then, slowly, I got up and walked to the door. It opened to my living room, just as it should. The house was silent, its once ominous presence now just a normal, empty building. I walked through each room, finding everything as I had left it, no sign of the shifting walls or eerie corridors. I packed my things, eager to leave this place behind. As I carried my suitcase to the front door, I paused, looking back at the house. It was just a house now, but I knew that what had happened here would stay with me forever. With one last look, I stepped outside, closing the door behind me. The sun felt warm on my face, a stark contrast to the cold darkness of the house. I took a deep breath, savoring the feeling of freedom. But as I walked away, a chill ran down my spine. The house may have released me, but the memories of what I had experienced lingered. And deep down, I knew that the house was still there, waiting for its next victim. For now, it was dormant, but who knew when it would awaken again, hungry for more. I wandered through the quiet streets of the town, the normalcy of the world around me feeling surreal after what I had experienced. People went about their daily lives, oblivious to the nightmare I had just escaped. The sun shone brightly, children laughed in the distance, and birds chirped in the trees. It all seemed so incredibly ordinary, yet I felt disconnected, as if a part of me was still trapped within the walls of that house. I couldn't shake the feeling that the house was still watching me, its presence lingering at the edge of my consciousness. Every shadow seemed darker, every whisper of wind a silent echo of the house's voice. The ordeal had changed me, leaving an indelible mark on my soul. I found a small cafe and sat at a table outside, a steaming cup of coffee in front of me. As I sipped the bitter brew, I mulled over everything that had happened. The house had fed on my fears, but in facing them, I had found a strength I didn't know I possessed. Eleanor's diary, now resting in my bag, felt like a trophy, a testament to my survival. Yet, victory didn't feel sweet. The memories of the shifting rooms, the twisted visions, and the eerie silence of the house haunted me. I knew that the experience would fuel nightmares for years to come. I wondered about Eleanor and the others who had lived in that house. Had they escaped as I did, or were they still trapped, forever lost in its ever-changing maze? The sound of the cafe door opening snapped me out of my reverie. A group of teenagers entered, laughing and joking among themselves. They represented a life untouched by the horrors I had witnessed, a reminder of the innocence I had lost. I watched them for a moment, envying their carefree demeanor, then turned my gaze back to the street. I realized then that my ordeal in the house had given me a new perspective on life. The everyday worries that had once seemed so important now felt trivial in comparison to the terror I had faced. I had stared into the abyss and come out alive, and that knowledge gave me a sense of resilience, a feeling that I could face whatever challenges life threw my way. But there was also a sense of isolation, a feeling that I had been touched by something otherworldly, something that set me apart from those around me. I wondered if I would ever be able to share my story, to make others understand what I had been through. Probably not. It was too unbelievable, too far removed from the realm of normal experience. As the day turned to evening, I made a decision. I couldn't stay in that town, with the house lurking in the shadows of my mind. I needed to move on, to put as much distance between myself and that place as possible. I paid for my coffee and left the cafe, a sense of purpose guiding my steps. I booked a room at a small motel for the night, planning to leave first thing in the morning. As I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, the events in the house replayed in my mind. The eerie corridors, the surreal rooms, the haunting visions, they all seemed like a bad dream now. But the diary lying on the bedside table was a tangible reminder that it had all been real. Sleep was elusive, each creak and groan of the motel stirring memories of the house. When I did manage to drift off, my dreams were filled with twisting corridors and shifting walls. I woke up several times, drenched in sweat, the echoes of the house's whispers still ringing in my ears. Morning couldn't come soon enough. As the first light of dawn crept through the curtains, I packed my bag and checked out of the motel. The open road ahead was a welcome sight, a path leading away from the past, and towards an uncertain but hopeful future. As I drove, the town and the house became distant memories, receding in the rearview mirror. But I knew that some part of me would always be haunted by what I had experienced. The house had shown me the depths of my fears, the fragility of my mind. It was a lesson I would carry with me always, a reminder of the darkness that lurked just beneath the surface of the world. But I also carried with me the knowledge that I had faced that darkness and survived. It was a small comfort, but a comfort nonetheless. And as the miles rolled by, I began to feel a sense of peace, a quiet acceptance of the journey I had been through. The road ahead was open, filled with possibilities. I didn't know where I was going, but for the first time in a long time, that uncertainty didn't scare me. I was ready for whatever came next, armed with the strength I had found within the walls of that shifting house. The quaintness of the town I had recently moved to was its charm. Nestled between rolling hills and picturesque landscapes, it was a breath of fresh air from the city's relentless pace. I'm a journalist by trade and a curious soul by nature. It wasn't long before I stumbled upon a local legend that piqued my interest: the Pale Gardener. I first heard about it in hushed tones at the local cafe. The owner, Mrs. Haversham, had caught me eyeing an old faded photograph of a lush garden on the wall. "That's the old botanical garden," she said, her voice lowering. "Haven't been tended to in years. They say it's haunted by the Pale Gardener." The words sent a thrill through me. Ghost stories and legends had always been a fascination of mine, and this sounded like the perfect subject for my next article. The garden, as I learned, lay on the outskirts of the town, shrouded in neglect and wild growth. Driven by a mix of professional curiosity and personal intrigue, I decided to visit the garden that weekend. The path leading to it was overgrown, almost as if nature itself was trying to hide it away from prying eyes. As I pushed through the brambles, the sight that greeted me was eerie yet mesmerizing. The garden was a strange blend of beauty and decay. Roses, their petals vibrant against the dull thorns, wound their way through the rustic gates. Statues, once proud and majestic, now stood weathered and moss-covered, their expressions distorted by time. But what truly caught my attention was the air of the garden. It felt as if something, or someone, was watching me. The leaves rustled without a breeze, and shadows seemed to move just at the edge of my vision. A chill ran down my spine, but my journalist instincts urged me to venture deeper. As I walked, I couldn't shake off the feeling of being followed. Every crunch of the underbrush made me turn, expecting to see someone, but there was never anyone there. It was as if the garden itself was alive, breathing down my neck. I made my way to the heart of the garden, where the plants were the thickest. The air here was heavy, almost suffocating. That's when I saw a patch of soil that looked recently tended to, surrounded by flowers that seemed too vibrant, too live compared to the rest. I knelt down, examining the soil. It was loose, freshly turned. My mind raced with questions. Who would tend to a garden long forgotten? What secrets did this place hold? I decided then, as the setting sun cast long shadows over the garden, that I would uncover the mystery of the pale gardener. Little did I know, my life was about to entwine with a tale of sorrow, vengeance, and a haunting that would leave its mark on me forever. My curiosity about the pale gardener had turned into an obsession. I spent the following days digging through the town's history, trying to piece together the story behind the old botanical garden. The local library became my second home, the dusty archives my treasure trove. I learned about the garden's former glory, a verdant oasis created by a passionate gardener named Elias Thorne. His dedication was renowned, and the garden was his life's work. But his story ended in tragedy. Betrayed and brutally murdered in his own sanctuary, his body was found among the withering plants he so dearly loved. After his death, the garden was left to decay, a symbol of the town's collective guilt. With each piece of the puzzle, the legend of the pale gardener took a more definite shape in my mind. It was said that Elias's spirit couldn't find peace, rising to tend to the neglected garden, and seeking vengeance against those who disrespected nature. The next weekend, armed with my camera and a notepad, I returned to the garden. The atmosphere felt different this time, heavier, as if charged with an unseen energy. I ventured deeper, past the overgrown archways and ivy-clad statues. As the sunlight waned, I found myself in a secluded part of the garden, where the air was thick with the scent of earth and decay. It was there, in the dimming light, that I first saw him, the pale gardener. He was exactly as the legends described. An emaciated figure, skin as pale as the moon, eyes dark hollows in a gaunt face. He wore tattered garden attire, and his hands were caked in a mix of soil, and what looked disturbingly like dried blood. Frozen in place, I watched as he tended to the plants with an eerie gentleness. His movements were methodical, almost ritualistic. I reached for my camera, my heart pounding in my chest, but as the shutter clicked, he stopped and turned towards me. His gaze was piercing, filled with an indescribable mix of sorrow and rage. Vines began to stir at his feet, creeping towards me like serpents ready to strike. Panic surged through me, and I stumbled backwards, fleeing through the undergrowth as the vines lashed out, grazing my ankle. I didn't stop running until I reached the safety of the streetlights. Looking back, the garden was still, nothing but shadows and whispers of wind. But I knew what I had seen, and the cut on my ankle was proof that it wasn't just my imagination. That night, I lay awake, the image of the pale gardener etched into my mind. I knew then that this story was more than just an article. It was a warning, a glimpse into a world where the boundaries between life and death, natural and supernatural, were blurred. And yet, a part of me yearned to go back, to uncover the truth hidden in the heart of that forsaken garden. In the days that followed my encounter with the pale gardener, I became consumed with the mystery surrounding him. Every waking moment was dedicated to unraveling the truth, but with each revelation, my sense of unease grew. I began to notice strange occurrences around me. Plants in my apartment, previously struggling to survive, flourished overnight, their vines stretching towards me as if reaching out. I'd wake up to the sound of rustling leaves, even though the windows were closed and the air was still. My dreams were haunted by images of the garden, twisted and grotesque. In these nightmares, I was trapped, ensnared by thorns and vines, while the pale gardener loomed over me, his hollow eyes boring into my soul. I'd wake up in cold sweats, my ankle throbbing where the vine had cut me. Despite the fear and the nightmares, my journalistic instincts pushed me further. I interviewed townsfolk, gently probing for stories about the garden. Most were reluctant to speak, their eyes darting away, their voices dropping to whispers. But bit by bit, I gathered their tales, stories of unexplained disappearances, pets gone missing, eerie sightings in the twilight hours. One account, in particular, stood out. An old man, Mr. Darrow, who lived on the edge of town, near the garden, spoke of nights when he'd hear soft whispers and the sound of someone tending to plants. He talked of a sadness that seemed to emanate from the garden, a palpable grief that lingered in the air. His words resonated with me, painting a picture of the pale gardener not just as a vengeful spirit, but as a soul in perpetual mourning, tied to the place of his betrayal and death. The more I learned, the more the line between obsession and fear blurred. I felt a connection to the pale gardener, an empathy for his plight, yet the terror of what he was capable of kept me awake at night. One evening, as I sat at my desk, poring over my notes, a sudden realization hit me. The garden was responding to my presence, my interest. It was as if the pale gardener knew of my investigations, and through some unearthly bond, was reaching out to me. I knew then that I couldn't let this go. I had to face the pale gardener again, to confront this entity and understand his story. As I prepared for my return, I couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched, of being drawn deeper into a story that was as much a part of me now as I was of it. The pale gardener and his forgotten garden had ensnared me, and there was no turning back. My decision to confront the pale gardener was one of both fear and fascination. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson hue over the garden welcomed me with an eerie silence, a stark contrast to the cacophony of the waking world. Every step I took was deliberate, my senses heightened to the rustling leaves and the soft murmur of the wind. The deeper I ventured, the more I felt the oppressive presence of the pale gardener. I found him in the heart of the garden, amidst a grove of ancient trees, their branches twisted in sorrowful gestures. He stood still, his ghostly figure mustering my courage. I spoke. "I know your story, Elias Thorne. I know the pain and betrayal you suffered." At the sound of his name, he turned slowly to face me. His eyes, dark voids in the moonlight, fixed on me with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. The garden seemed to respond to his agitation, the plants around us stirring restlessly. "I come not to harm," I continued, my voice barely a whisper, "but to understand, to share your story." For a moment, there was silence, a tension that hung heavily in the air. Then, in a voice that was both a whisper and a wail, he spoke, his words laced with the anguish of decades. "My garden was my life, my sanctuary. They took it from me, left me to die among the ruins of my dreams." His pain was palpable, echoing through the garden like a mournful dirge. The plants around us swayed as if in sympathy, their movements more pronounced. "I sought only to protect, to preserve," he continued, his voice growing stronger, "but in death, I am bound to avenge the desecration of nature, of my life's work." As he spoke, the garden came alive. Vines crept towards me, thorns glistening in the moonlight. In a desperate attempt to protect myself, I lit my torch, the flame casting an eerie glow on the surrounding floor. The pale gardener recoiled at the sight of the fire, his form flickering like a disturbed shadow. The garden reacted in kind, the plants retreating, their advance halted by the flame in my hand. In that moment of chaos and fear, I saw not just the vengeful spirit of the pale gardener, but the broken soul of Elias Thorne, a man whose love for his garden had transcended death itself. The confrontation ended as quickly as it began. With the garden quelled by the presence of fire, I made my escape, the pale gardener's mournful gaze following me, a silent plea for understanding and peace. As I emerged from the garden, the night air felt colder, the world around me eerily quiet. I knew then that the story of the pale gardener was far from over. But for now, I had survived the encounter, my mind a whirlwind of emotions and revelations. The line between the living and the dead, love and obsession, had been blurred, and I was left to ponder the consequences of my actions in the heart of that forsaken garden. The escape from the garden left me with a sense of profound disquiet. The encounter with the pale gardener, Elias Thorne, had revealed a depth of sadness and rage I hadn't fully anticipated. My mind was a tangle of emotions as I made my way back to my apartment, the events of the night replaying like a haunting melody. As dawn broke, casting a soft light over the town, I sat at my desk, my thoughts still ensnared by the garden and its ghostly caretaker. The notes I had taken seemed trivial now, the photographs inadequate to capture the true essence of what I had experienced. The garden had become a part of me, its story intertwined with my own. I felt a responsibility to tell Elias's story, to bring to light the tragedy and betrayal he had suffered. But as I began to write, I struggled with the weight of the truth and the fear of its consequences. Days passed, and the garden's influence on my life grew. Plants in my apartment flourished unnaturally, vines creeping along walls and windowsills, as if reaching out to me. I began to avoid mirrors, unnerved by the reflection of my own eyes, which seemed to hold a depth of knowledge and sorrow that was not entirely my own. I couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched, of a presence lingering just beyond my perception. The line between reality and the supernatural had blurred, leaving me in a state of constant vigilance. Then came the night when the garden's reach extended beyond my apartment. A fire broke out in the botanical garden, its flames visible from my window. My heart sank at the sight. In my attempt to confront the pale gardener, I had brought a destructive force into his sanctuary. The fire was eventually contained, but the damage was done. The once overgrown, wild beauty of the garden was now charred and blackened, a stark reminder of the fragility of life and the irreversible impact of our actions. In the aftermath of the fire, I was left to reflect on my encounter with the pale gardener. The garden's destruction weighed heavily on me, a burden of guilt and regret. I had sought to understand and share Elias's story, but in doing so, I had inadvertently become an agent of the very destruction he abhorred. The haunting presence of the pale gardener lingered in my mind, a ghostly reminder of the fine line between curiosity and intrusion, empathy and folly. As I penned the final words of my article, I realized that some stories, like some gardens, are best left untended, their secrets preserved in the shadows of history and legend. In the wake of the garden's partial destruction, the town seemed to hold its breath. The story of the fire and its mysterious origins became the subject of hushed conversations and speculative whispers. As for me, I found myself in a state of introspective silence, grappling with the repercussions of my actions. My article on the pale gardener, now complete, sat heavily on my desk. It was a detailed account of Elias Thorne's tragic tale, the legend of the garden, and my personal encounters with the spectral gardener. Yet, I hesitated to publish it. The responsibility of sharing such a story, with its blend of sorrow and supernatural, weighed on me. After much contemplation, I submitted the article, framing it as a cautionary tale about respecting the mysteries of nature and the past. It was published to much acclaim, with readers fascinated by the blend of local history and ghostly legend. But for me, the story was far from over. The garden, though scarred, remained a place of enigmatic beauty. Rumors circulated that the pale gardener was still seen tending to the surviving plants, his figure a ghostly silhouette in the moonlit nights. These stories brought a mix of fear and curiosity to the town, but I stayed away, respecting the boundary I had once crossed. One evening, as I walked past the outskirts of the garden, I felt a pull, a whisper in the wind calling me. I resisted, reminded of the consequences of my last encounter. But as I glanced towards the garden, I saw a young child peering through the fence, eyes wide with wonder. In that moment, I realized the cycle of fascination and fear would continue, the legend of the pale gardener living on in the hearts and minds of those who dared to venture close. The garden had become a symbol of the unknown, a place where the natural and the supernatural coexisted, and where the memory of Elias Thorne lingered, a guardian of the forgotten and neglected. As I walked away, leaving the garden and its ghostly inhabitant behind, I felt a sense of closure. The story of the pale gardener was out there, a part of the town's lore now. But for me, it was a chapter close, a journey through fear, empathy, and understanding that would forever remain etched in my memory. The pale gardener, with his sorrowful vigil over the garden, stood as a reminder of the delicate balance between man and nature, life and death, curiosity and respect. And as the last light of day faded, giving way to the shadows of night, I knew that while the story had ended, the legend would live on, whispered in the winds, and rooted in the earth of the old enigmatic garden. The day I moved into that nondescript apartment in a nameless part of the city, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I'm a freelance graphic designer with a knack for finding good deals. And this place, the previous tenant had left in a hurry, leaving behind a few odds and ends. The most noticeable being an old refrigerator. It was an ancient thing, with a dull metallic sheen and a gentle hum that became a familiar background noise in my new home. I remember running my hand along its cold surface, feeling its age and wondering about the stories it could tell. The first few weeks were uneventful. I spent my days, it was on a lazy Thursday evening, while reaching for a slice of leftover pizza, that I first noticed something odd. The pizza box was where I had left it, but inside was not the familiar triangle of cheesy goodness. Instead, there was a dish I couldn't recognize, something with a strange, almost luminescent color, and an aroma that was both enticing and slightly off-putting. At first, I thought I had grabbed someone else's food by mistake, but that was impossible. I live alone, and no one else had access to my apartment. Maybe I was just tired, I reasoned, rubbing my eyes and deciding to call it an early night. Little did I know, that was just the beginning of a series of events that would turn my once peaceful sanctuary into a living nightmare. The following morning, I convinced myself that last night's incident was a product of my overworked mind. But as days passed, the bizarre transformations within my fridge became impossible to dismiss as mere figments of my imagination. One evening, after a particularly grueling day of work, I opened the fridge seeking the comfort of a homemade salad I had prepared the morning before. But instead of the crisp greens and fresh vegetables, I found something utterly alien in its place. It was a dish with tentacle-like textures, writhing ever so slightly, as if it were alive. The sight sent a chill down my spine. I slammed the fridge door shut, my heart pounding in my chest. Panic set in. Was I losing my mind? Were these pranks by someone with access to my apartment? I double-checked my locks, even set up a small camera to monitor the kitchen, but nothing seemed out of place. No one entered, yet the food kept changing. I tried talking to my friends about it, but their laughter and dismissive glances told me they thought it was a joke. My family, living several states, I felt utterly alone, isolated by an experience so surreal that sharing it only alienated me further. My sleep became restless, filled with nightmares of grotesque dishes and unseen hands preparing them. I started avoiding the kitchen, eating out more often than not. Yet, the thought of the fridge and its unnatural contents lingered constantly at the back of my mind, an unyielding source of dread in my own home. As the transformations in my fridge grew more frequent and disturbing, my curiosity mingled with an undeniable sense of dread, compelled me to investigate. I began to delve into the history of the apartment and the peculiar fridge that came with it. The building was old, its history murky and obscured by time, but it was the stories about a previous tenant that caught my attention. This tenant, according to the landlord's reluctant recollections, was an eccentric chef known for his bizarre culinary experiments. He was a reclusive figure, rumored to be obsessed with creating dishes that transcended the boundaries of our world. His sudden disappearance years ago had left many questions unanswered. As I dug deeper, piecing together snippets of overheard conversations and fragmented records, the pieces of a chilling puzzle, the connection to my fridge and its unnatural phenomena was becoming painfully clear. The cold sense of unease settled over me. Was it possible that something of the chef's essence, his mad pursuit, had imprinted itself onto the fridge? But the more I learned, the more isolated I felt. My friends, once a source of comfort and laughter, now kept their distance, convinced I was either playing an elaborate prank or slipping into madness. Their skepticism stung, but I couldn't blame them. Who would believe such a far-fetched tale? My health began to suffer. I lost weight, my eyes grew dark with exhaustion, and my thoughts became consumed with the fridge and its grotesque contents. I felt trapped in a waking nightmare, where the lines between reality and the surreal blurred indistinguishably. The once comforting walls of my apartment now felt like the confines of a sinister trap, with the fridge as its malevolent heart. One night, driven by a desperate need for answers, I decided to confront the mystery head-on. I made a pot of strong coffee, determined to stay awake and watch the fridge, to catch whatever force was at work in the act. The clock's hands moved slowly, the night deepened, and the apartment was filled with an eerie silence, punctuated only by the low hum of the fridge. Hours ticked by, and my eyelids grew heavy, but I fought the urge to sleep. Then, just as the clock struck 3, something happened. The fridge began to emit a faint, otherworldly glow. I rubbed my eyes, questioning if sleep deprivation was playing tricks on me. But no, the glow persisted, growing brighter. With a sense of trepidation that gripped my heart, I watched as the fridge door slowly, almost hesitantly, creaked open. Inside, the transformation began. Foods twisted and contorted into bizarre, unrecognizable forms. It was a grotesque ballet of the unnatural, a sight both fascinating and horrifying. And then, I saw him, the ghostly figure of the mad chef. He was ethereal, his form flickering like a flame in a drafty room. His eyes, though, were intensely focused, brimming with an unrelenting obsession. He moved with a spectral grace, his hands orchestrating the transformation of the food with a maestro's skill. The chef turned to look at me, and in his gaze, I saw an endless abyss of madness. His mouth moved, but no sound came out. It was as if he was trying to communicate, to impart some unspeakable truth or perhaps a warning. The air grew colder, the atmosphere denser, as if reality itself was bending under the weight of his presence. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, held captive by the sight. The chef's figure began to fade, his silent message uncompleted, and the glow from the fridge dimmed. As the door slowly closed, the normalcy of my kitchen returned, but the imprint of what I had witnessed was seared into my mind. In that moment, I knew beyond any doubt that the chef's spirit was trapped in the fridge, cursed to eternally experiment with his otherworldly recipes. And I, unwittingly, had become a part of his haunted legacy. The revelation of the ghostly chef left me reeling. The boundaries of my reality had been shattered, replaced by a truth too bizarre and terrifying to fully comprehend. Yet, despite my fear, a resolve formed within me. I couldn't live in the shadow of this haunted appliance. I had to get rid of it. The next day, I attempted to move the fridge. But no matter how much strength I mustered, it wouldn't budge. It was as if it had become a permanent fixture of the apartment, an immovable monument to the chef's cursed experiments. Frustration and despair gripped me. I even tried to destroy it, attacking it with a hammer, but it was futile. The fridge remained, unscathed and mocking. My desperation led me to seek help, but who would believe such a tale? The few friends I dared confide in dismissed it as a joke, and professionals looked at me as if I were mad. I was alone, tethered to a nightmare that refused to end. It was then that I realized the terrifying truth. The fridge wasn't just an object, it was a portal, a gateway bound to the very fabric of the apartment, and by extension, to whoever resided there. The chef's spirit, trapped in its cold confines, had woven a web that I had unwittingly walked into. With a heavy heart, I made the only decision that seemed left to me. I had to leave the apartment. I packed my essentials, leaving behind much of what I owned, including the accursed fridge. It was a bitter pill to swallow, abandoning my home, but the alternative was a life overshadowed by an unending supernatural horror. As I took one last look at the apartment, a chilling thought crossed my mind. The fridge, and the restless spirit within, would now wait for the next unsuspecting tenant. The cycle would continue, the haunting enduring beyond my departure. With a shudder, I locked the door for the last time and walked away, hoping to find some semblance of normalcy in a new beginning. The aftermath of my escape from the apartment was a mixture of relief and lingering dread. I found myself in a new place, smaller and more humble, but free from the eerie presence of the haunted fridge. Yet, the experience had left its mark on me. I jumped at the slightest sound, and every time I opened my new fridge, a part of me braced for the sight of something otherworldly. As days turned into weeks, the memories of the apartment and the ghostly chef began to fade, like a bad dream losing its vividness with the coming of morning light. I tried to immerse myself in work and rebuild the social ties I had strained with my unbelievable tales. Life was returning to a semblance of normality, or so I thought. Then one evening, as I prepared dinner in my new kitchen, I opened the fridge to grab some ingredients. That's when I saw a small, unrecognizable dish sitting on the middle shelf. It was nothing like the grotesque transformations in the old apartment, but it was a dish I did not remember buying or preparing. A cold shiver ran down my spine. Had the curse followed me? Was this a sign that the chef's spirit was not bound to the fridge or the apartment, but to me? I stood there, staring at the dish, 1,000 thoughts racing through my mind. Had I truly escaped, or had I merely brought the haunting with me? The story of the haunted fridge and the ghostly chef might have ended in that old apartment, but it seemed the shadows of the supernatural had a longer reach than I had ever imagined. The realization settled in, heavy and ominous. The haunting wasn't over, it had just taken a new form. And so, as I closed the fridge door, a deep sense of unease took hold. What had started as a bizarre anomaly in an old refrigerator had become a haunting that permeated my life, a chilling reminder that some mysteries latch onto you, refusing to let go. The story continues, and I can't help but wonder what lies ahead in this unnerving journey. The morning I found the eye on the back of my hand, the world as I knew it shattered into a surreal nightmare. As a college student living alone in a small, nondescript apartment, my life was mundane, punctuated only by the occasional late-night study session or weekend get-together. That morning, however, I woke up to something that defied explanation, reason, and reality. I remember staring at my hand, blinking in disbelief. There, nestled right in the center of my skin, was an eye. It was a human eye, complete in every detail, from the clear, glossy cornea to the deep blue iris. It blinked, and a shiver ran down my spine. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I was trapped in some bizarre dream, but when my vision cleared, the eye was still there, looking back at me. At first, I thought it was a hallucination. The stress of college, perhaps, finally getting to me. I splashed cold water on my face, but each time I looked at my hand, the eye wept a single tear, as if mourning its own impossible existence. I wrapped my hand in a bandage, telling myself it was a temporary solution. I would wake up, and it would be gone. But it wasn't a dream. The eye was real, and it refused to be ignored. As the days passed, the eye became a constant, unnerving presence in my life. I tried to keep it covered with bandages, but it seemed to possess a consciousness of its own. It blinked and wept beneath the cloth, making it impossible for me to ignore its existence. People started to notice my bandaged hand, and I brushed off their concerns with lies about a minor injury. I could tell they didn't believe me, but no one pressed the issue. The reality of my situation sunk in when I visited the doctor. His expression, a mix of confusion and disbelief when I unwrapped the bandage, is etched in my memory. He examined my hand, turning it this way and that, muttering to himself. He had no explanation, no diagnosis. He referred me to a specialist, but I knew deep down that I wouldn't find answers there. I began to notice something else about the eye. It reacted to people and situations around me. When certain individuals approached, it would blink rapidly, as if agitated or scared. During my lectures, it seemed to weep more, especially when certain topics were discussed. It was like it had its own sense of awareness, responding to stimuli that I couldn't perceive. I became a recluse, avoiding my friends and any social situation that might expose my secret. The few times I ventured outside, I felt the weight of stares and whispers. I knew they were talking about me, the weird guy with the bandaged hand. I couldn't blame them. If I were in their shoes, I'd be curious too. The eye didn't just disrupt my social life, it invaded my dreams. Visions flashed before me when I closed my eyes, unsettling images that made no sense. A burning house, a crying child, a shadowy figure lurking in the background. I couldn't tell if they were memories, warnings, or something else entirely. I was losing my grip on reality, and in my desperation, I turned to the only place I thought might have answers. The occult and esoteric knowledge. I scoured the internet, diving into forums and websites that discussed cursed objects, paranormal entities, and ancient legends. It was a world I never believed in, but now, I was a living part of it. My life spiraled into a vortex of obscurity and fear as I delved deeper into the unknown. The eye, my constant and unwelcome companion, seemed to be the key to a door I wasn't sure I wanted to open. Yet, I was drawn to it, compelled by a need to understand why this was happening to me. The visions grew more intense, more personal. I saw glimpses of places I'd never been, faces I'd never seen. These weren't just random images, they felt like pieces of a larger, more ominous puzzle. The eye wept for each vision, as if mourning the scenes it forced me to witness. I started to realize that these weren't just visions, they were revelations. The eye was showing me the darker sides of the world, the hidden truths that lay beneath the surface of everyday life. I saw betrayals, hidden fears, unspeakable acts all through the silent weeping of the eye on my hand. My research led me to an ancient legend about a cursed eye. It was said to be a gift and a curse, a window to hidden truths, but at a terrible personal cost. The bearer would be burdened with knowledge no human was meant to possess. I couldn't help but wonder if this legend was the story of my own cursed existence. As I grappled with these revelations, a particular vision began to haunt me. It was a scene from my childhood, a memory I had long suppressed. The eye forced me to confront it, replaying the moment over and over. It was a traumatic event, one that I had locked away in the deepest recesses of my mind. I saw myself as a child, hiding in a closet, my eyes wide with fear. There was shouting, the sound of breaking glass, and a sense of overwhelming terror. It was a memory of a night when my life changed forever, a night I had tried so hard to forget. The realization hit me like a physical blow. The eye wasn't just showing me random horrors, it was revealing the truths of my own life, forcing me to confront my deepest fears and darkest memories. The burden of the eye became unbearable. Its constant weeping was a reminder of the pain and secrets it unveiled. Each vision, each revelation, stripped away layers of my reality, leaving me exposed and vulnerable. The moment of truth arrived when the eye showed me a vision that was a reflection of my own darkest night. The vision began like a whisper, a faint echo from the past, but it grew louder, more insistent. I saw myself, a child again, crouched in the closet. The shouting was clearer now, it was my parents' voices, filled with anger and fear. The scene played out like a horror movie, but it was all too real. The night my father had left, the night our family fell apart. The eye forced me to relive the emotions of that night, the fear, the confusion, the sense of abandonment. It was as if the eye wanted me to understand the root of my own pain, to face the trauma that had shaped my life. I realized then that the eye wasn't just a curse, it was a mirror reflecting my own soul. It showed me the ugliness of the world, but also the ugliness within myself. The fears, the insecurities, the pain I had buried so deep. The climax of my ordeal came one stormy night. The eye wept incessantly, and the visions came in a torrent. In a moment of clarity amidst the chaos, I understood what the eye demanded of me. It wasn't just showing me these horrors, it was asking me to confront them, to accept them as part of my story. I sat alone in my apartment, the rain lashing against the windows, and let the visions wash over me. I saw the pain and the hurt I had caused others, the opportunities I had missed, the life I had wasted running from my past. The eye, with its unblinking gaze, was my judge and jury, forcing me to reckon with the person I had become. In the aftermath of that stormy revelation, a profound change began to take shape within me. The eye, once a source of unspeakable dread, became a bizarre kind of companion in my journey towards acceptance. Its constant weeping, once a symbol of sorrow, now seemed like a cathartic release of my own pent-up emotions. As I came to terms with my past and the unsettling truths the eye had revealed, I found a strange sense of solace. My life had been irrevocably altered, but there was a peculiar comfort in accepting the twisted reality I now inhabited. The eye had shattered my illusions, and in doing so, it had set me free in a way I had never anticipated. I withdrew from the world, my interactions limited to the most necessary. My friends, unable to understand the change in me, gradually drifted away. But in my solitude, I found clarity. The eye was more than a curse, it was a window into the depths of human experience, both beautiful and horrifying. The visions continued, but their power over me diminished. They became a part of my existence, a reminder of the complexities of life and the hidden layers beneath the surface of what we see. The eye's weeping became a silent language, communicating truths that words could never express. I learned to live with the eye, to understand its weeping as an expression of shared sorrow for the world's hidden pains. My own tears mingled with those of the eye, a union of understanding and acceptance. The eye had become my life, forever altered by the presence of the eye, had taken on a new purpose. I began to see the world through a different lens, one that revealed the unseen and unspoken truths around me. The eye, once a source of horror, had become a guiding force, leading me down a path of empathy and understanding. I started to use the insights the eye provided to help those around me. It showed me the hidden struggles of people I encountered, the silent battles they fought. With a newfound sense of purpose, I reached out in small, subtle ways, offering a kind word here, a helping hand there. The eye guided me, its weeping a signal of the pain it sensed in others. My existence became a solitary one, but it was not lonely. I had embraced the eye and its gift. It was a part of me now, a reminder that even in the darkest corners of life, there is a chance for understanding and compassion. The story of the eye on my hand became my own story, a tale of transformation and acceptance. I learned to live with the mystery of its origin, accepting that some things are beyond understanding. The eye had opened a door to a world I never knew existed, a world where pain and beauty coexisted in the shadows. In the end, I found a measure of peace. The eye's weeping had become a part of my daily rhythm, a reminder that even in our darkest moments, there is a shared humanity that binds us all. I walked through life with the eye as my silent companion, a witness to the hidden depths of the human experience. And so, my story continues, each day a new page in the unwritten book of my life with the eye. It remains with me, a constant reminder that in the midst of the unknown, there is always something to be seen, something to be understood, something to be felt. The town of Harmony was a picturesque haven. Its charm wasn't just in the vibrant streets or the quaint colorful houses, but in its people. The community bonded by a shared love for music and celebration. My name is Jamie, and as a young music enthusiast, Harmony seemed like the perfect place to start anew. I had barely unpacked my bags when I first heard of Echo. It's just an old town legend, the locals would say, often with a wistful smile. Echo wasn't your typical ghost story, but rather a spectral presence said to haunt the town's old music hall, a once grand establishment now standing desolate and forgotten. Curiosity piqued, I found myself drawn to the music hall. It was a grand, albeit dilapidated, structure that seemed to wear its history like a cloak. Its wooden panels creaked in the wind, and the once gleaming sign now hung crooked, barely legible. Pushing open the heavy doors, I stepped inside. The hall was cavernous, the air thick with the musky scent of age and neglect. Rows of dusty chairs faced a stage that had long been silent. It felt like stepping into another era, one of grand performances and thunderous applause. Now, it was just a shadow of its former self. As I walked down the central aisle, a faint whisper seemed to breeze past my ear. I paused, looking around the empty hall. The sound was fleeting, like a fragment of a melody or a half-remembered voice. I shrugged it off, attributing it to the wind or perhaps my own imagination, eager to find ghosts in every corner. But as I stood there, in the heart of the music hall, I couldn't shake off the feeling that something was amiss. It was as if the air itself was charged with an unspoken story, waiting to be heard. And so began my journey into the legend of Echo, unaware of the shadows that whispered just beyond the veil of reality. Over the following weeks, my fascination with Echo transformed from a passing interest to a consuming obsession. The town's library became my second home, the dusty archives my treasure trove. I sifted through old newspapers, journals, and anecdotal accounts, piecing together the lore surrounding the music hall. According to the legends, Echo was more than just a ghost, it was a presence that thrived on sound and voice. People claimed to hear their own words echoed back in twisted forms or melodies they once held dear turned into haunting tunes. But these were just stories, right? I needed to experience it for myself. One evening, armed with a digital recorder and a skeptical mind, I returned to the music hall. The setting sun cast long shadows across the stage, and the hall seemed to hold its breath, awaiting my next move. I spoke into the silence, my voice sounding alien in the vast empty space. "Hello Echo. Are you here?" The words had barely left my lips when they were thrown back at me, not as an echo, but in a voice not my own. It was soft and sorrowful, like a whisper carried on the wind. My heart raced, and a chill ran down my spine. Was it real? Or was I letting the legends get to me? As I stood there, bewildered and unnerved, the whispers grew in intensity, morphing into a symphony of voices. They were indistinct, yet eerily familiar, as if dredged up from the deepest recesses of my memory. Voices of friends long gone, snippets of old conversations, laughter, and cries, melted into a cacophony that seemed to engulf the entire hall. I stumbled out of the music hall, my mind a whirlwind of confusion and fear. What had started as a quest for the truth was rapidly turning into a nightmare. Little did I know, it was only the beginning. Echo had woven its way into my life, and the line between legend and reality was about to blur even further. In the days that followed, Echo's presence became a constant shadow in my life. The whispers followed me, seeping into my everyday existence. They echoed through the corridors of my apartment, lingered in the corners of cafes I frequented, and whispered secrets in the dead of night. Initially, I tried to dismiss it as a figment of my overactive imagination, a side effect of diving too deep into the town's folklore. But the sounds were too real, too precise. Echo mimicked the voices of people I knew, replaying fragments of past conversations, sometimes twisting them into something sinister. The more I tried to ignore it, the more persistent it became. I started to hear the whispers even in crowded places, a dissonant undertone beneath the hustle and bustle of daily life. People began to notice my growing unease, the way I'd flinch at seemingly nothing, or how I'd suddenly look over my shoulder, chasing after a voice that wasn't there. Sleep became elusive, haunted by dreams where echoes' whispers turned into screams. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, the remnants of those screams still echoing in my ears. My world was shrinking, confined to a reality where echo was ever present, a ghostly parasite feeding off my fear and confusion. Desperate for answers, I delved deeper into Echo's story. Through hushed conversations and furtive glances, I learned of a time when the music hall was the heart of the town, alive with melodies and laughter. But its downfall began with it was then that I made the connection. Echo was not just a lost soul, it was a vessel of unfulfilled desires, a spectral echo of a story left untold. The realization sent a shiver down my spine. Echo didn't just mimic sounds, it was searching for something, a voice to complete its unfinished symphony. As I pieced together this tragic puzzle, the boundary between Echo's world and mine grew thinner. The whispers turned into voices, the voices into shadows that danced at the edge of my vision. I was being pulled deeper into Echo's realm, a place where reality was distorted by the reverberations of a long-lost voice. And in that maelstrom of sound and shadow, I knew I had to face Echo, to confront the heart of the haunting, or risk being consumed by it entirely. Armed with the knowledge of Echo's tragic past and driven by a mix of fear and determination, I returned to the music hall one last time. The building loomed before me, its silhouette a stark reminder of the forgotten stories it held within its walls. Stepping inside, I felt a rush of cold air, as if crossing a threshold into another world. The hall was shrouded in darkness, save for the faint glow of the moon filtering through the broken windows. I could feel Echo's presence, a palpable weight in the air, its whispers weaving around me like a chilling breeze. I stood center stage, the very spot where countless performances had come to life, and now, where Echo seemed to be strongest. Taking a deep breath, I addressed the empty hall, my voice echoing off the decaying walls. Echo, I know your story. I know about the voice that was silenced, the masterpiece left unperformed. I'm here to listen, to understand. The response was immediate. The air vibrated with a symphony of voices, a haunting melody that resonated with pain and longing. The whispers coalesced into a tangible presence, and before me, Echo's form materialized, a ghostly figure flickering like it was a sight both terrifying and mesmerizing. Echo's figure was ever-changing, its features blurred, a mirror reflecting the faces of those long gone. But in its eyes, there was a clarity, a deep sadness that spoke of a life cut short and a story left untold. The hall was filled with the sound of an unfinished melody, a composition that tugged at the heartstrings, its notes hanging in the air like unanswered questions. Echo's voice, the chorus of many, told its tale. It spoke of dreams unfulfilled, of a voice silenced in its prime, and of the desperate need to complete its final work. As the story unfolded, the intensity of Echo's presence grew. The air around me crackled with energy, the boundary between our worlds thinning. I could feel Echo's pain, its desperation to be heard, to find closure. And in that moment, I understood what it needed from me. But understanding Echo's pain was only half the battle. As the story reached its crescendo, the haunting melody threatening to overwhelm my senses, I realized what I had to do. Echo's weakness was silence, and in this storm of sound and sorrow, I had to find a moment of quiet to break its hold. With every ounce of willpower, I stilled my breath, calmed my racing heart, and focused on the silence within me. As I did, Echo's form wavered, its haunting melody faltering in the face of the quiet strength emanating from my core. It was a battle of wills, a clash between sound and silence, as I stood my ground, determined to help Echo find the peace it so desperately sought. The silence I held was a stark contrast to the cacophony that Echo had unleashed. In this quiet standoff, Echo's form became less stable, its once overwhelming presence now flickering like a flame in the wind. The music hall, too, seemed to respond, the whispers and echoes fading into a hushed stillness. I maintained my silence, focusing on the stillness within me. Gradually, Echo's form began to coalesce into something more defined, less chaotic. The multitude of voices quieted, converging into a single clear voice. It was a voice filled with sorrow but also with gratitude. In the newfound quiet, Echo communicated its story more coherently. It spoke of a young artist, full of dreams and aspirations, whose life was cut short before they could share their final greatest work. This unfulfilled desire had anchored them to the world, transforming them into the entity now known as Echo. I listened, not just with my ears, but with my heart. I felt Echo's longing, its need for closure and peace. I realized then that Echo didn't need someone to fear it or to solve some mystery, it needed someone to understand, to acknowledge its existence and its pain. As I offered Echo this understanding, a transformation occurred. The ghostly figure began to lose its opacity, its form becoming more ethereal. The air around us lightened, as if a weight had been lifted. The music hall, too, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the oppressive atmosphere dissipating. In this moment of tranquility, Echo's presence became more peaceful. It was as if by sharing its story and being heard, it had found a semblance of the peace it had been seeking for so long. The haunting melodies turned into a soft, lingering lullaby, a final farewell from a soul ready to move on. Echo's form began to fade, its outline blurring into the air until it was no more than a whisper, a memory. As the last traces of Echo disappeared, the music hall fell silent, the spell finally. I stood there for a long time, absorbing the quiet, feeling a mix of relief and melancholy. Echo was gone, its story told and its presence released. In helping Echo find peace, I had also found my own. The shadows that had whispered in the corners of my mind had receded, leaving behind a sense of closure. As I left the music hall, I knew that its halls would no longer echo with the sounds of a tormented soul. Echo's story would live on, but not as a haunting, rather as a tale of understanding and release. And in the quiet that now filled the music hall, there was a sense of reverence, a tribute to the voice that had finally found its rest. The roar of the crowd was like a distant thunderstorm, growing louder as I stepped onto the football field. It was the final game of my senior year, and I could feel the electric charge of excitement in the air. My name is Jake, and for as long as I could remember, football had been my life. The green of the field was more familiar to me than my own bedroom, the rough texture of the pigskin more comforting than any childhood teddy bear. As I stood there, helmet under my arm, I scanned the bleachers. They were packed to the brim, a sea of our school colors. I could see my parents, waving frantically, their smiles wide with pride. This was the moment I had been working towards, the culmination of years of early morning practices and late-night study sessions. The game started with a bang. We were a well-oiled machine, each player a cog in a larger, unstoppable force. The ball was in my hands more often than not, and each time I felt its familiar leather, my heart surged with a mix of adrenaline and sheer, unadulterated joy. But then, in what seemed like just another play, my world flipped. I remember catching the ball, seeing the end zone in sight, and then an impact like a freight train. Everything spun. The sky, the ground, the faces of my teammates and opponents, all swirled into a chaotic kaleidoscope. And then, darkness. In the darkness, there was a moment of nothingness, a pause in the fabric of reality where time and space seemed irrelevant. Then, like a dawn breaking over a night-swept landscape, a new world materialized around me. I found myself standing in a graduation gown, the cheers of the crowd washing over me in a gentle wave. Confusion wrestled with wonder inside my head. How did I get here? The football field, the game, the crushing tackle, they seemed like distant memories, fragments of a dream fading upon waking. I walked across the stage, my name echoing at the auditorium. Family and friends applauded. There was my mom, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. My dad, his chest puffed out in pride. And there was Emily, my high school sweetheart, her smile lit. Life rolled forward like a movie on fast forward. College days filled with late-night study sessions and early morning classes. Graduation came and went in a blink. Emily and I got married on a sunny June day, surrounded by a garden in full bloom. Our life together was a series of chapters, each one happier than the last. We had children, two beautiful, laughing mirrors of ourselves. A girl with Emily's eyes and a boy with my stubborn chin. I watched them grow, each day a new discovery, a new memory. My career as an engineer took off, and we traveled, saw the world together as a family. Decades passed in this alternate reality, each moment as real and tangible as the last. Birthday parties, anniversaries, holidays, a tapestry of life, rich and full. Yet, amid the laughter and love, there were moments, fleeting and insubstantial, that felt like ripples on the surface of a still pond. A face in the crowd that looked too familiar, a sense of déjà vu in a place I'd never been. These moments were brushed away, chalked up to an overactive imagination or the remnants of a dream. As the years rolled by in this life I had come to accept as my own, the peculiar incidents grew more frequent, more vivid. They were like cracks in a carefully painted mural, revealing glimpses of something else, something unsettlingly familiar. I remember a day, a perfectly ordinary day, when I was walking through the park with Emily. The sun was warm, the sky a brilliant blue, and our children were laughing as they chased each other around the playground. Then, I saw him, a teenager, wearing a football jersey with my old high school's logo. He was throwing a football with a friend, the spiral perfect and tight. Watching him, an inexplicable sense of nostalgia washed over me, a longing for a time and place I couldn't quite remember. Then there was the night I woke up from a dream, heart pounding, sweat beading on my forehead. I had dreamt of a football game, of bright lights and a roaring crowd. In the dream, I was running, the end zone just a few yards away when suddenly, darkness enveloped me. I tried talking to Emily about these odd occurrences, but the words sounded foolish even to my own ears. How do you explain to your wife of decades that you're having flashes of a life you can't remember living? My work began to suffer. I'd sit in meetings, my mind wandering to the fringes of these memories, trying to grasp onto something tangible. My colleagues noticed, asked if everything was okay at home. I'd smile, assure them everything was fine, but the light tasted bitter. As my children grew and left the house, these incidents became more than just passing curiosities. They were a constant presence, an uninvited guest in my mind. It was as if two realities were bleeding into each other, and I couldn't tell which one was real. The day my daughter, Sarah, got married was supposed to be one of the happiest days of my life. The ceremony was beautiful, set in a quaint little church surrounded by blooming flowers. Emily was in tears, and I felt a lump in my throat as I walked Sarah down the aisle. But as I watched her say her vows, a sudden, uninvited flash hit me. I was back on the football field, the ball in my hands, the crowd cheering. The memory was so vivid, so real, that for a moment, I staggered, gripping the pew in front of me for support. The rest of the wedding passed in a blur. I felt attached, as if I was watching someone else's life play out. At the reception, while everyone danced and laughed, I sat at a table, my mind racing. I excused myself and stepped outside for air. The night was cool and clear, the stars a scattered tapestry above. And as I stood there, a chilling realization dawned on me: these weren't just dreams or fantasies. They were memories, fragments of a life I had lived, or was living. Panic took root in my chest. What was real? This life with Emily and my children, or that distant, almost forgotten life of a high school football player? The thought that my entire existence might be a fabrication was terrifying. In a desperate attempt to cling to reality, I ran back into the hall, searching for Emily. I needed something, anything, to anchor me to this life. But as I pushed through the crowd, the world around me began to spin, the noise crescendoing into a deafening roar. I felt a pressure in my head, an unbearable weight, and then, just as suddenly as it had all begun, everything went black. When I opened my eyes again, the world was different. Gone were the wedding hall and the guests. Instead, I was lying on the football field, staring up at a night sky peppered with stars. The sound of the crowd was distant now, a muffled echo in my ears. I tried to sit up, but hands gently pushed me back down. My coach's face swam into view, his expression a mix of concern and relief. "Take it easy, Jake. You took quite a hit." I was confused, disoriented. The memories of my other life were still vivid, still fresh. Emily, Sarah, my son David, they were as real to me as the grass I was lying on. The paramedics arrived, and I was loaded onto a stretcher, the team and spectators forming a corridor as I was carried off the field. I heard my name being chanted, but it sounded hollow, empty. In the ambulance, the paramedic kept talking to me, asking questions, but I barely heard him. My mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, emotions, memories. I had lived an entire life, had a family, watched my children grow up. And now, it was as if none of it had ever happened. The days that followed were a blur. I was diagnosed with a severe concussion and spent a week in the hospital for observation. My parents were by my side, worry etched on their faces. But they weren't the only ones there. In the quiet moments, when the room was empty, I felt the presence of my other family, the one I had lost. I returned to school, but everything felt unreal, like I was walking through a dream. My teammates slapped my back, congratulated me on my recovery, but their voices sounded distant, their faces unfamiliar. I graduated high school, but the ceremony was nothing like the one I had experienced in my alternate life. There was no Emily waiting for me, no children to come home to. Months turned into years, and the life I had lived in those lost moments on the football field began to fade, like a dream upon waking. Yet, it never truly left me. The faces of Emily, Sarah, and David lingered in the back of my mind, a constant haunting presence. I went to college, got a job, but the sense of loss never quite left me. Sometimes, in quiet moments, I would find myself staring into space, my heart aching for a family that had never really existed. The questions that had tormented me in the aftermath of my injuries still lingered. Had that life been real in some way, or was it just a figment of my imagination? The line between reality and fantasy had blurred, and I was no longer sure which side I stood on. I often found myself walking alone, trying to make sense of it all. The parks, the streets, even the faces of strangers, seemed to hold some echo of my other life. Every laugh I heard, every glimpse of a happy family, brought it all rushing back. As the years passed, I learned to live with the memories, to accept them as part of who I was. They were a reminder of how fragile our grasp on reality could be, how easily the mind could be tricked, or perhaps, how deeply it could perceive. In my quieter moments, I would think about the concept of alternate realities, of lives lived in parallel universes. Maybe, in some other time and place, that life was still going on, and I was there, living it. The story of my life continued, but it was always tinged with a sense of loss, a mourning for a family that had never truly been mine. And as I grew older, I realized that the true horror wasn't in losing them, but in never knowing if they were real at all. So, I live my life with this uncertainty, this shadow of another existence that might have been, or perhaps still is, somewhere beyond my reach. And every night, before I go to sleep, I look in the mirror, searching for a trace of that other Jake, wondering if he's looking back at me, sharing my confusion, my loss, my endless questioning of what is real, and what is merely a shadow on the field. The sun was setting over the bustling city as I walked through the ancient marketplace, a place my grandfather often spoke of with a glint of mystery in his eyes. The air was thick with the scents of spices and old books, a tapestry of histories intertwining in every corner. I, Amir, a college student with an insatiable curiosity for the unknown, was drawn to this place like a moth to a flame. As I meandered through the maze of stalls, my attention was caught by an old man selling antique trinkets. His eyes sparkled with untold stories as he spoke of jinns, those mystical beings from Islamic folklore. I listened, fascinated, but with a pinch of skepticism. Little did I know, my life was about to intersect with the very tales I half believed. Wandering further, I found a secluded spot away from the throngs of people. It was a quaint, unassuming bench nestled beside a dried-up fountain, adorned with faded mosaic tiles. Weary from the day's explorations, I sat down, relishing a moment of solitude. In that instant, I felt a strange sensation, as if the air around me had thickened, charged with an unseen energy. I shrugged it off, attributing it to the day's exhaustion. The marketplace's magic seemed to seep into my bones, and soon, I was lost in thoughts of ancient legends and hidden worlds. It was only when the wind carried a faint pain whimper to my ears that I realized something was amiss. I stood abruptly, looking around, but there was nothing, no one in sight. Yet, the feeling of unease grew, a seed of dread planted in the pit of my stomach. I had unknowingly trespassed into a realm far beyond my understanding, a realm where myths breathed and invisible lives intertwined with our own. The market's charm had transformed, revealing a hidden layer of mystery and fear. I was about to learn that some legends are more than just stories. They are warnings of the unseen world that dances in the shadow of our own. As the sky darkened, a sudden gust of wind swirled around me, carrying whispers of ancient tongues. I spun around, searching for the source, but found only the empty marketplace. The whispers grew louder, morphing into an enraged howl. My heart raced as the air before me shimmered, revealing the furious form of a djinn. "You have wronged me, human." The djinn thundered, its voice echoing through the deserted stalls. Its form was both magnificent and terrifying, a swirling mass of smoke and fire. Frozen in fear, I managed to stammer, "What have I done?" "You sat upon my child, trapping them in your realm, invisible and intangible." The djinn bellowed. I glanced around frantically, but saw no child, only the faint outline of something in the air beside me. "I didn't know, I swear," I pleaded, my voice barely a whisper against the djinn's fury. The djinn's eyes blazed like embers as it spoke a curse. "Then, as you have bound my child to your realm, so shall you be bound to them. Protect them, for if harm befalls them, it shall befall you tenfold." A chilling wind enveloped me, and I felt an invisible weight latch onto my being. The djinn's child, unseen but undeniably present, was now my responsibility, a spectral companion in a world that would never acknowledge its existence. "Undo your deed, and I might spare you," the djinn warned before vanishing into the night air, leaving me alone with the weight of my unintended transgression. Confusion and terror gripped me as I realized the gravity of my situation. I was entangled in a supernatural predicament far beyond my understanding, bound to an invisible entity that was a victim of my ignorance. The once familiar streets now seemed alien and menacing, as if every shadow concealed secrets best left undiscovered. I knew I had to find a way to appease the djinn and release both myself and his child from this curse. But where does one even begin to seek redemption from a being as ancient and powerful as a djinn? The answer, I hoped, lay hidden somewhere in the depths of folklore and ancient wisdom. My journey into the unknown had just begun, and time was not on my side. The next days were a blur of frantic research and restless nights. The invisible child, though never seen, made its presence felt in subtle yet unnerving ways. Objects around me would move inexplicably, and cold drafts followed me despite the warmth of the season. The weight of the curse bore heavily on me, a constant reminder of my folly. Determined to find a solution, I sought the wisdom of scholars and mystics, delving into ancient texts and obscure rituals. The city's oldest library became my refuge, its dusty tomes whispering secrets of the djinn. I learned of their capricious nature, their ties to the elements, and their fondness for riddles and contracts. But nowhere did I find a clear path to redemption. One evening, as I pored over a particularly old manuscript, I came across a legend of a ritual that could potentially appease a djinn. It spoke of a night of a full moon, where one must stand at the crossroads of the human and djinn realms, offering gifts of rare incense, and uttering words of ancient apology. It was a long shot, but it was all I had. Gathering the required materials proved to be a challenge in itself. Each item was rarer and more obscure than the last. Incense made from a tree that bloomed only under moonlight, a gemstone carved by a blind artisan, and the feather of a night raven. As I hunted for these items, the djinn's impatience grew palpable. Shadows seemed to watch me, and whispers taunted me from just beyond the edge of hearing. Finally, with all the items in hand, I waited for the night of the full moon. The city around me felt charged with anticipation, or perhaps it was just my own nerves fraying. As the moon rose, casting a silver glow over the world, I made my way to an ancient crossroads known for its mystical occurrences. I set the items in a precise pattern as described in the manuscript, and began to recite the ancient words. The air grew thick, and the shadows deepened, as if the world itself was holding its breath. I felt the invisible child's presence intensify, a silent plea for release. I uttered the final word of the ritual, and the world seemed to stand still. And then, with a force that knocked me to my knees, the djinn appeared. It was more terrifying than before, a tempest of anger and raw elemental power. The ritual, meant to appease, had instead invoked its wrath. "You dare to bind me with your feeble rituals," it roared, its voice a tempest. I cowered, realizing my grave mistake. The ritual had not been a pathway to forgiveness, but a challenge to the djinn's power. I braced myself for the retribution that was sure to come. But in that moment of despair, something shifted within me. Instead of fear, a deep understanding filled my heart. I looked up at the djinn, not with terror, but with empathy. I sought to right my wrong, not to challenge you, I said, my voice steady despite my fear. I understand now the pain I've caused, not just to your child, but to you. I felt the sting of loss and the weight of regret. I am truly sorry. The djinn's fury faltered, its flames dimming as it looked at me, perhaps seeing not just a foolish human, but a soul seeking redemption. In the stillness that followed my heartfelt confession, the djinn's fiery form seemed to waver, as if my words had reached some hidden depth within its ancient being. The air around us, once thick with tension and fear, began to shift, giving way to a hesitant calm. You speak with sincerity, human, the djinn said, its voice now a simmering whisper. Perhaps there is more to you than I judge. The djinn's gaze turned towards the invisible presence beside me. For the first time, I sensed a softening in its demeanor, a parental concern that transcended the boundaries of our worlds. It was then I realized that the djinn, despite its formidable power, harbored a love as deep and vulnerable as any human's. The djinn explained that its child was not harmed but trapped in a state of liminality, caught between visibility and invisibility. It was a rare occurrence, even in the world of jinn, caused by the unintentional actions of a human who, unknowingly, possessed a latent connection to their realm. You have unwittingly unlocked a part of yourself that resonates with our world, the djinn said, a note of surprise in his tone. This connection you've established, though accidental, is the key to undoing what has been done. Guided by the djinn, I began a new ritual, this time not of apology or appeasement, but of restoration and balance. As I recited the incantations, the djinn channeled its energy, weaving a complex tapestry of ancient magic around us. The air shimmered with a spectral light, and I felt the invisible child's presence grow stronger, more defined. With each word I spoke, the child began to materialize, its form slowly taking shape in the moonlit crossroads. It was a wondrous sight, like watching a star being born from the cosmic void. The child, appearing no older than a toddler, blinked in astonishment as it gazed upon our world for the first time in its true form. The ritual concluded with a harmonious chorus of otherworldly voices, sealing the bond between our realms, and setting right the imbalance I had caused. The child, now visible, ran into the djinn's embrace, a reunion of celestial beings that transcended the mundane reality I knew. The djinn, its eyes now soft with gratitude, turned to me. You have undone your mistake, human, and in doing so, have revealed a rare gift within yourself. Go forth with this knowledge, and remember the bond that now exists between our worlds. As the djinn and its child faded into the ethereal winds, I was left alone at the crossroads, the weight of the curse lifted, and a profound sense of awe filling my soul. The marketplace, once a place of simple curiosity, had become a gateway to understanding the delicate balance between the seen and unseen, the human and the mystical. The night gradually gave way to the soft hues of dawn, painting the sky with the promise of a new day. I stood at the crossroads, the events of the night replaying in my mind like a surreal dream. Yet the sense of liberation and the profound connection I had experienced were undeniably real. As I made my way back through the now silent marketplace, the stalls and ancient buildings seemed different. They no longer held the mystique of the unknown, but felt like silent guardians of a secret world, a world I had briefly been a part of. The encounter with the djinn had changed me. I was no longer just a mere, the college student with a fascination for folklore. I had become a bridge between realms, a human who had touched the fabric of the djinn's world and returned. The knowledge of this hidden reality, this intricate tapestry of existence, humbled and exhilarated me. In the days that followed, I found myself more attuned to the subtle whispers of the world around me. The wind seemed to carry messages from distant realms, and the stars shone with a deeper understanding. My studies took on new meaning, as I delved into ancient texts not just for curiosity, but with a sense of purpose. I sought to understand the connection I had uncovered, to explore the boundaries of this newfound ability. But with this knowledge came a responsibility. I knew that the unseen world was not to be trifled with, that its inhabitants were beings of power and emotion, not unlike us. The marketplace, with its myriad of secrets and legends, became a place I frequented, not as a mere visitor, but as a respectful sojourner between worlds. The story of my encounter with the djinn and its child became a part of me, a tale of error, understanding, and redemption. It was a reminder that the world is filled with mysteries waiting to be uncovered, and that sometimes, the greatest adventures lie in the unseen corners of reality. As I continued my life, enriched by the experiences of that fateful night, I often looked back at the crossroads, at the moment where fear gave way to understanding, where a curse became a gift. The djinn and its child, though no longer a visible part of my life, remained with me in spirit, a constant reminder of the fragile yet beautiful balance between their world and mine. And so, my journey through the unseen continued, with a heart open to the mysteries of the world, and a soul forever touched by the magic of the djinn. The day I set foot in the old family house, a shiver ran down my spine. Not from the autumn chill, but from a sense of foreboding that clung to the air like an unseen mist. It was a quaint, almost picturesque house nestled in a remote village. It had been left to me by an aunt I barely remembered. As I pushed open the creaky gate, I felt a strange mix of nostalgia and unease. With its peeling paint and overgrown garden, was now mine. I spent the first few days cleaning and exploring, trying to feel at home. It was during one of these exploratory missions, in the dusty, cobweb-laden attic, that I stumbled upon something extraordinary. As I was shifting an old chest, a loose floorboard caught my eye. Curiosity got the better of me, and I pried it open. There, hidden in a secret compartment, was an ancient its leather cover was cracked and worn, as if it had been hidden there for centuries. Clutching the diary, I sat down amidst the attic's clutter. The first page crackled as I opened it, revealing an elegant, archaic script. The date at the top sent a jolt through me. It was dated hundreds of years in the future. I blinked, thinking it was a mistake, a fictional journal perhaps. But as I began to read, the entries detailed mundane events, things that seemed oddly specific and yet plausible. It was bizarre, unsettling even, but I couldn't stop reading. The diary became my obsession. Night after night, I'd return to the attic, poring over its pages by the light of an old lamp. The world outside began to fade away, becoming nothing more than a distant hum. The entries I read started to shift in nature. They moved from the mundane into realms that were hard to fathom, events and phenomena that defied logic. It was as if the author had seen not just the future, but a future that was beyond human understanding. As the days passed, my fascination turned into unease. I started to feel like an intruder, spying into a world that wasn't meant for human eyes. Yet, I couldn't stop. The diary had a grip on me, its words etching into my mind, painting pictures of a future that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. I remember one night, as a storm raged outside, I read an entry describing a tempest that seemed to mirror the one lashing against the windows of the house. The coincidence sent chills down my spine. I began to wonder, was it merely a coincidence? Or was the diary, in some unfathomable way, connected to the world around me? The question haunted me, and with each passing day, my resolve to unravel the mystery of the diary deepened. Little did I know, my journey into its pages was about to take an even darker turn, one that would challenge my very perception of reality. The deeper I delved into the diary, the more the world around me began to change. Or perhaps it was my perception of it that altered. I woke up each morning with a sense of dread, anticipating the diary's next revelation. Some days, I found myself staring at the pages for hours, lost in the cryptic predictions of a future too bizarre to comprehend. As I turned each page, a pattern began to emerge. The diary wasn't just a record of future events, it seemed to be a harbinger of them. One evening, I read about a mysterious fog that enveloped a town, rendering its inhabitants lost in their own streets. The very next day, a thick fog rolled into the village, so dense that I could barely see the garden from the window. It was eerie, as if the diary had summoned it. My fascination turned into an obsession, but the most unsettling entries were those that began to mention me. At first, they were vague references, but soon, they became explicit. The diary predicted conversations I would have, clothes I would wear, even my private thoughts. It was as if the author was watching me, recording my every move. This personal intrusion was terrifying, yet I couldn't bring myself to abandon the diary. I needed to understand how it knew these things, how it could predict events with such accuracy. The thought that maybe it wasn't predicting but influencing reality began to gnaw at me. The realization hit me one night as I read an entry dated a few days ahead. It described a small fire in the village, started by a forgotten candle. The specificity of the event, the casual tone of its prediction, it was too much. I slammed the diary shut, my heart pounding. I needed answers. The following day, I ventured into the village, the first time in weeks. I wandered the streets aimlessly, feeling disconnected from the world around me. Then I saw a small crowd gathered outside a house, the charred remains of a room visible through an open window. A forgotten candle, they said. My blood ran cold. That night, back in the attic, I held the diary in my hands, a sense of dread overwhelming me. It wasn't just predicting the future, it was shaping it. And I was its unwilling accomplice. The realization was a heavy burden, and I knew then that I had to find a way to end its influence. But how do you stop something that has the power to bend reality to its will? As I sat there, lost in thought, the diary lay open on my lap. The next entry caught my eye. It was different. It spoke of something hidden, a secret about the house, about my family. A clue, perhaps, to the diary's true nature. With a newfound determination, I decided to investigate. I needed to understand the connection between the diary, the house, and my family. Maybe then I could find a way to break free from its grip. Little did I know, the secrets I was about to uncover would change everything. The following morning, with a mix of trepidation and resolve, I began my investigation into the house's history. The diary lay on my desk, its presence like a silent observer. I scoured the attic first, rummaging through old boxes and dusty files, hoping to find something that would shed light on the diary's origins. In an old, moth-eaten trunk, I found a collection of letters and photographs. They belonged to my great-grandfather, a man whose existence was merely a footnote in our family history. As I sifted through the letters, I discovered references to the house and its peculiarities. My great-grandfather wrote about strange occurrences, unexplainable noises in the night, and a feeling of being watched. It was as if the house itself was alive, aware of its inhabitants. This revelation sent a chill down my spine. The house had a history of the unexplained, long before the diary came into my Inside, there were various oddities. A collection of ancient artifacts, journals filled with arcane symbols, and a map of the village with specific locations marked. But what caught my attention was a series of journal entries written by my great-grandfather. They spoke of a gateway and a keeper, terms that were cryptic yet oddly familiar. The more I read, the more I realized that these writings mirrored the diary's entries. The discovery was overwhelming. My family was connected to the diary, perhaps even responsible for its creation. I needed to understand how and why. The map seemed to be a key piece of the puzzle, with its marked locations potentially holding answers. I decided to visit these locations, starting with an old well on the outskirts of the village. According to the map, it was a site of significance. As I approached the well, an inexplicable sense of dread washed over me. The well was ancient, its stones worn by time. I peered into its depths, and for a moment, I thought I saw something move in the darkness below. Shaken, I returned to the house, my mind racing with questions. The diary, the house, my family's past, they were all pieces of a larger, more ominous puzzle. Each discovery seemed to lead to more questions, but I was determined to find the answers. That night, I pored over the diary and my great-grandfather's journals, looking for connections, for any clue that would make sense of it all. The more I read, the more I felt as if I were being drawn into a web of ancient secrets and forbidden knowledge. The diary's next entry was cryptic, speaking of a coming event that would unravel the threads of time. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was coming, it was connected to my investigation, to my probing into the past. As the night deepened, the house creaked and groaned around me, as if echoing my unrest. I knew then that I couldn't turn back. I was on a path that would lead me to the heart of the mystery, to the truth behind the diary and its terrifying predictions. But with each step forward, I could feel the darkness closing in, and I wondered if I was ready to face what lay at the end of this journey. The days that followed were a blur of obsession and fear. The diary's grip on my reality tightened, its predictions becoming increasingly ominous. I felt like a puppet, the diary pulling my strings, leading me towards an inevitable, unknown destiny. It was during a particularly restless night that I stumbled upon the apex entry in the diary, a detailed account of a cataclysmic event that seemed to mark the end of humanity. The entry described a day where the sky would turn black, the earth would shudder, and reality itself would fracture. The vividness of the description was horrifying, the words painting a picture of utter chaos and destruction. As I read, a sense of despair washed over me. Was this the future that awaited us? A future written in this accursed diary? The very thought made my hands tremble. But then, something extraordinary happened. As I sat there, consumed by fear and doubt, the world around me began to change. The walls of my room seemed to ripple and warp, the air thickening, heavy with a sense of impending doom. I could hear whispers, faint and indistinct, as if the house itself was speaking. I realized, with a jolt of terror, that the diary's apex event was beginning to manifest. The line between the diary's predictions and reality was blurring. I was witnessing the first signs of the cataclysm it had foretold. Panic set in. I had to do something, anything to prevent this apocalypse. But what could I, a mere pawn in this game of cosmic forces, do to alter the course of destiny? In a moment of desperation, I remembered the map and the journal entries from my great-grandfather. There was a connection between the diary and specific locations and the village locations that might hold the key to stopping this nightmare. I left the house, the diary tucked under my arm, and headed towards the village center. The air was electric, charged with an unseen energy. People in the streets seemed oblivious to the change, going about their lives, unaware of the impending doom. I reached the village square, where, according to the map, a ritual had been performed generations ago, a ritual connected to the gateway my great-grandfather had written about. I didn't fully understand what I was looking for, but I knew it was here, somewhere. As I searched, the whispers grew louder, the sky darkening above me. Then, I saw it, an ancient symbol carved into the base of the old fountain, hidden from casual view. It matched the symbols in my great-grandfather's journal. I touched the carving, and the world seemed to hold its breath. A surge of energy coursed through me, and for a moment, I felt as if I were standing at the edge of a vast chasm, peering into the unknown. The diary fell open at my feet, its pages fluttering in the wind. The apex entry glowed with an eerie light, the words shifting, rearranging themselves. I realized then that the diary was not just a record of the future, it was a tool, a key to something far greater and more terrifying than I had imagined. As the sky turned black above me, I knew that the climax of my journey had arrived. I was at the epicenter of something unimaginable, and the choices I made in the next few moments would determine the fate of reality itself. Standing in the village square, under the darkening sky, I felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility weigh upon me. The diary's pages, glowing ominously, seemed to beckon me towards a decision, a choice that held the power to alter the course of events it had predicted. I recalled the words of my great-grandfather's journal, speaking of a keeper and a gateway. It dawned on me that these were not mere fanciful notions, but roles and mechanisms critical to the balance of whatever forces the diary wielded. I realized that, unknowingly, I had become the keeper of this gateway, the guardian of a threshold between realities. My mind raced, trying to piece together the puzzle. The ritual in the village square, the symbols, the diary, they were all connected to this gateway. The cataclysmic event described in the diary was not just a prediction, it was a warning, a guide to preventing a tear in the fabric of reality. With trembling hands, I picked up the diary. I had a choice. Destroy the diary and potentially alter the future, or let events unfold as written, leading to an apocalypse that would consume everything. In that moment of crisis, a memory surfaced, a phrase from the diary, one that had seemed insignificant at the time. Only when the keeper chooses to close the book will the path be altered. Closing the book. Could it be that literal? Could ending my interaction with the diary change the course of these events? It seemed too simple, yet everything pointed towards this act. I took a deep breath, my decision made. With a sense of finality, I closed the diary, severing my connection to its foreboding predictions. The glowing ceased immediately, the whispers fell silent, and the sky began to clear, the darkness receding like a nightmare upon waking. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. The ground trembled beneath my feet, a sign that my actions had consequences, perhaps unintended. I had closed the gateway, but in doing so, I had unleashed something else, something that had been kept at bay by the diary's influence. In the days that followed, the world returned to normal, or as normal as it could be after such an experience. The diary remained closed, its secrets locked away, but the events that had predicted the strange phenomena, the unexplainable occurrences, continued, albeit less frequently. It was as if, in closing the diary, I had not stopped the events, but merely changed their nature. The future remained uncertain, the balance between reality and the unknown forever altered by my decision. The village square became a place I avoided, a constant reminder of the choice I had made. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had merely postponed the inevitable, that the true resolution of this story was yet to come. As I tried to rebuild my life, to find some semblance of normalcy, the diary remained in my possession, a silent testament to the mysteries and dangers of the unknown. I knew that one day, I might have to open it again, to face whatever consequences my choice had wrought. But for now, it lay closed on my shelf, a reminder of the thin line between reality and the unimaginable, and of the responsibility that comes with knowledge beyond human understanding. The story of the diary from the attic had ended, but its echoes lingered, a whisper in the dark, a shadow at the edge of sight. The future was unwritten, and the mystery of the diary remained, a puzzle yet to be fully solved. Driving to work, the world suddenly spun into chaos. One moment I was listening to a podcast, the next I was surrounded by the screeching of metal and the shattering of glass. My car was hit. Pain surged through my body like wildfire, and then darkness enveloped me. I woke up in a hospital bed, my body a map of agony. The doctors told me I was lucky to be alive. My legs and arms were fractured in multiple places, and recovery would be long. But I felt an unease that went beyond my physical injuries, a sense of dread that I couldn't shake off. As days passed, the pain in my bones grew exponentially, surpassing what I thought was humanly bearable. It wasn't just pain, it was as if something alive writhed within me, clawing to break free. The doctors, perplexed by the speed of my healing, conducted numerous tests, but found nothing amiss. They couldn't see the horror that was brewing under my skin. At night, in the sterile silence of the hospital room, I started hearing whispers. Indistinct at first, like echoes in a cavern, but slowly growing clearer, more insistent. They were not voices I recognized, and they spoke in a language that seemed ancient, forgotten by time. When the day finally came for the casts to be removed, everyone expected to see healed limbs. Instead, we were greeted by the grotesque sight of bones that had twisted and turned into unnatural shapes. My arms and legs were a labyrinth of jagged angles and protrusions, no longer resembling anything human. Panic set in the hospital room, but it was nothing compared to the terror that seized my heart. I was becoming something else, something inhuman. The doctors were baffled, muttering about rare genetic disorders, but I knew this was no mere disease. Something primal and ancient stirred within me, reshaping my very essence. Discharged from the hospital, I shut myself away from the world. My body continued its horrifying transformation in the solitude of my home. I watched in horror as my bones moved under my skin, contorting into forms that defied nature. I was losing myself to this unearthly metamorphosis, becoming a creature of nightmares. And the whispers never stopped. They were my constant companions, promising a destiny that was as terrifying as it was inevitable. Each night, they painted vivid images of eldritch beings in my dreams, creatures that lurked in the shadows of history, waiting for a chance to emerge. I knew I couldn't hide forever. The outside world would eventually breach my sanctuary. But for now, I was alone with my transformation, witnessing the last days of my humanity. As the days turned into weeks, my existence became a grotesque parody of life. My once familiar apartment now felt like a crypt, housing a being that was neither man nor monster. The mirror, once an object of routine, became a window into a nightmare. My reflection revealed a distorted figure, my skin barely containing the aberrant growths beneath. My senses had sharpened unnaturally. Sounds that would normally go unnoticed, the distant bark of a dog, the rustle of leaves outside my window, now rang in my ears with crystal clarity. This heightened perception, however, was not a blessing but a curse. It heightened my awareness of the entity that was slowly eroding my humanity. As my transformation progressed, my bones began to move with a mind of their own. It was as if they were testing their newfound autonomy, twisting and coiling under my flesh. The pain was excruciating, a constant reminder of the unnatural process that consumed me. Isolation became my only solace. I shunned contact with the outside world, terrified of what others would see. I could not bear the thought of their horror, their revulsion. I was a freak, a walking nightmare that belonged in the dark corners of the earth, not among the living. In my solitude, my mind began to fray. The whispers grew more insistent, more commanding. They spoke of ancient rites in forgotten realms, of a lineage that stretched back to the dawn of time. These were not mere hallucinations, they were echoes of a primordial truth that was manifesting through me. The nightmares that haunted my sleep were vivid and terrifying. I saw realms where the laws of nature were but whimsical suggestions, inhabited by beings of unspeakable horror. These dreams, I feared, were not mere products of my imagination, but glimpses of a reality that was calling to me, beckoning me to join it. One night, as I lay in bed, racked with pain and fear, I reached a chilling realization. The transformation was not a curse inflicted upon me, it was a herald of my true heritage. I was not becoming a monster, I was returning to a form that had lain dormant within my bloodline for eons. This revelation did not bring comfort. Instead, it filled me with an existential terror. I was a stranger to myself, a puppet whose strings were being pulled by ancient, unfathomable forces. My humanity, the very essence of who I was being eroded, replaced by something alien and terrifying. As I lay there, the bones in my arms and legs twisting into new, horrifying configurations, I knew that I could not hide forever. Sooner or later, the world would come knocking, and I would be forced to confront the reality of what I had become. But until then, I was a prisoner in my own body, watching in horror as the last vestiges of my humanity slipped away. The climax of my transformation was as inevitable as it was horrifying. It arrived on an ordinary night, under the same moon that had witnessed countless human dramas unfold. But there was nothing human about what transpired within the confines of my darkened room. I remember staring at my hands, or what used to be my hands. The bones had elongated, piercing through the skin to form a kind of grotesque exoskeleton. The pain was beyond description, a relentless inferno consuming my flesh and soul. But it was the realization of what I was becoming that truly terrified me. In a moment of excruciating clarity, the truth unveiled itself to me. The accident had been a catalyst, awakening a dormant ancient genetic code within me. It was a lineage so old and forgotten, it predated human memory. My ancestors were not of this earth, but rather from a realm of darkness and terror, a world that defied the laws of nature. As my humanity faded, replaced by this unearthly legacy, my mind teetered on the brink of madness. I could feel my consciousness being swallowed by the entity that was emerging. It was a battle for my soul, a fight to preserve the last shreds of my human identity. The whispers in my head were no longer just voices, they were the echoes of my true ancestors, guiding me towards my inevitable destiny. I understood then that my transformation was not a curse, but a return to my true form. The night reached its zenith, and with it came the final surrender of my human form. My body contorted and twisted, reshaping itself into something monstrous. It was as if I was being torn apart and reborn, each cell screaming in both agony and ecstasy. In the throes of this transformation, I caught glimpses of the ancient world from which my lineage hailed. It was a place of unimaginable horror, where the rules of existence were dictated by beings far older and more terrifying than anything known to man. As I succumbed to the transformation, the last remnants of Ezra, the software engineer from a small, nondescript town, faded into obscurity. In his place rose a creature of the old world, a being whose existence was a testament to the ancient horrors that lurk in the forgotten corners of the universe. The climax of my story was not marked by triumph or resolution, but by the loss of everything I had ever known and been. I was no longer a creature of this world, but an emissary of a realm beyond human comprehension. The last thing I remember before losing myself entirely was a feeling of crossing an unseen threshold, a point of no return from which there would be no coming back. In the aftermath of my complete transformation, I found myself driven by instincts and urges alien to my former human self. My new form was a ghastly fusion of man and something otherworldly, with elongated limbs and a jagged exoskeleton protruding from my skin. I was a creature of the night, a silent predator in a world that was no longer mine. Reluctantly, I abandoned the confines of my apartment, driven by a primal need to escape the encroaching walls that seemed to suffocate my new form. The once familiar streets of my town now felt alien and threatening. The lights were too bright, the sounds too cacophonous. I skulked in the shadows, evading human contact, an outcast on the fringes of society. One night, drawn by a hunger I didn't fully understand, I found myself on the outskirts of town. The forest there was dense and dark, a remnant of a wilder world. It was here that I encountered them, a group of locals, teenagers on a dare, exploring the legend of a mysterious creature said to haunt these woods. Their screams when they saw me were like daggers to my heart. I had become the monster in their stories, the thing that parents warned their children about. In their eyes, I saw the reflection of my lost humanity, a poignant reminder of what I had once been. In a panic, they scattered, and I gave chase without thought, driven by the predatory instincts that now governed my existence. It was only when one of them fell, and I loomed over the terrified boy, that a flicker of my old self emerged. I recoiled in horror, realizing what I was about to do. In that moment of clarity, I fled deeper into the forest, leaving behind the echoes of their fear. I had become a creature of nightmare, a living myth, but I still clung to a vestige of my former self, a reminder of the man I once was. From that night on, I avoided human contact, retreating into the solitude of the wilderness. The forest became my refuge, a place where I could exist away from the judging eyes of the world. But even there, I was not at peace. The whispers of my ancestors still echoed in my mind, a constant reminder of the ancient lineage that coursed through my veins. I was a creature caught between worlds, belonging to neither. The human world was lost to me, a distant memory of a life that was no longer mine. But the world of my ancestors, the dark realm of ancient horrors, was a place I feared to embrace fully. So I existed in the shadows, a ghostly presence on the edge of reality, a whispered legend that continued to grow in the town I once called home. The creature in the woods, they called me, a tale to frighten and intrigue. But behind the myth, behind the monster, the remnants of Ezra lingered, a soul trapped in an unworldly form, forever mourning the life he had lost. The final chapter of my story is not one of redemption or return, but of acceptance and resignation. My transformation was complete and irreversible. Ezra, the man I once was, had become little more than a distant echo, a whisper of humanity in the abyss of my new existence. I roamed the outskirts of the forest, a spectral figure lingering in the twilight between the natural world and something far more ancient and sinister. My encounters with humans became rare, fleeting, and always shrouded in fear and misunderstanding. I was a creature of folklore now, a mysterious apparition that fueled local legends and ghost stories. In my solitude, I often reflected on my past life, on the mundane yet precious moments that define human existence. Memories of laughter, love, and simple joys haunted me, a cruel contrast to the dark primal life I now led. The whispers of my ancient lineage still filled my mind, but they no longer held the same power over me. I had accepted my fate, but I refused to let go of the last vestiges of my humanity. As the seasons changed and years passed, sightings of the creature in the woods became less frequent. I became more adept at hiding, more in tune with the rhythms of the natural world. My existence faded into the realm of myths and urban legends, a story passed down through generations, growing more embellished with time. But the truth remained hidden, no me to me. The creature they spoke of was once a man who lived a simple life until fate intervened, unleashing a transformation that bridged the gap between the known and the unknown, the natural and the supernatural. I often wondered if there were others like me, lost souls who had undergone a similar metamorphosis. But in my isolation, such questions remained unanswered, mere speculations in a life that had become defined by its otherness. The world of humans continued to evolve and change, oblivious to the true nature of the creature that lurked at its fringes. And I, the last remnant of Ezra, continued to exist in a state of perpetual exile, a guardian of a threshold that few would ever know or understand. My story ends not with closure, but with a lingering question, a haunting uncertainty that mirrors the mysteries of existence itself. For in the depths of the forest, where shadows dance and the line between legend and reality blurs, the creature that was once a man watches and waits, a silent testament to the unknown forces that shape our world and our destinies. And so, the legend of the creature in the woods lives on, a chilling reminder that some mysteries are not meant to be solved, and some transformations are not meant to be undone. I had always found solace in the quiet hum of the celestial voyager. Our spaceship was destined for a distant exoplanet. As the onboard botanist, my sanctuary was the biodome, a lush oxygen-rich haven. It housed a variety of plants critical for our long-term survival in space. Captain Elena Rivera, a pragmatic leader, had always shown unwavering confidence in our mission. And the small, eclectic, my days were rhythmic, predictable, immersed in the care of our green charges. However, that sense of normalcy shattered the day I noticed something peculiar. While tending to a row of ferns, I spotted it. A small cluster of leaves growing in a pattern that eerily resembled a human face. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of light or an anomaly of space-induced growth. But as days passed, I couldn't shake off the feeling that there was something more to it. The faces multiplied. First subtly, then unmistakably. Each new face seemed to mimic a member of our crew. I observed them in secret, feeling a mix of scientific curiosity and a creeping sense of dread. It wasn't until the faces began to show distinct expressions, eyes that seemed to follow me, mouths curved in silent smirks or frowns, that I decided to confide in Captain Rivera. She listened intently, her face a mask of professionalism, but I could sense her skepticism. We both agreed to keep it under observation, dismissing the possibility of any immediate threat. Little did we know, our journey through the cosmos was about to plunge into a realm far beyond the boundaries of science, and into the shadows of the inexplicable. As the days turned into weeks, the phenomenon in the biodome escalated from a scientific curiosity to an unnerving mystery. I documented each new development with a growing sense of unease. The faces in the plants were now clear and distinct, each bearing a striking resemblance to my fellow crew members. Captain Rivera, initially skeptical, could no longer ignore the bizarre nature of these botanical doppelgangers. Our conversations shifted from dismissive speculation to hushed debates laced with a hint of fear. Some crew members joked about alien interference or genetic mutations gone awry, but their laughter was tinged with anxiety. I could see the strain in their eyes, the quick glances they threw towards the biodome's sealed doors. My research offered no answers. Genetic analysis showed normal plant DNA. There were no signs of viral infection or radiation damage. The environmental controls within the biodome were functioning perfectly. It was as if the plants had decided to morph of their own volition, a thought that sent shivers down my spine. Then came the whispers. At first, I thought it was the stress playing tricks on my mind. But soon, others heard them too soft, indecipherable murmurs emanating from the biodome. They were particularly noticeable at night when the ship fell into a hushed silence, save for the low hum of its engines. The crew's behavior began to change. Some avoided the biodome at all costs, while others seemed drawn to it, spending hours gazing at the faces, as if entranced. I remember watching one of our engineers, a stoic man named Harris, standing before a plant that bore his likeness, his eyes wide with a mix of horror and fascination. It was then I realized that we were not merely dealing with an unexplained scientific phenomenon, but something far more sinister. The atmosphere aboard the celestial voyager grew heavier with each passing day. The biodome, once a symbol of life and hope, had transformed into a source of unspoken dread. The faces in the plants, now undeniably human in appearance, seemed to watch us, their expressions changing subtly, as if reacting to our conversations and emotions. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. They were no longer just sounds, they were voices, though their words remained elusive, always just beyond comprehension. The crew started reporting strange occurrences, tools misplaced, doors left ajar, and shadows fleeting at the corner of one's vision. Tension mounted, giving way to wild theories and hushed superstitions. My research turned into an obsession. I spent countless hours in the biodome, running tests, taking samples, hoping to unearth some logical explanation. But science offered no solace, the plants defied all known biological principles. I began to feel as though the plants were mocking my efforts, the whispers growing more taunting as I delved deeper into my fruitless investigation. One night, the situation escalated. The crew member, Sophia, emerged from the biodome, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. She claimed the plants had spoken to her, delivering messages from her deceased brother. Her words sent a chill through the crew, a mix of disbelief and eerie wonder. I noticed a change in their demeanor, a blend of terror and inexplicable longing, as if part of them yearned to believe in the impossible whispers of the biodome. Our small community, once bound by the shared goal of exploration and discovery, now found itself fragmented, caught in a web of paranoia and unanswerable questions. As the ship's botanist, I felt a responsibility to unravel this mystery, yet with each passing day, I found myself more entangled in its enigmatic vines. The biodome had become a whispering garden, a place where reality seemed to warp and twist into something unrecognizable, something profoundly unsettling. And it was in this garden of whispers that our journey took its most harrowing turn. The turning point came unexpectedly, shattering the fragile semblance of normalcy we had clung to. It was during a routine check of the biodome that one of our crew, Jenna, vanished. Panic ensued as we combed every inch of the spaceship, but she was nowhere to be found. The last place she was seen was entering the biodome. With a sense of foreboding, we entered the lush enclosure. The faces on the plants were vivid now, grotesquely detailed, mirroring the faces of our loved ones, some long gone, others light years away. The air was thick with the whispers, now almost voice-like, but their words remained maddeningly indistinct. We searched amidst the foliage, calling out for Jenna. It was then that I noticed something. The plants seemed to react to our presence, their leaves rustling in a non-existent breeze, their faces turning ever so slightly towards us as we passed. The cold realization washed over me. The biodome was alive, aware, and it was watching us. After what felt like hours, we found Jenna. She was standing in a secluded corner of the biodome, her back to us, whispering softly to a cluster of plants that bore an uncanny resemblance to her deceased father. She seemed entranced, her voice a harmonious echo to the whispers around us. As we approached her, the atmosphere shifted. The plants began to move, not just rustling, but coiling and writhing as if agitated. Jenna turned to us, her eyes hollow, her expression one of rapture and terror. "They have messages for us," she murmured, from the other side. Before we could react, the plants lashed out. Vines whipped through the air, thorns glistening menacingly. We were in a fight for our lives against an adversary we did not understand, one that defied the laws of nature as we knew them. With great difficulty, we managed to extricate Jenna and retreat from the biodome. The door sealed behind us with a hiss, leaving us panting, shaken, and more divided than ever. The Whispering Garden had shown its true nature, and it was far more malevolent than any of us could have imagined. As I looked around at my crewmates, their faces etched with fear and confusion, I realized that our mission had irrevocably changed. We were no longer explorers charting new frontiers, but survivors, clinging to sanity on a ship haunted by whispers and shadows. In the aftermath of the harrowing encounter in the biodome, a heavy pall settled over the celestial Voyager. The once vibrant and bustling spaceship felt like a tomb, its corridors echoing with unspoken fears and suspicions. The biodome was quarantined, its once revered life-giving presence now a source of dread and mystery. Captain Rivera, visibly shaken yet resolute, faced a daunting decision. The biodome, despite its malevolent transformation, remained an essential part of our life support system, providing oxygen and food. To destroy it would jeopardize the mission and our survival. But to leave it intact posed an unknown threat, possibly even greater. In the days that followed, we noticed subtle changes aboard the ship. Instruments malfunctioned in inexplicable ways, life support readings fluctuated without cause, and shadows seemed to linger longer than they should in the corners of rooms. It was as if the biodome, or whatever intelligence now resided within it, was extending its influence beyond the glass walls that contained it. The crew's morale deteriorated rapidly. Paranoia took root, with accusations and wild theories being whispered in the dimly lit mess hall. Sleep became elusive, haunted by nightmares of whispering vines and faces contorting in silent screams. I, too, felt the strain. The rational part of me struggled to maintain a scientific perspective, to find a solution. But the encounters in the biodome had left a deep scar. The boundaries between science and the unknown had blurred, and I found myself questioning the very nature of reality as we traversed the endless void of space. Our mission, once a bold venture into the unknown, now felt like a desperate struggle for survival. The celestial Voyager continued its journey, but the destination seemed irrelevant compared to the immediate threat lurking within. The biodome, with its whispering inhabitants, had become a constant reminder of our vulnerability and the unfathomable mysteries of the cosmos. We were adrift, not just in space, but in the vast, uncharted territories of fear and the unknown. The final decision regarding the biodome fell heavily on Captain Rivera's shoulders. After much deliberation, she resolved to isolate the biodome completely, but not destroy it. The risk of compromising the ship's life support system was too great. We reinforced the seals and put in place strict protocols, ensuring no one could enter without explicit authorization. Life aboard the Celestial Voyager had changed irrevocably. The whispers from the biodome, though muffled by the sealed doors, still reached us in the quiet hours, a haunting reminder of the unknown that thrived within. We continued our daily routines, but the shadow of the biodome loomed over every task, every conversation. As time passed, a new normalcy settled in, a tense equilibrium between fear and necessity. But the sense of unease never fully dissipated. We were constantly aware of the fragile barrier that separated us from the incomprehensible entity we had nurtured. The story of our encounter with the Whispering Garden of the Cosmos became a whispered legend among the crew, a chilling reminder of the mysteries that lay beyond the realms of science and understanding. Then came the day a new crew member boarded the Celestial Voyager. The moment I saw him, my blood ran cold. He bore an uncanny resemblance to one of the faces in the biodome, a face that had haunted my dreams more than once. His arrival reignited the smoldering embers of fear and speculation among the crew. Was this mere coincidence, or did it hint at a deeper, more sinister connection between us and the entity in the biodome? As the celestial voyager continued its journey through the star-studded expanse of space, the mystery of the biodome remained unsolved, a silent enigma that whispered in the darkness. We carried on, each of us harboring our own thoughts and fears about what resided in our once cherished garden. The whispers continued, a haunting chorus in the vast emptiness of space, reminding us that some secrets of the universe are perhaps best left unexplored. In the endless void, the ship sailed on, a tiny speck of light amidst the unfathomable dark, its course uncertain, its passengers forever changed by the whispering garden of the cosmos. I've always been drawn to the unexplained. It's what led me to become a journalist, specializing in the peculiar and the uncharted. My latest assignment had brought me to a small, seemingly insignificant town, tucked away from the hustle of modern life. But beneath its quiet exterior, the town harbored a series of inexplicable events that had caught my attention. A spate of alleged alien sightings. I remember the chill that ran down my spine as I drove into the town for the first time. The streets were eerily quiet, the houses looked like they hadn't changed in decades, and the people there was something unsettling about their stares. It was as if they harbored a secret, a truth they were too afraid to share with an outsider. My first stop was the local diner, a quaint little establishment that looked like it belonged in a 1950s movie set. The waitress, a middle-aged woman with a warm yet guarded smile, served me the strongest cup of coffee I'd ever tasted. As I sipped, I began to chat with her, trying to glean any information I could about the strange occurrences. It was here that I met Mr. Hawkins, an elderly gentleman who claimed to have lived in the town his entire life. His eyes, clouded with age, seemed to hold a depth of knowledge that intrigued me. As we talked, he revealed that the town had always been a hotspot for otherworldly activity, but there was more to it than just aliens. Before he left, he handed me an old tattered manuscript, its pages yellowed with age. "This might help you understand," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. That night, in the small room I rented at the local inn, I pored over the manuscript. It was a collection of ancient texts and folklore, describing celestial beings not as visitors from another planet, but as demons in disguise. The descriptions were vivid and terrifying, detailing their ability to manipulate and torment humans. As I delved deeper into the manuscript, a sense of unease crept over me. The wind outside howled, as if carrying voices from another world. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I fell into a fitful sleep. That's when the dream, or perhaps nightmare, began. I found myself in a surreal landscape, under sky torn asunder by streaks of unnatural colors. Before me stood creatures, twisted and malevolent, their eyes glowing with a sinister light. They whispered in a language I couldn't understand, yet their intent was clear. They were not of this world, and their purposes were far from benevolent. I awoke with a start, my heart pounding in my chest. The dream had felt so real, so visceral, that I couldn't shake the feeling that it was more than just a figment of my imagination. I knew then that this town held secrets far darker than I could have imagined, and I was determined to uncover them. Little did I know, my investigation was about to lead me into realms of terror that would challenge everything I believed about the world. The morning after the nightmare was bleak. The sky, a monotonous gray, seemed to press down upon the town, mirroring my own unease. With the manuscript tucked under my arm, I set out to unravel the enigma shrouding this place. My first stop was the local library, a building as old as the town itself, with dusty shelves and a musty smell that spoke of forgotten secrets. As I scoured through local archives and historical records, I began to piece together a disturbing pattern. The sightings and strange occurrences had been happening for decades, perhaps even longer. Each account was eerily similar tales of abductions, inexplicable loss of time, and harrowing experiences that defied logic. Yet, something didn't fit. The descriptions of the so-called aliens in these accounts bore a striking resemblance to the demonic entities described in the ancient manuscript. Later that day, I met with a woman named Mrs. Thompson, a local who claimed her husband had been taken years ago. Her story was a chilling echo of the manuscript's tales. She spoke of her husband waking up screaming from nightmarish visions, of shadows moving in the dark, and of a night when he vanished without a trace, only to return days later, a changed, distant man. It was during this conversation that I first heard of Father Daniels, an old priest who had served the town for decades. Mrs. Thompson suggested that he might know more about the town's hidden history. Intrigued, I decided to pay him a visit. Father Daniels lived in a modest house adjacent to the town's old church. He was a frail man, his eyes tired but sharp. When I mentioned the manuscript and the alien sightings, his expression grew sullen. He told me a tale that sent chills down my spine. "These beings, they are not what they seem," he said in a hushed tone. "They have been here since time immemorial, masquerading as gods, spirits, and now, aliens. They are demons, feeding on our fears, manipulating us for their dark purposes." As I left Father Daniel's house, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the town. My mind raced with the implications of what I'd learned. It wasn't just a story of aliens, it was a tale of ancient, malevolent beings whose deception was woven into the very fabric of this town. That night, as I walked back to the inn, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The streets were deserted, the silence broken only by my footsteps echoing against the buildings. I looked up at the night sky, a tapestry of stars and darkness, and wondered what horrors lay hidden behind its serene facade. It was then that I noticed something peculiar in a nearby field, a pattern of lights, flickering in the darkness. Curiosity overcoming my fear, I ventured closer. What I found sent a wave of dread through me. It was a crop circle, large and intricate, the design matching the symbols in the manuscript. Symbols of summoning, of rituals older than the town itself. As I stood there, alone in the field, the chilling realization dawned on me. The town was not just a hotspot for alien activity, it was a stronghold of something far more ancient and sinister. And I had just scratched the surface of its dark secret. The discovery of the crop circle with symbols that mirrored the ancient manuscript had left me reeling. I knew then that the mystery I was unraveling was more profound and terrifying than I had initially thought. These weren't just random occurrences or simple alien sightings, there was a pattern, a sinister design at play. The following day, I decided to delve deeper into the town's history. My search led me to the local museum, a repository of the town's past. The curator, a gaunt man with an air of disinterest, allowed me to peruse the archives. There, amidst old photographs and artifacts, I found more evidence of the town's eerie past, newspaper clippings about unexplained phenomena, personal diaries describing nightmarish encounters, and ancient artifacts, bearing the same unsettling symbols I had seen in the crop circle. Each piece of evidence was a puzzle piece, fitting into a horrifying picture. The town, for generations, had been a nexus for these demonic entities. They had insinuated themselves into the fabric of the town, influencing its history and its people. Later that day, my investigation took a more harrowing turn. I interviewed more townsfolk, each recounting their own chilling experiences. One story, in particular, stood out: a young woman who had disappeared for a week and returned with no memory of where she had been, but with a terror in her eyes that spoke volumes. As night fell, I found myself drawn back to the field where I had discovered the crop circle. The air was charged with an unspoken energy, a palpable sense of dread. I stood there, in the center of the circle, feeling the weight of 1,000 unseen eyes upon me. It was then that I noticed something in the soil at my feet, a small, metallic object partially buried. I dug it out, revealing a strange amulet adorned with the same sinister symbols. As I held it, a sense of unease washed over me, as if the amulet itself was imbued with a malevolent force. My mind raced with questions. Were these symbols a form of communication? A way to summon these demonic beings? Or perhaps a mark of their presence? The sound of rustling grass broke my reverie. I looked up, my heart pounding, to see shadows moving at the edge of the field. They were formless, yet sentient, encroaching upon me with an intent that felt anything but benign. In a panic, I pocketed the amulet and ran. The shadows seemed to chase me, stretching towards me with tendrils of darkness. I didn't stop running until I reached the safety of the inn, locking the door behind me, my breath ragged with fear. That night, I barely slept, my mind tormented by nightmares of twisted figures and whispered threats. The amulet lay on the bedside table, its presence a constant reminder of the horror that lurked just beyond the veneer of normality in this cursed town. As dawn broke, I knew one thing for certain. I was dealing with a force beyond my understanding, a darkness that had been lurking in this town for centuries. And I had just begun to uncover its terrifying truth. The next morning dawned grim and overcast, mirroring the turmoil in my mind. After the harrowing experiences of the previous night, I was more determined than ever to uncover the truth, no matter how dark or deep it went. The amulet, now lying inert on my bedside table, seemed to be a key piece in this twisted puzzle. With a sense of grim resolve, I returned to the field where the crop circle lay. The light of day made it seem less ominous, but the unease in my gut told me that the horror I had glimpsed was real and ever-present. As I examined the crop circle more closely in daylight, I realized that it wasn't just a random pattern. The design was purposeful, intricate, a diagram of something ritualistic and ancient. It was then that I noticed a small, secluded path leading away from the field into the dense woods that bordered the town. Compelled by a mixture of fear and curiosity, I followed the path, the amulet safely tucked in my pocket. The woods were silent, save for the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant caw of a crow. The deeper I went, the more I felt like I was being watched, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. After what felt like hours, I came upon a clearing. And there it was, an altar of sorts, made of stones and covered in the same symbols that were now hauntingly familiar. The ground around it was scorched, as if by intense heat. It was clear that this was the site of something unnatural, a place where the veil between worlds was thin. I heard them before I saw them, a low, guttural chanting that seemed to resonate from the very earth. Hidden behind the thick copse of trees, I watched in horror as robed figures emerged from the shadows, encircling the altar. They began a ritual, their voices rising in a cacophony that chilled my soul. I watched, frozen in place, as the air around the altar began to shimmer and warp. The amulet in my pocket grew hot, almost burning my skin. The robed figures chanting reached a fever pitch, and then, in a burst of eldritch energy, a figure appeared on the altar. It was like nothing I had ever seen, a being of shadows and light, its form constantly shifting, its eyes burning with an infernal fire. The realization hit me like a physical blow. These weren't aliens, they were demons, entities from another plane of existence. The ritual reached its climax, and the creature on the altar let out a sound that was part scream, part roar, a sound that seemed to echo through the very fabric of reality. It was a call, a summons, and I knew instinctively that it was calling others of its kind. In a panic, I stumbled backwards, my mind reeling from the revelation. I had to warn someone, tell the world what was happening in this cursed town. But who would believe me? Who would believe that what we thought were aliens were in fact demons, beings of ancient and malevolent intent? As I made my way back through the woods, the weight of what I had witnessed bore down on me. The town, its people, the entire world, was in danger, and I was the only one who knew the terrifying truth. I returned to the inn in a state of shock, the images of the ritual and the demonic entity etched into my mind. The town, bathed in the fading light of dusk, felt more ominous than ever. I knew I had to act, but the enormity of what I had uncovered left me feeling powerless. In my room, I paced back and forth, trying to formulate a plan. The amulet, now lying on the table, seemed to pulsate with a malevolent energy. I knew it was a significant piece of this puzzle, a link to the demonic entities that had infiltrated the town. I decided to document everything I had seen and learned. Pulling out my laptop, I began typing furiously, detailing the sightings, the manuscript, the crop circle, and the ritual in the woods. I described the demonic entity, the chanting robed figures, and the terrifying reality that these aliens were something far more sinister. But as I wrote, a creeping sense of dread took hold of me. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every creak of the inn, every whisper of the wind, seemed to carry a sinister undertone. The isolation of the town, once just an inconvenience, now felt like a trap, closing in on me. I decided to send my findings to my editor, hoping that making this information public would expose the truth and bring help. But when I tried to send the email, I discovered that the internet was down. My phone, too, was strangely devoid of signal. It was as if the town itself was cutting me off from the outside world. That night, sleep eluded me. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound a whisper of danger. The line between reality and nightmare had blurred, leaving me in a state of constant fear. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, jumping at every creak of the old inn. In the early hours of the morning, a knock at my door jolted me from my restless vigil. My heart pounding, I approached cautiously. Peering through the peephole, I saw nothing but the dimly lit hallway. The sense of dread intensified. I knew opening the door could be a mistake, but the need to know was overpowering. With a deep breath, I opened the door a crack. The hallway was empty, but there, on the floor, was an envelope. Picking it up, I found it contained a single photograph, an old, sepia-toned image showing the town's founding members. But what chilled me to the bone was the presence of the demonic entities, standing alongside them, as if part of the community. The message was clear. The town and these creatures were inextricably linked, their fates intertwined for generations. And now, I was caught in the middle of this unholy alliance. As the first light of dawn crept through the curtains, I knew I had to leave, to escape this town and its dark secrets. But even as I planned my departure, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. The town, and the demons that lurked within, wouldn't let me go so easily. And even if I did manage to leave, the haunting truth would follow me, a constant shadow at the edge of my mind. The morning light did little to dispel the shadows that now clung to my mind. With the photograph in hand, a tangible proof of the town's dark lineage, I packed my belongings, the amulet included. It felt heavier now, as if it carried the weight of the unspeakable truths it represented. I left the inn at the break of dawn, the streets deserted and eerily silent. The town, once just a stop on my journey for the truth, now felt like a living, breathing entity, watching my every move with unseen eyes. As I drove through the town, I couldn't shake off the feeling of being followed. In the rearview mirror, I caught glimpses of shadows that seemed to move on their own, disappearing as soon as I tried to focus on them. Every turn I took, every street I drove down, felt like a step deeper into a labyrinth designed to keep me trapped. The further I drove, the more the landscape seemed to warp and twist. Roads that should have led out of town circled back on themselves, leading me to familiar landmarks I had passed multiple times. It was as if the town itself was reshaping, preventing my escape. In a final desperate attempt, I abandoned my car and continued on foot, the photograph and the manuscript clutched tightly in my bag. But the town, with its tendrils of fear and madness, was relentless. Houses seemed to leer at me, their windows like watching eyes. The wind carried whispers that sounded like distant, mocking laughter. Hours passed, or maybe it was minutes. Time had lost its meaning. My mind was a whirlwind of fear and confusion, every sound a potential threat, every shadow lurking terror. Finally, when my body and mind could take no more, I found myself standing at the edge of town, the boundaries seemingly unchanged. It was then that the realization hit me like a cold wave: there was no leaving this place. The town and its demonic inhabitants had claimed me, just as they had claimed countless others before. I understood then that my role was not to expose the truth, but to become a part of it. my experiences, my fear, my very sanity were now threads in the town's tapestry of horror. As I walked back into the heart of the town, the photograph and manuscript in hand, I accepted my fate. The truth I had sought was not something to be exposed, but a reality to be endured. The demons, the rituals, the unending cycle of terror, they were all now part of me. And so, I write this account not as a warning, nor as a call for help, but as a testament to the inescapable truth. The town, with its ancient, malevolent secrets, continues to exist, hidden in plain sight. And I, once an outsider seeking the truth, am now a part of its enigmatic, eternal horror.